Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline.
Where did Brother Bomani go?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened a little while ago, family. Excuse me. Let me just.
The man came and got Brother Bomani, man.
Yeah, they
The
probably did,
man
man.
came down. He was about to drop
But,
some signs. See,
this
the
thing
man
just
came
blanked
in.
out.
The white man came in and what the white man's Thanos and whatnot, you know?
Yeah, it must have been one of those magical things. So, family, let's start back over again. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments, and I'm here with my good brother Kala Genesis from Kala Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism with a vision towards nationhood. Yes, my good brother. Greetings and good day. How you feeling?
Greetings, Brother Bomani. You know how it is, man. You know how I get down. You know I'm always happy to be here and whatnot. You know, besides talking to you and doing things, I love the sound of my own voice. You know, everybody knows that. You know, so
yes, absolutely, brother. And we got another dynamic subject today.
Oh
and
yeah.
Today's subject is self-hatred and anti-Black African identity is destroying Black American culture. So that is
we
our topic.
We got them already in the chat room. Tyrone, let's call Tyrone.
Well, yeah, got
right
some comments and
time.
everything. We'll definitely go through the comments. And before we get started with our quick presentation on Africa Tours and Investment, my good brother Kala Genesis, can you break down the subject, and then I'll take a look at a few of these comments.
All right. Okay. Self-hatred. Like I said, I started back in 2006 on the Ning social network, and I discovered what blogs were and stuff like that, right? And I wrote my first blog talking about self-hatred is the number one thing threatening Black people, right? You can have all this. Just let me tell you something, folks. Before I get into it tonight, before I spit that fire and brimstone down from heaven, the collegians, only the collegians can do or not. Let me say something, right? If you don't look in the mirror and love what you are and accept what you are and whatnot, nothing you say means anything. I'm seeing so many people right now. That's the reason why I'm so burned, because I'm looking at TikTok, right? You got so full on. I sent you the video, the link, TikTok video today, Bomani, right? Full on goddamn race traders right now. Now we're trying to say we're Americans, we're originating America. This nigga actually went and said that Africa is started because it has no rivers. Don't even know the geography. Africa has all the major rivers in the world.
So who's the person that said this for proper reference?
It's in the what you call. I sent it to you. It was a group chat I sent it to you on WhatsApp. And so this some clown, and that's what it is. You have absolute race traders and clowns trying to sound intellectual, trying to sound like they're this and everything. But if you don't love what you are, your Black African race, and that you came from sub-Saharan Africa, you are a race trader and you need to die. The race trader and going forward needs to die, because that permeates everything that's wrong with Black America right now. That's why we have violence. That's why we have gender wars. Everything is the friggin' race traders, Name the rivers, and he don't even know the fucking rivers in Africa. That was probably this one of his colleagues. He was probably on that friggin' TikTok. He knows what the fuck I'm talking about. He was probably on that thing. He knows what I'm talking about right now. Tyrone was on that friggin' that chat. He was in there, so he knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Tyrone, you and him can definitely talk about it.
Yeah, but I got to go on because I don't want to lose my temper too early in the show. I can't deal with that.
You don't want to call on Tyrone.
Go call Tyrone. We'll have to put him in the back. Wait till we get a few more guests and everything. Then we'll let him say his little stupid little piece, then kick him off.
Well, you might have to get some rest to go to church in the morning.
Yeah, that nigga's a heathen. He don't go to church. He's a heathen, you know. So the bottom line is this, you know, all these friggin' people who are pushing this anti-black, anti-African, anti-black stuff, right? That's the root cause of everything, right? If you don't believe in yourself, that you don't believe in your past, present, and future, whatnot, you could basically be a traitor that friggin' works for the white man, works for the devils, work for everybody else that's trying to bring our race down and everything like that. If you don't have any backbone, wow, some shortcut. I'm telling you like it is. All you self-hating race traitors, y'all need to go. One day you're gonna face judgment. All you freaking people that sold us out, you race traders, you black nation race traders, all you Negroes gonna freaking sell. I don't give a damn what your philosophy was. I don't give a damn what religion you claim. Why not? If you do not you don't accept the fact that you're black African and your bloodline and your ancestors, you curse your ancestors, you deserve no life. I'll say it like that because I don't want to give Bomani flag,
We've been saying a whole bunch of words and it's what it is. But there we go. This is another one that Tyrone is saying. And this is
Garvey did not work with the Ku Klux Klan. Liar.
So one of the simple things that people are confused about, and we just have to break it down to people. Garvey never worked with the Ku Klux Klan, and Garvey is his own man. So Garvey has a right as a man to meet with anyone that he wants to meet with. Whoever agree, whoever disagree. That was almost 100 years ago, and things like that. I don't have any issue with people meeting with whoever. A lot of times, you have to talk to your enemies. It's one of those things where the people of Israel and Gaza is trying to figure out what should they do. I don't know what will work out in their direction, but I personally believe a lot of times you have to just speak with your enemy and basically agree that I'll stay out your way and you stay out my way.
Yeah, Garvey just went to the Klan and said, "What's your beef with my people?"
That's it.
And then when he found out that, okay, look, I want racial separate. One only thing Garvey made the mistake was, right, is that although the Klan may say we like people like Bilbo would like to get rid of black people, the Klan wanted black people, the regular Klan, the business class and everything needed black labor. So they want this white country, but they know that America could survive without black people. So how do you do that? You basically strip all the rights from them and everything, kill them anytime they want to and everything. So it was more than just separatism. I never believed that white supremacists want to be separated from black people. I don't never believe it. And I think Garvey understood the nuance of America. A white America wants separatism, right? Oh, black people go back to that. No, when the reality, that's why I said, when you see the BAIO, we said we want a nation of our own, right? If it means America collapsing and building a nation, that strikes terror in them. When you say, okay, I've given up on America, it's time for us to have a nation of our own and whatnot, and we're pulling out of America, we're disassociating all that strikes terror in them, right? Because they always got to dangle that America. And how they would do that, they make you hate yourself. You hate yourself, you love America more than you love yourself. I happen to love myself more than I love anything else. I don't know about you Negroes, right? But I had a beautiful life. I had a beautiful family. I love who I am. I love myself. And I'm satisfied and I'm at peace with who my ancestors are. I don't have to change who I am. I'm an African-American, descendant of slaves in North America, the hells of North America. I'm cool with that. I know for a fact of the matter, my people could build anything they want to. We could take over, we could conquer the world and the universe if we want to, if we had our own nation. We don't need this federal government. We don't need the state. We don't need anything in America to build our own civilization. And I believe, I have confidence in my people that we can do it. And all we think we need is the mind. We need the mind stone. We don't have the mind. And reason why we don't have the mind, because we're drunk with self-hatred. We're drunk with self-doubt. Self-hatred means you don't have no confidence. You hate yourself. You loathe yourself. You think yourself is the worst, So therefore, you want to escape and be something what you're not. You want to be Native American. You want to be Aboriginal. You want to be copper-colored this, blah, 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 blah. All this sissy-ass shit instead of standing up like a man and say, this is what I am. If you got a problem with it, face me like a man. I'm not going to go to the white man and say, oh no, I'm not African American. I'm like, no, I am African American. I'm proud of that shit, and I dare anybody step to me and say, and they got a problem with it.
It goes, brother, all out, and you know, these trolls are who they are, you know, and I'm
gonna talk about later about the self-hate I see in the Pan-African community. You know, you gotta love what you are. I'm African American. That's why I rock with Black America comes first. African American, Black American culture comes first with me. And then we can build bridges and everything like that. Black America is what made me. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria didn't make me. The Yorubas didn't make me. None of these people, none of these tribes and everything like that ever gave a damn about my people. My people is all we had. Now you want to build Pan-Africanism, you got to start from that point of view. So I'm not going to start hating myself, whatnot. I'm not going to say I got to get rid of my music to take on Afro beats and all stuff like this. When I know the music that I grew up with and everything culture I grew up with is friggin' is what made who I am. So I'm sick of self-hate. People use Black conservatives to self-hate. They use Black Marxism to self-hate. They use Pan-Africanism to self-hate. The root of everything is self-hate. That's why none of these movements right now is working. None of them. There's not one successful person that you see out there in the Black spirit. Everybody's a failure. Nothing's working. That's why everybody's at each other's throats. While everybody else is thriving, where other Asian communities are thriving, they got their shit together. They're at peace with themselves. They're building and everything. What's the Black race doing? Nothing. So miss me with that shit. So,
yes, brother. Perfect introduction.
Right.
And I'm sure you're ready for the folks. And if we open up the chat, open up the live, anyone comes on with their foolishness, we're just not trying to hear it. Just block you. You don't have to agree with everything that we say and things like that. But if you're going to have a dialogue with us, you know, you got to have to bring your A game and things like that. And it can't be you coming on rambling. Like, that's the issue with Tyrone. This guy is a super troll. He sits in his basement, in his mama's basement all day long, and then get on shows and then talk some stuff about he's a proud this and that. But it's like, if you're really proud about being Native American or American or Black American or anything, then it has to show in your work ethics, your energy, and your fight in this country. It can't just be a talk situation. That's the issue that I have with that whole situation. And then the worst thing that you can do is, you know, is be on our backs because we're looking to build a connection to the African continent, you know, which makes complete sense. And it's not saying that we're giving up on America or let's forget about America and things like that. You're building an extension. You're doing something no different from whether it's the white European Jews, the Japanese, the Chinese, or just, you know, the white people in Europe, which go all over the entire world and do business and invest and make their money, take advantage of people, create wicked systems or whatever the situation is. So everyone else is okay to connect with their motherland, connect with their other land, and connect with investments in Africa and do things. But when we talk about it, you want us to stay in America and do what? Do your bidding. Well, they want us to do their bidding and push your FBA and your ADOS. If you want to do that, that is 100% fine. I personally, and this is me speaking for myself, I don't see anything wrong with that. But it's like that has to translate into you doing something in America. Last I remember, the foreigners are kicking your ass. You know, the foreigners are outdoing you. So how much of a Native American and how much of all these things are you? You know, so a lot of stuff is talk and it's just a lot of propaganda marketing. And that's why someone like someone who's a failure like Dane Calloway have more followings than a lot of us, because he sells people a situation about a dream. I'm not here to dream with you, family. I mean, this is not fantasy Pan-Africanism. You know, kind of like, so I mean, I know a lot of you used to playing fantasy football or fantasy basketball, but this is not a game. This is our lives. This is the future of our children. The decisions that we make today is going to affect our future. And if we don't make the proper decisions and we don't work on what we need to work on, your generations are gonna just basically say that you people talk all this Black Power Pan-African stuff, but you didn't build anything for us. You just talked and rambled on and argued and debate with each other and things like that. And that's what we're dealing with, a movement that's more divided than we should be divided. And it's like at this moment, we don't need anyone else to divide us, because we're dividing ourselves more and more. So I can't get with all these other groups out there, and I'm not willing to work with them. I'll be the first one to say that. And because we can't even have a conversation when they come on here. So why should I, or why, how can I work with you when you can't even have good dialogues because you're so caught up into what we're doing and building in Africa? What we're doing in Africa takes guts. It takes the heart of men to do. And people like yourself, you don't have any heart. You don't have any courage. You don't have any balls, any guts. So you pick on the people that's out there in the game. It's kind of like the haters out there that can't play basketball or football, but they talk the most stuff. And last I remember, I was like, those people are in the game, plus they're getting paid. So people like myself, I'm in the game and I'm getting paid. You want to join us? Bring your A game and we can do some work. We always need professional help, but what we're not going to deal with, we're not going to deal with a bunch of Negroes who feel like they can come into any of the movement, the things that we're doing, and run their mouth and say, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And it sounds just like the feminists. It's like, we don't need any of you, whether you're the feminists or Negroes who just have this confusion for what we're doing. It's either you're clear and you're down or not. That's why I tell people, like, don't invest in our community, what we're building in the future, unless you're willing to go to work. And if you're not willing to go to work, just be clear. And yes, you can invest your money and don't do anything, which is fine, but you need to be clear about that. But what we really need is people who are willing to bring their A game, to sit down and say, you know what, we got a project here. I'm gonna do this part of research. You do this part of research, and I got a grant writer, or I have this person that's going to help us structure certain things. We have to work on our business structure and work on our presentation structure to market these things that we're doing in Africa. So those are the help that we actually need from from our audience and things like that. But instead, you get nothing but hatred up here, and it's like, okay, all the nasty things. People tell me to block people. I'm not blocking anybody. Post all the nasty stuff on there, and and things, and I hope that gets you excited. But at the end of the day, what is your contributions to civilization? What is your contributions to us moving forward? Is it just going to be trolling and hating and telling us what we need to do? And we can't build a movement like that. And that's why I don't entertain much of these clowns on online. My only purpose of being online is to share the 3 business that we run and use that as a way to connect with Black people and support Black-owned business, and also use the Black-owned business energy that we have to support our brothers and sisters in Africa. When we're doing business in Africa, our brothers and sisters appreciate that energy. Imagine if none of us would go to the African continent and try to build anything. They're going to basically think that white people are gods and Black people are devils, because Black people don't want to connect, unite, and organize, and don't want to fight through the struggles that we have. So it's an interesting situation, brother. Definitely. So that is the network right there. I'm always trying to get more people to connect on a network and build a network, because I understand that's what it takes. But it is, man. Everybody's playing around with Instagram and TikTok.
Yeah, Instagram and TikTok all day. When I said a building with people that really got the people right there in the social network that in every country when that you can connect with and everything. You want to, like I said, I'm telling you, right. Sometime next year, I'm deleting TikTok. Except for your stuff. I wish there was a way I could only have just the people I like on my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick and tired of idiots.
Unfriend them and and recruit new people. They're out there.
Right, no, but I'm saying I don't follow. If I follow you or like your stuff, I can see that, right? But I be seeing random ass people coming on your site. This should be a thing, right? If you didn't click the follow button on the thing, that should not come across your thing. Because I just listened to 2 minutes of something I didn't want to hear.
Hey, they got the system rigged, man. They got the system rigged. But Kala, we're going to definitely get into it. Let me just share a quick few minutes of our upcoming schedule, family, and we're going to get right back to our schedule program with our good brother, Kala Genesis, and my good brother said, race first. You got to turn that blue into a green, make it red, black, and green. Appreciate the energy, family.
Yeah.
And again, this is our subject that we're going to be getting back into. Because as with me and Kala introduction, it's a lot of self-hatred out there, and it's not doing anyone any good. I don't know if you feel empowered when you're just out there, having hatred for your brothers and sisters and yourself. So nevertheless, family, the journey continues, and we're gonna get this thing right.
Before you get started, but I want to say this, right? What I think a lot of Black people need to do, right, is go pick up like old Black exploitation movies. You know, I watched Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby, Let's Do It Again last night, and I just fell in love with Black people all over again. You know, beautiful movie. You know, beautiful movie. What you call her? Denise Nichols was Bill Cosby's wife, and I forgot the lady. I think it was Leslie Uggam. I forgot her name. But the bottom line is, that movie was so funny. It had John Amos, had what's his name? They played Biggie Smalls. You know, I forgot his name on the top of my head. But anyway, Calvin Lockhart. You know, and then JJ from Good Times. He was that was a good, beautiful movie. You know, but I like the fact that they're in a Black world, and and just like when you watch all these old movies from the 70s and whatnot. Black people, they realize also, because the one part in the movie I like was they belong to an African lodge called the Spirit of Shaka, lodge, the Spirit of Shaka Lodge, when I was an African lodge, and they were in Atlanta, Georgia. That shows you that we always have this love for Africa and identity with Africa and whatnot. They're trying to destroy that now with this this stupid, we were already here nonsense and everything like that. The people who thought like that back in the days when we had a community were laughed at. Well, I ain't no Black, I'm a Native American. You got laughed the fuck out the street. Now these idiots got friggin' YouTube and they got stuff like that. They can get away with this nonsense. But it stops here on this show. It stops here when it crosses college Genesis path. But like I said, just look, watch movies like Cornbread Earl and Me, Five on the Black Hand Side, even watch some movies like Hell Up in Harlem, all these old movies and everything that, where Black people, where Black Hollywood and everything like we're doing that thing. When it gives you a sense of, yeah, we are people. We had our social club, even like Blackula. I love Blackula, William Marshall and whatnot, how Black people back in the days had their own lounges, their own social clubs. And then Black men were married to Black women and everything like that. What the hell? That's I get rejuvenated when I see this. And you look at the comment section, right? Oh, Let's Do It Again. It's on YouTube, right? People like, yeah, man, those are like the good old days. We always taught that, yeah, oh man, we were suffering in the 60s and 70s. But people are like, man, I wish we can go back to that. So look what you got now. You got people out there selling death and bringing death energy on Instagram, flashing guns and everything like that. Girls freaking booty popping and talking about horse shit and everything like that, and whole culture and everything. You got Negroes out here talking about, I'm an Aboriginal American, we're the true Indians and all this kind of stupid stuff. All this toxic garbage that's taking over Black America. We weren't this self-hating people. Like we are now. So
somebody have a magical comment, but let me break for a minute or two, and we'll be right back, family, with our scheduled program. And Kala is going to get into it more. And if you are looking to join us, we'll put the link up at the next 30 minutes or so, and join us and be prepared. So family, hold on as we share with you our upcoming schedule on our journey of a lifetime. And that's the journey of a lifetime to the motherland. So that's our website, africafortheafricans.org. And as soon as you get to our website, you'll see the big, beautiful banner. You'll see 17 years of just photos from 2006 to 2023 as we celebrate 17 years. And this is just a showcase of us around the different countries and showing different aspects of life. An MP3 player, some nice soul music for you to get you connected and get you energized. All right, once you scroll down, that's where all the details are. You can look at the main menu, which has all the links and information on there. and just click on the desired information you're looking for. So the first set of information is just general information. It starts out with our investment at Black Star Pan-African Community. So that's the main aspects of investment as we talk about Africa towards an investment. And then once you scroll down, that's just a whole full list of different tours in different countries that we're traveling to. And the goal of that is to get you connected to the African continent, to where you're clear, you're ready, and you're open. It's a situation where we hear a lot of people literally, on some situations like, I'm going to pack up and I'm going to leave the only place I've lived at in my life and go somewhere else. I don't care if you went to Mars or Europe or wherever. It's one of those things where, an experience in a country makes a world of a difference. So, and if you want to do it the other way, that's fine. Like I'm always telling people, especially over the last few years, you have had a whole flow of people get up and go to Ghana, Tanzania, Senegal, the Gambia, and different countries. And that's fine if that's what you're looking to do. What we have set up is a tourism program. That's what we specialize in, tourism and investment. And tourism is based on building Black tourism and supporting Black energies and Black operation there in the different countries. Our goal is always to do as much as we can, putting Black dollars in Black hands. And that's what we do here in the US. And we look to take it on a stronger level there in the African continent, and looking to also connect with different business groups of people there in the different countries. So we've been able to build some good relationships with different groups of people in the countries that we travel to, mainly around tourism. But tourism is a world that opens you up to the future of the country and open you up to many things. And ultimately, it puts information out there to where you can even make a viable decision. Say, what, I like this country. It's great for tourism and everything, but I can't picture myself living there, which is a very fair situation. So that's why we mentioned the Black Star Pan-African Community, because while we build that community, especially once, we work, in a more organized fashion with other people that we need to connect and work with to bring about an incredible investment, Black investment in a town, to where you're creating opportunities for your brothers and sisters, and you building a foundation to where those who are looking to move to Africa, that may be a great option, or similar options like that. Not everyone is ready to just be somewhere where you're around a set group of people, especially if you live in a multicultural society like America. You may not be ready for that. All those things, you have to think about, and things like that. Those are the things that we discuss, we talk about when we travel, when we do shows, when we just get into conversation in general, when you reach out and talk to me, when you come by, or we meet, or whether we just do video calls or whatever. Those are the conversations that we have to have. That way we are clear about what we're doing. Because we definitely need a set of people that's here in America, well organized, so we can do business back and forth, in Africa. So when me and Kala talks about Ghana and Liberia, that's our end goal. That's what we're building. We're building that fruitful connection. We're not abandoning our family and our lives in America. So a lot of times people misunderstand and misunderstood what we're talking about and things like that. So in the modern day times, I try to clarify that to people. And what I'm saying now is the reality, because everything is based on experience. So that is definitely the future. The future is to get you connected to all these different countries, and to get more of us to live and do business and invest in the different countries, and to create an incredible opportunity for the future, our future generations. So we just came back a few months ago from our Ghana Repatriation and Investment Tour. That's May 24th to June 5th, 2023. So that was the 23rd journey of a lifetime. And I got lots of those updates all online: TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, from videos to photos. So that's how we share when we do these journeys, just share everything that we're doing. So getting ready to leave for Tanzania in literally 1 month. I'm looking at it. It's still October 14th. So we're leaving November 16th. So you're looking at about 32 days. So that journey is coming up quick, and that will be the 4th time we'll be there in Tanzania. So I got lots of incredible footage on Tanzania, looking to do a lot more, looking to add a few new places, and just create content to educate and empower us to build that relationship in Africa, spend some of our money we work hard for on ourselves to enjoy a getaway and support an energy that we're looking to build in Africa. And it starts with that connection of tourism. So we're closing out the year on our South Africa roots and culture journey. That's December 24th to January 4th. So that would be the second journey of a lifetime there in South Africa. The last time was November 2019. And from November 20 on to now, it's been challenging getting there from the COVID-19 to one or two other things. So now we're back in South Africa. That way we, give you a journey around the entire continent, west, north, south and east. And I'm sure one day we'll figure out a way to get closer into the central part of Africa. Rwanda is, I wouldn't consider that exactly central, but I'm talking about deep in the heart of the African continent. So that's would be the only part of the African continent that we have never traveled to, and we're tropical folks and we enjoy the life on the ocean and things like that. So all the countries that just named, every single last one of them, is like that. So that's our vision in the future. So I'm always open to ideas if anyone want to reach out and connect with us about Central Africa. Not saying that now or anything, but the future, I always look at the future as being bright and with all the possibilities, right? So that is the close of 2023, and that will make 4 journeys that we had scheduled for 2023. So that's usually our max, because that's one every season. So we're going to set off the year 2024 in Liberia, and this is our Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th. So right now we're building a good group and looking to build more onto the group. And we're going to use an incredible budget to hire as many people to work with us throughout the whole time in Liberia. And our goal is to cover a ridiculous amount of documentation that we'd never covered before, pictures, videos, and also building fresh relationships for the future of investing and real estate development and all those wonderful things. And then we're off to our 24th Ghana Journey of a Lifetime. And this one is in the middle of the summer. That's July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. And we're looking to show some incredible updates on our Black Star Pan-African community. That should be a good time to show some more progress and show our next group what we've worked hard for as we're coming up on year number 5. Right. So we are set for Egypt Roots and Culture Tour, November 21st to December 2nd, 2024. So hopefully people are still open to that journey. And the only thing I would tell them about the different countries that we have, because too much times people tell us about conflicts that's in the neighboring countries, and we do get it. But we'll never put anyone in harm or danger. But our Egypt journey of a lifetime is still scheduled, and I don't know what's going to go on with the foolishness that's going on with their neighbors, but it's the same thing that I have to think about when we're dealing with Ghana or Liberia. They have neighbors there that do what they do and things like that. People have a right to do what they need to do and things like that. But our goal is always to make sure that you're in a great situation, and if anything needs to be adjusted, we'll adjust dates, adjust time, make changes, change countries, transfer you, do what we need to do and things like that. But let's keep the faith and energy in our African continent. So far, things haven't been that bad in the African continent. I think the worst situation has been in Sudan, and everything has been in West Africa has been as peaceful as you can get with replacing corrupt governments and things like that. So nevertheless, because people have asked me about the different countries you travel to, and I tell them it's what it is. It's no one says anything about all these other countries in Europe and other places that you go to that's been through all kind of different situations. And even France, at any moment, France can turn out into an all-out riot, and things like that. But you don't see folks stop from going there and things like that. But nevertheless, I always want to let everyone know you travel with us. We're here to connect you with the safest countries, and we're here to make proper decisions because we have to travel with you also. So we're not super people and things like that, so that's the situation. So when we selected these different countries, we selected 7 incredible countries that, we may reduce down to 5 because we have too much countries in West Africa. So we're going to close out 2024 back in South Africa again. So for those who couldn't make the journey this time, I'm saying to you, family, please join us on this journey, and we'll do our best to keep these schedules going. But it's what it is. It's based on interest. So Some people weren't able to make it, so we have it rescheduled for next year. So details are there. Click on the link, check it out, and we get you all set up. And then we're going to set off the year 2025 in Senegal and the Gambia. That's country number 6 and 7 so far. And the link for our investment in our Black Star Pan-African community for serious people who are willing to work with us, you know, for the rest of time, because that's what our children in the future need. They need our time to build perfection, to build beauty. So those are the links you can check out with the tour details. You can also access them from the main menu. And then as you scroll down, what you see is more and more documentation, updated conference calls, links and things like that. So right above it says Sunday, October 15th and November 10th and December 10th is our next Africa tour conference call with us talking about all these different countries. So that's the link right there. And, you know, schedules that, you know, we have planned ahead. That's how organized we are. Everything is schedules, and we stick to our schedules, and we make sure we're available for our schedules. And everything, as you can see, is planned out ahead of time because we believe in life, we believe in the future, and we believe in evolution, and we believe that the African continent is going to be one of the more incredible places on this planet in the next several years. Everything is in place to make it that way. Now, it's not going to be this incredible black world, you know, because you have an incredible amount of foreign investors that are looking for great investments, and Africa is a perfect place for them. And with people like myself and other people, we're going to keep on fighting to get as much of us connected to Africa to where we can, you know, be investors and not just consumers and just, you know, tourists. So videos and photos, you know, my favorite thing to do, you know, from the phone, the camera, camcorder, you know, for the last, this is 19 straight years. Next year will be 20 years from us traveling to Africa, and then documentation from Senegal to Egypt in 2004. So the good thing is you have these networks. It's a lot of them too. This is 6 I have on here, and the 4 is always YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. So that's pictures and videos all day, every day. And so anyone who's looking to see what we've done over the years, you can click on the link and check it out. And below, all of our Facebook groups. And then these are lists of all of these groups that we've taken across the African continent. And yes, and most of it is West Africa, but you see the other countries in there also: Tanzania, South Africa, and, you know, when we get a fresh group to Egypt, you see Egypt in there. And we'll keep on trying to find ideal countries to travel to, but yeah, that's our emphasis and our focus. West Africa right there, Ghana along, Liberia, back and forth. So that's our energy. All right, so these are our last 2 journeys in 2023: Ghana in May and Senegal and the Gambia in April. And scroll down, you'll see big group, smallest group, 8 of us in 2006, largest 43 in 2017. So appreciate the energy of all of these brothers and sisters, you know, for coming through, for supporting the energy and journeying with us. And at the end of the day, you know, we delivered all the things in our accommodations and build fresh new relationships and got people connected with each other. So, you know, looking to, you know, so that's another impactful part of Pan-Africanism. You know, it's like, if you call yourself a Pan-Africanist or you're into Pan-Africanism, what's your impact on people's lives? What are we changing across from, you know, from the Americas to the African continent? All right, and you scroll down and you scroll down. The only country you see outside of the African continent is Brazil, and that was a nice roots and culture journey in Brazil. Yeah, and I don't know if anybody else could have pulled that one off like we did, but we mixed you know, the African roots and culture history with just modern day attractions in Brazil and just an energy of paradise. So definitely open to doing that again. And as a matter of fact, that picture is coming up very soon. Here we go. And to make sure people know we were in Brazil, I made sure I went to one of the more famous places and the colorful stairs and took the photo to where it shows the details on it, you know, because And then we have videos and pictures also, because a lot of times, you talk to people and you tell them these things. I'm like, oh, I'm not a storyteller. We actually went to these places, and you're building a relationship and you're enjoying it. It's no different from people that's taking vacations to other places and taking vacations in general. The only difference is, it's educational, it's inspiring, and it's a group effort, and you're looking to build strong relationships in the future. So from here on, this 2016 point, you'll see about one photo per year. What you're seeing was just multiple year journeys, and that's how long it took us to this really evolve in business, because that's what it takes, consistency. And now once we build more and more consistency, our goal is to take it to a whole different level. So that's what you're going to be hearing me and Kala talk more about, Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Yeah. So our venture, our future goes beyond tourism. Tourism is just like money. It's a tool to build what you need to build. And that's the original energy right there, December 2006. So that's how far we have came with hard work, dedication, not cheating the system, and taking care of our people, building relationships, helping people, working with people, and and that's been the foundation. So we're looking to do more and more of that. So anyone is interested in connecting with us, whether it's a tourism business or whether it's to build a social energy together so we can work together, definitely reach out to us. If you're looking to do anything other than that, which equivalent to wasting our time, this miss our number, miss our information, you can watch shows and read details. And if you want to do a good one for us, share any of our positive information to the rest of your friends and family. So family, let's get back to our regular scheduled program as we switch from the journey of a lifetime on the African continent to building Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Wow, man! The comment section is, we've been taking a beating in the comment section for a second,
Yeah, well, appreciate them still listening now while we talk about Africa and traveling and things like that, because it's one of those things that whether you travel with us, family, we're encouraging you, especially a lot of you trolls like Tyrone in the comment section, to get out there and spend some money in one of these African countries. One thing I can say is every single country I've ever been to in Africa, I don't think I was disappointed by one country. When you're trying to live and do business now, you may be disappointed by certain things. But as far as the energy, the love, the food, the culture, the time you have to spend with your brothers and sisters, the time where you can be alone together with your people and actually formulate an energy, it's nothing like it. It's like it's what I call a super vacation and things like that. So we're not in this business just to be in this business. We're in this business because it impact lives, and people reach out and say thank you and appreciate you in our world, because I have so much people living in countries like Ghana, and even people have moved to Tanzania. It's hard to even keep up with it. It's incredible, but that's the impact that we can make as a people. So I'm telling the fake Pan-African folks out there that stop lying to people, stop selling people dreams and stuff like that. Stop, and I understand you have to make a living and you have to do certain things, but it's going to catch up to you in a long way. As we have known about certain people, we talk about in the fake Black conscious community and things like that. Our level of consciousness and Black consciousness should be about empowering and uplifting us, and us taking life serious. Like if you ever hear some of these fake Pan-Africanists, what they talk about is some of them will tell you that as a matter of fact, they don't have to be a fake Pan-African. They could just be a fake brother, period. Some of them telling you that it's, that you should have an issue working for a white company or so on. And sometimes, when you're young in a movement, you don't know any better. And so I'm telling people, as like I always try to just make sure that I share with my generations, older, younger, and people in my age group or whatever the situation is. It is absolutely okay to work a job from 9 to 5, whether you're working for a Black man, white man, Mexican, Indian chief, whatever the situation is, especially when you're young. Now, if you want to build entrepreneurship, you really want to think about that, because that you're dedicating your life now to work that's not a 9 to 5. That's like me and Kala. We tell you, we work throughout the day. We have literally a rotating 24-hour shift. So it's
not easy, man.
So it's not a situation, So I'm telling people, but it's the right thing to do, because we want to build business for our family. But it's like, it is fine. And so what I'm saying to your family is, you may run across a lot of people who tell you a bunch of foolishness, especially if they tell you about education. Don't listen to them. Always the right thing to do is to, whether you do whether you go to university and build you a career, or whether you go to tech school or business school, or whether you join even the military, don't let these people talk you out of these things, because misery love company. And a lot of times they'll tell you all this stuff and then tell you, well, you need to join this movement with me and we're going to get rich and we're going to do all that stuff. No, you get rich by building your career, saving your money, investing your money, and using your skills, your talents, your intelligence, your cash flow, and working with like-minded people who have the same to lose as you. And and that's where you progress. If you're dealing with some unemployed fake Pan-Africanists that all he sits up and think about is about reparations, you're not gonna get anywhere far with these folks, man. And that's what Kala is here to talk about: the self-hate. And the self-hate it loves company. Yeah. So you're hearing this from Bomani, that's been to all of these things, been to the military, been to university, been to tech school, business school, been an entrepreneur in a few different business, travel across the African continent, out here connecting with my brothers and sisters and working with them. So if you're gonna take advice at least from someone who has actually done certain things in life. When I hear people taking advice from some of these people, I'm like, it makes you feel bad about yourself. It's like, okay, I'm right here with you. Why don't you ask me for advice? It's just like when people overlook me and then they deal with some Ghanaian in the country that could move along all of West Africa and you can't find them. I was like, this is my physical location. I only been in this county for 20-something years. I only lived in a few places in America. I'm very stable. I'm not a person that changed my address every few years and things like that. And you're consistently doing the same thing. And last I remember, for 17 straight years, I put my personal life, business, everything I've done, success, failures, all online. So you have, I laid my cards on the table. So if people are not willing to do some of those things, why would you really trust them? And that's one of the things that we talk about. Where a lot of times we're trusting and investing in the wrong people. And the worst thing about it is when we invest in the people who have no potential. So at least, family, you see me and Kala here every week on a regular basis, involved in the world. The brother is passionate about what he's talking about.
2 years straight, every freaking
weekend. Even in this show, brother, you did things way before this. Like when I used to watch you on Dinah Samir's show, consistent. Like so when you compare us and then you compare to other people that y'all worship, how long have they been around? What have they contributed? Do they care about you? Think about that. But nevertheless, my good brother Kala Genesis, we have a loaded house for you tonight, brother. I know you're excited.
Oh yeah, they're coming at me tonight, man. Woo, man. They are just giving me the fire, man. They are just giving me the fire. Woo.
Is that 100 comments? We never get this much comments. Go ahead.
Okay. Just let me talk about the self-hate, right? This is what we're talking about, right? The self-hatred produced the ADOS FBA movement. Self-hatred produces the so-called J-Crow. We'll get you in a little while, bro. We got the college guys preach right now. This is Reverend Collar right now, I got to do my sermon, We have to do my sermon, right? Self-hatred, right, is the root of all this. It's rooted in defeat, right? If you can make somebody hate themselves, right, that you don't have to worry about that person fighting back. You don't have to worry about that person leaving you, right? It's like a pimp who, you know what a pimp does to his women, where he tell, oh, you ain't gonna be shit, you ain't shit, you stupid, whatever like that. And so you be seeing this beautiful woman, like, God damn, you beautiful. You can have any man you want, but what she do? She run back to the pimp because he's beating her down. That's what America and white America does to black people. Your people in Africa hate you. Africa not developed. Like this. You could never like this. And then, like I said, when you do, it's why I picked Liberia 20-something years ago, right? And I discovered this country, and I wrote the first novel, historical novel in Liberia, right? And I got dozens of books on Liberia, and I wondered, right? I said, look, because at one time, right, when I was a young person, right, this is back 30 years. Damn, I'm getting old, man. 90s, that's 30 years ago. Oh, 93. Damn, that's 30 years ago, bro. God damn, I'm old. I'm in my in the late 90s, whatnot, right? I had this idea that we have to America was it. Now, I'm not saying that we should all leave America physically. No. But I'm saying that our enemies, right? They treat us like we have no other options. And if somebody believes that you have no other options, they're going to treat you like that. That's why they shoot you in the streets. That's why when you look at other groups of people, right, they're like, oh, the Palestinians or the Israelis. There's sympathy for the Palestinians. No one has ever one time, right, ever gave sympathy to Black America for all the atrocities that we went through. We had cities burned. They talk about the Palestinians Gaza's level, right? Well, what about what happened to Wilmington? What happened to Forsyth County, Georgia? What happened to Tulsa, Oklahoma, burnt down to the ground? You know, Durham, North Carolina, parts of New Jersey, white mobs and everything bombed and destroyed the black settlement of Nicodemus in Kansas, right, was basically destroyed by white people and everything like that. Red Line. St. Augustine, Florida, when they built a highway bypass through a prosperous Black neighborhood and drove the whole neighborhood into grinding poverty with drugs and everything. They did this deliberately. Houston, Texas, right? Black people had once thriving community. They built a highway right through the center of the city, split the city up and everything like that. Same thing they did in Miami, same thing they did in Detroit, same thing like that. They did all these atrocities to us, right? To redline us, marginalize us, everything like that. Why? Because you can't do a damn thing about it because you have no power. You know, you have no power. Malcolm X said our problem in Black America is a human rights issue. You know, a human rights issue. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, right? I love me more than I love America. That's Bomani, am I wrong for loving myself more than I love America? See, when you love America more than you love yourself, huh? Hello?
No, say not at all.
Well, no. If you love America more than you love yourself, and then you'll become an ADOS invented country music, rock, gospel, everything. You know, you love America. You cloak it with ADOS, which is a fake movement. ADOS is an America-loving coon cult, you know? You love America more than you love yourself, right? At first, let me give you an example, right? I don't believe in Nation of Islam, all white people are devils. I don't believe it. I have white friends, everything. I don't believe that one bit. But when a Black man tells me, I come back, white people are fucking up. You think I sit there and be like, you know something? We gotta be like this. Or when somebody says something about America is a racist country or not, I'm like, we'll say America guys will like this. But if somebody insists on saying fuck America, like that, you know, we'll be like, okay, you know, do what you gotta do. You ain't gonna sit me, you ain't gonna sit me put the American flag on and be like, be a Captain American Negro, you know, and be like, oh no, America's this, America's this. That's a fool. Like Tim Scott, right? America is not racist. America is not racist. America, no. And the white people are laughing at him. Because every white person sitting there like, yes, we are. But you got a big buffoon out there, Tim Scott, talking about America's white racist. You say, look, there's some good people, some bad people in America, right? But it's not my job to defend white America, all the sins they did. Now we can move forward together. And that's what JC former Congressman J.C. Scott said. He said, look, I'm still a Black man in this country. And he's from Oklahoma. He knows about Tulsa and everything. He told Sean Hannity, look, I'm still a Black man. I don't see you as Black. I don't see you as Black. I am Black. In other words, basically, white people just walk around with that white skin and be proud and white and everything like that. But, you know, and they don't care. You know, they say, yeah, you know, I'm white trash, whatever like that, but I'm proud American and everything. A Black man, you say that you're proud to be Black and everything like that, above everything else, but not. They look at you like you're crazy. What they do is they sick people like Larry Elder on you and Candace Owens, because a Black man is not allowed to love himself more than he loves America. You know, that's why they have the Candace Owenses. That's why they have the Jesse Lee Petersons. You know, that's why we have the people like the Tyrones in the chat room. You know. They hate themselves more than they hate themselves, and they love white people, and they basically want to take on a new identity because they know white people don't hate Native Americans, anybody like they do us. So if I change myself into a Native American, or I say I'm some copper-colored, more Aboriginal, and everything like that, you know, I feel that white people will love me better. That's the whole thing about these. We were already here Negroes. So basically, you hear people talk about, and white people are like, what are you talking about? Well, we were already here before Europeans. Who? Your black ass was not in America before the Europeans and the Native Americans. Native Americans are fake, right? They got teepees, they got rock paint, they got everything ever since they were here, right? Europeans came on ships and everything. Then they brought your black ass and our ass's black ass here in America, right? Live with that. Take that L. Native, for what it's worth or whatnot, the Europeans tried their best to live in peace with Native Americans. They racially did not oppress them like they did us. Yeah, there was prejudice and everything like that, but the bottom line, the African race, one drop of your blood, they will condemn you to slavery, condemn you to this. And that made us hate ourselves. That one drop of African blood condemns you to a life of damnation. You know, this is why Negroes want to get out of being African. Understand? Because the white man, has nothing to do with that. They want a favor from the white man. That's all it is. It's self-hate. You know, we were already here, the Wabos and everything like that, you know. Oh, Rock, we are indigenous America. That's what the bottom line is. These guys want to believe that because they're self-hating. We're indigenous to America, Kala, you know, FBA. So you're foundational Black America, right? When did the foundation start? So you saying that, then they say American descendants of slavery. How are you so in other words, let me put it like this. We were just sitting here minding our business in America, chilling and whatnot, you know, eating fried chicken and watermelon and everything like that. And the white people came over here, put us in chains and locked us in slavery for hundreds of years and whatnot, you know, took over our land and whatnot. Then the Native Americans, then they sent some of us to Africa, right? This, yo, don't you understand how crazy and delusional you people sound? Yo, it's self-hate. And tonight, Reverend Kala, right, is praying for you. I'm laying hands on you. I'm pleading the blood on you. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to cast that self-hating demon out of you in the name of Jesus Christ. That's that black Negro self-hating demon out of you. I cast it to the pit of hell. You know, and that's from Reverend Kala there, you know?
Hey, Kala, you about to do exorcism?
Yeah, we're gonna do a seance and whatnot, you know? You gotta do something to get these Negroes.
I swear a lot of these people are possessed, man.
They're demon possessed. You know, I'm firmly convinced, man, that some of you Negroes are the devil. I gotta stop saying, like, when I look at some of these Negroes on TikTok and whatnot, sitting there talking like that, I apologize to the white man. You know, the white man's no longer the devil. Some of you niggas are the devil.
There you go, man. You got black devils too. We talk about that a lot also.
We got black devils, black self-hating devils.
But yeah, Kala, continue, man. I just wanted to bring up the word, man, because exorcism, you know.
Yeah, but now I'm the coon. He calls me Coon Kala, you know.
Yo, I want to know if he so much disagree with you, why does he spend hours watching you? It's like these people are literally just.
He's got Tyrone's all over the place. He's on TikTok, man. You know, he's on TikTok. He's on every place and whatnot. Where you do think you can magically? I know he's that's a man. I got to do something. You think you magically somebody's going to one day? What he's waiting for is some white man to give a big proclamation. You know something? We're all wrong. Slavery never happened, right? The Negroes, the Aboriginal Negroes, copper-colored Negroes are people. You know, that's what they're waiting for. But it's never going to happen. Everybody looks at that.
You said this to me, and you mentioned it many times, that, but basically someone like Dane Calloway, you just give them one of those pills to solve all their problems. But family, life is not that simple. It's not, it's right. Not easy like that. You know what I mean? Part of our life is the legacy of our past and our failures and our success, and that's part of it. It's holding that L. And I know, I know in some places people rather be an Arab than a black man and things like that. Or you go somewhere in Brazil, you rather be all these different things that people call themselves in Brazil, other than saying that you're black. And
man, one time, man, When I used to watch kung fu movies, man, I wanted to be Chinese. I wanted to be samurai.
Yeah,
but I gotta realize, man,
day,
look,
we look in the mirror. We who we are, and you know, we're part of a struggle that we have to, you know, make sure that we be responsible with, because we have a generation, whether we have children or no children, or nieces and nephews, or whatever the situation is, you know, we have responsibilities, and that's what me and Kala is doing, family. So, you know, tonight we're gonna do the exorcism, because you know, really, you know, because some of our people out there, I know you're good people and you're really down with us, but you've been brainwashed by a fake movement that you believe in, and a movement that have done nothing for you, and the people that are leading that movement, which is, you know, whether it's ADOS, FBA, or whether you talk about one of these other movement, the reparation movements. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, at least give us respect and love for being honest with you. Like, you know, me and Brother Kala never came on here and then
we love you.
You want a bunch of lies. You know what I mean?
We love you. We want to set you free. You know, set you free from that self-hate. You know, you are never going to be anything in life besides sitting on the YouTube all day, collecting the government check like Tyrone. You know, talking about the copper-colored Negro. Remember one time the nigga put his hand up there or one night? You know, I said, man, if you don't put your Ebola hand down with that big Ebola,
bro, why can't he do like you and I doing? I'm sure everyone can see me. This is my space of business, and my brother's right there. That's him right there, and. Yeah. I look the same as all those pictures and videos of me all online. So if people are really respectful or really just proud of their, you know, of who they are, why do you spend so much time hiding yourself? And even in videos, you make sure that you're not in the video. So I believe Tyrone is in some nappy-head, dark-skinned brother from, you know, some hood in some rural area, and you know he's a bum, and you know he has all the time in the world because he gets those social security checks, and he live with his mother, so he has all the time in the world to do this fake stuff. And I'm like, yo, dude, get a job, get a career, do something for yourself.
Get a life, man.
Because I mean, the only thing we can do is make fun of you, because we can't take you serious. You get on here and you won't even show your face. So I'm telling you, folks, if we don't know you like that, and you can't turn on your camera, there's no need for you to communicate with us. And especially, and anybody who say they're Indian or anything related to that, we were here first. You definitely got to show your face and turn your camera on.
You got to show your face, man.
Yeah, because we want to see that nappy ass here. What you lost your Indian texture?
You know what they're saying now? That the original Native Americans had, you know, Indian women, they got hair longer than Europeans, down to their friggin' ankles. That long black hair.
The original Native people had afros.
That afros when they try to twist history around.
Interesting. I mean, hey, interesting.
Yeah. So the bottom line is Afro hair comes from Africa. That's why we call it Africa, and we come from the equator. That's why we have hair. This is what
real black hair
ties us together. This is
real black hair right here. This is real hair. That's what
see the stuff right here. This is what ties us together.
This is not fur. It's not dog fur.
The bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. Only the Black African race has this. You know,
we're very unique people.
So when you see a Negro with put a perm in his head and all that stupid stuff like that, that tells me you're self-hating. You know, you wear your hair natural like a black man. You know, you look a black man. You know, like I said, I love watching old movies, man. Everybody had their little afros on.
Man. The last time I had a real afro was I was in high school. Yeah, that was the days. Bro, when
I was a kid, man, I had that. I never forgot when I had my afro, bro. When I was a kid, I was just so cool, like the Jackson 5, dancing.
The Jackson 5 made it. Yeah, that made it very popular, man. All them had these unique afros.
Yeah, you know. You know, we were proud of being black,
right there, man. You know? That was real black culture. People were proud of being black.
What the hell happened to our freaking culture? You know, I'm sick of these self-hating Negroes.
Now you got women walking around want to be Barbie dolls and then getting
they want blonde hair. You got the blonde hair. Outside my office,
you start telling them you want a natural woman, then they get mad at you. I thought that's how you guys like it. I was like, nah, you speaking.
No.
Them other guys don't speak for me.
Check us out. Remember that
like
day,
natural beauties.
Yeah, but check us out. Remember that day I was talking to you in my car and I said, a chick, she walked out with a big ass blonde thing, and the other one walked out with the pink hair and whatnot. You know, I'm like, yo, black women, that's not you. Blonde hair. Oh, then they'll show. So black people got blonde hair on the Solomon Islands. They're not really black people. black people from Africa and whatnot, we do not have we have blonde hair. You know, stop it.
Yeah, that's the loss of the culture right there. And then, you know, and yeah, I do understand it's everywhere, you know, even in Africa, and the skin bleaching and everything.
Permanent in Africa too, the self-hate.
Skin bleaching and things like that.
Skin bleaching, all kind of freaking stuff like this, you know.
In Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean.
You ever see these people right here? They got black hands and whatnot, right? Their face be pale and whatnot, you know. I'm like, yo, look at their toes and whatnot. It's all burnt and black and whatnot, crispy, and they got the face all pale and whatnot, looking light skinned and whatnot, you know. Yo, this self-hate stuff, you ain't gonna build no nation. You ain't gonna build nothing if people don't like what they are.
Absolutely.
You know?
And that's what we're gonna do.
I'm not building no nation with no self-hating people.
And that's what we're gonna teach brothers and sisters to
love yourself.
To love yourself, you know, men and women, boys and girls. That's what we're gonna have to teach, because it's a serious problem, you know, because it's the same thing I've seen traveling all over the black world, along with seeing black people on the bottom of every
look at this. Navigate stupidly. He says there's albinos and that. Yeah, we know there's albinos. That's a mutation, moron. You know?
Yeah,
you know?
And that's the thing. And that's the one of the issues with being an educated black man is it's hard to deal with the ignorance and stupidity of people. And that's why I'm not usually willing to talk to many people when they come on here, because, you know, I look at myself, I pride intelligence, and I pride that if you're not smart and you're not intelligent, you just shut the hell up and go study and go learn something, go experience life. So I'm gonna let this thing on. And Shepherd boy, I don't know who you are. You need to turn on your camcorder. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera, Shepherd boy. Zoe Morris, turn on your camera too, also, please. So if you're gonna get on here, I posted the link. You're gonna get on here. You need to show your face. We need to see who you are. I'm here in Georgia from my business office that I do all my technical and business work at, as a proud entrepreneur and a contribution to Black civilization. And I feel like if you're doing something positive and uplifting for people, you shouldn't have to hide yourself, you know. So let me let on John Crow. I'm gonna be biased since he's a Jamaican. I'm gonna let him on. John Crow, come on, brother. Greetings. How are you?
Greetings, my brothers. Greetings.
Yeah, I got Shepherd Boy, I got Zell Morris, and I got Navigate Freely. Navigate Freely, you're gonna have to take a back seat. Once Kala give you an approval, you can join. But my good brother, man, how you been?
I've been great, man.
I always appreciate the support, man. You know, I always need some Jamaicans up in the house.
Man, you know you're doing something right, you know, when you got so much trolls in the chat. I mean, you got less than 50 people, but you have more troll over here than you got supporters. So you know you're doing something right here. I'm telling you.
Brother, no one can ever tell me that, oh, Bomani was on there giving irresponsible, reckless advice. That's not something we do. Me and Kala is more like counselors. You know, when you have a generation of literally mentally ill Black people, you got to get on the counselor level. Like I tell Kala, you know, we should get an honorable PhD in psychology. The amount
I know. Bomani
we deal with.
I deal with Bomani sometimes too, man. Because sometimes I call him in a piss off mood, so he just got off the phone with somebody talking some crazy shit, and he takes it out on me sometimes. I'm like, niggas will drive you crazy, man.
I'm telling you.
I don't even answer my phone for half the time. Niggas out here crazy. You know?
I'm telling you, they will drive you crazy, because slavery wasn't the destruction of the body, it was the destruction of our minds. And they consistently keep that confusion going, that distortion going, that madness going. But this topic you're talking on tonight, you are correct. That is the number one problem for Black folks. Black self-hatred. That is the stumbling block that's keep us from moving forward as a race of people. Is that the psychology? And that's why we need people like Amos Wilson, his works, to come up to correct the damage done to the minds of our people, because it's you know, it is the stumbling block. you are right, Kyla. You know, Carla. It's the mind of our people. It's they destroyed our minds. You know, and they consistently they have a program in place that keep us confused, keep us disorientated as a race. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to escape from ourselves, you know, and how you gonna escape from who you are? You got to be some things. When I see people like in the room, like Tyler making these Tyrone, I want him say making these comments, you know. If he's black, something is definitely wrong with this guy. He needs serious psychological help, you know, serious psychological counseling, you know, need to sit in a dark room someplace and correct. But you are correct. This topic here, it is black self-hatred, that self-hatred, and it is deep. It's not something you could solve just by talking to these Negroes. You know, if it was so easy, we could have done it already. Because so many people have come and spoken on it, you know, but it's real deep, and we gotta get some of these Negroes and lock them in a room and put them through some serious reorientation, re-education. You know, as I said, when because if we watch the current world events, you know, we see what's taking place, you know, we see how everything is escalating, and this thing escalating, it may reach here. And some of these same Negroes, they may want to swim to Africa in short order because it may jump off right here in America too. So these Negroes better be careful, you know. But I just wanted to say that, come in and say that because, you know, 12 o'clock I can't be on the phone. I got to go sleep. You know what I'm saying? So, but I love what you guys do.
You're not going to stick around for us. We're going to let Navigate on. I would love to see you and Navigate go head to head, man.
You know, I don't really argue with fools, you know. I don't really argue with fools because you know why, you know.
Well,
I don't argue with a fool because you know why? Because when the fool catcher come, he won't know who the fool is. So I don't really have time to engage fools. If they, you know, I don't waste my energy. Like when I was younger, yes, I would do it. But now I'm a more, you know, I conserve my energy and leave the fool. You know, it's like, you know, when you have a pile of shit, you see, and it's in the corner. Sometimes you got to let the shit stay there and let everybody smell it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to, hey, there's shit over there. No, you just let the shit stay there and eventually everybody will smell it. So I don't engage fools. I don't have time for fools. My time is reserved. You know, if they don't have the ability to comprehend it, later for them because, you know, remember this, you know, people are broken down into different mental categories. You know, first you have the genius. You know, the genius, you know, the genius can solve anything, you know, he's just a genius. Then you have the quick learner, you know, the quick learner, you show them one time, boom, they catch it. Then you have the average learner, you know, the average learner is generally a lot of, you know, most people are average learners. Then you have the slow learner, they may take a little bit of time to catch it, but eventually they catch it. Then you have the idiot, the imbecile, and the moron. So you got to decipher who am I talking to here. It may be an imbecile, it may be a moron. You know, maybe they don't have the capability to understand. So I don't really engage fools. You know, I leave them to them.
I got you, brother. And everything that you just mentioned, describe, navigate freely. So I do understand why you have to go because it's not worth your time to talk. So appreciate your brother, man. You're always welcome to come through, man. And, you know, one day we'll meet and connect.
Love, respect, my brother.
Absolutely. So I'm letting them navigate freely, and then navigate freely. The subject is up.
Actually, I agree with the doctor. I agree with him, and he mentioned Dr. Amos Wilson. You know, and he's one of the renowned black psychologists, just trying to get the black mind back together after centuries of generational trauma. Not only Dr. Amos Wilson, but we also have Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, Dr. Joyce DeGruy, Dr. We have plenty of Black psychologists. So this is not new science. We just have to listen to our master teachers, in order to, to rearrange our marbles. We went through centuries of trauma with zero therapy. Post-traumatic slavery disorder is a real science, and I agree with them. I don't like to engage with imbeciles that don't know what they're talking about, but I'm not arrogant enough to, to come here and say that I have a mortal lock on what's valid and what's the truth.
We'll
like you guys,
Navigate, because we appreciate Navigate. So we have two guests on that we would like for you to conversate with about the subject of self-hate and anti.
That's what I was talking about. Self-hate is a psychological thing.
So Zoe Morris and Shepherd Boy, introduce yourself so we know who we're talking to, since both of you guys are scared and don't want to turn on your camera.
So a lot of that shit that you just said earlier for a whole hour was a load of shit. Nothing but emotional sensationalism and a clown show. For one, didn't you get Pan-Africanism from white supremacy?
Yes, Tyrone.
Your Pan-African leaders all learned about Africa from white supremacists.
And one of the things, Shepherd Boy, if you're gonna come up with these accusations, you need to explain in details. So go ahead.
You would not have Pan-Africanism without Tammany Hall. You would not have Pan-Africanism if it wasn't for Tammany Hall and figures like Benjamin Chew.
Explain.
They are your forefathers that created your AME church. Absalom Jones and Richard Allen are known Freemasons.
See, that's what I'm saying.
So what are you talking about, Caleb Genesis? What are you talking about? And your so-called obsession of Africa, but you're not living in Africa, and you just contradicted yourself. You contradicted your own statement.
You got to hold it right.
We have to mute you because you ramble on, and you have to let us talk because you're saying a lot of things, and we're trying to correspond with you. So when you're saying about the white people who created whatever they created, and we live in a country where, I mean, some aspects of white people created it, and so I shouldn't live here because white people created. I shouldn't start doing a business because white people was doing that business before. You guys say a lot of stupid little boy stuff. That's why you call yourself.
Yeah, didn't the Africans sell you into slavery? Why are you dick sucking them now?
I'm trying to get your point. And people went through slavery, and I'm supposed to hold that.
No, people went through slavery. Your alleged ancestors sold your monkey ass into slavery.
All right, so I'm gonna mute you because that's what I have to do because you talk.
Did they sell you into slavery?
All right, listen here, Shepherd Boy. You're gonna have to talk and learn to shut up at the same time. So while we're having a conversation, you're not gonna just ramble on. All right, so maybe let's put you back up. So you made a statement or you asked a question. So let me answer it directly. So just because my ancestors that was brought to Jamaica was stolen or sold into slavery, don't mean I get to look down on the African continent and hold everyone accountable for it to where I don't progress on what I'm doing. So yes, we are in Africa, those same countries, and we're working together with the people of today. Now, the people of today.
Yeah, you do that with Black Americans, though.
And let me finish. So just like you live in a country that was oppressed, that black people were oppressed by white people, but you get up every day. I don't know if you have a job. I think you're a bum and you don't have a job. But if you do have a job.
Oh, wow, accusations. But do you have a job? What's your job?
You know, my job, everybody.
What's your 401k? How much money is in your account right now?
Are you gonna keep on talking? You gonna keep on talking? My job is the business that you see me do, the three businesses that I talk about: Black Star Pan-African Community, Africa for Africans Tourism Investment, and Bomani Technology and Business Services. Those are the businesses I do. Those are my contributions.
Wow, that costs a lot of money to travel. Where is your day job?
Yeah. Okay. Where you think you just?
Where's your day job? Do you get it off a donation?
All right. So if you're gonna talk, you're not gonna ramble on because I'm not here to waste my time talking with you. Because I don't think whatever I say you're gonna get anyway. All right. So as I mentioned to you, the three businesses that I explained to you in detail, I explained three businesses to you. Now that's what we do 24 hours a day, including sales and marketing of those business, including actually doing the business world, the technical work and the business work, including having to actually organize people to travel with them. That's not something that you just do in a day of travel. Okay, so nevertheless, I don't think you. So I've explained to you the 3 businesses that I have. Now you explain to me what
that didn't explain nothing, because all you just said was a bunch of babble.
All right. Once again, I'm gonna warn you once again, and then I'm gonna block you. All right. I just explained to you 3 businesses that I run. You explain to me, what do you do for a living and what business do you run?
What's your products?
Hey, can you hear me? Actually,
what's the name of your business?
Africa for the Africans, Tours and Investment. We sell travel services, we sell accommodations, and we sell business support. So
how much money you make a year?
All right, can you hear me? I answered your question. Now it's time for
you didn't answer.
Listen here, Shepherd Boy, for the last time. You tell me what you do for a living and what business do you do, and what is your contribution to America?
Actually, I detail planes, but by the way, answer my question. Where did you get your money?
All right, I'm not going to continue on with this foolishness. I don't have time for stupid, uneducated, village idiot Negroes in America. I'm here in America to work with organized Black people who are about building something. My family didn't struggle from Jamaica and come here to America for me to waste my time with the piece of crap garbage and trash that's in America. Just like I don't go to Africa to waste my time with the same people. And just like I don't go back to Jamaica or anywhere else to do it. I'm here about working with uplifting Black people and building something. I'm not going to have any trolls, any trash think that they can come on here and ask a bunch of questions. You ask a question and we'll ask a question. If you can't answer a question, so when I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you about our career, our business, and the things that we do, it's that simple. Everything else is, I have a website.
Questions.
I have a website for all the business I do. For all the business I do, we have web presence and documentation. There's no one else out there that you're going to meet in this Pan-African world that has the documentation that I have and the connection with Africa and also America from Black organizations here. So, Shepherd Boy, you're not on my level to speak, so you can just go to where you need to go and go,
and go to hell.
Go somewhere and just dump yourself in trash, because that's what you are. And I don't associate myself with trash. Zoe Morris, introduce yourself. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
What's going on with you, big brother? Thanks for bringing me up.
Your background is very dark. Are you hiding from somewhere? Do you have a warrant or something? You think somebody's gonna find you on the FBI list?
No. It's almost 1 a.m. where I'm at. I'm on.
So you don't got no lights. You don't got no lights.
No. My people sleep. So I came out to my whip. But
I appreciate you joining us though.
Oh, I appreciate you for bringing me up. I just want to ask. I seen the title, in regards to self-hatred and just being being raised and being bred within this place, how we were taught to hate self, and how certain elements of the culture is now beginning to destroy us. But my thing is, like I said, as far as my movement that I belong to, I would say that when I look at Pan-Africanism, for example, or what I see out there, I know it's differing examples or differing movements within Pan-Africanism. But when and again, I can't speak on Jamaican culture. I can't really. I was in the Navy, and I am a present merchant seaman, so I've been to many countries. But I would say that when you talk about us, I don't see how like Ebola jollof or some cassava leaf or maybe some Ugalian fish. I don't see, and like I said, I've been to those beautiful countries. I've been to Tanzania, beautiful country, beautiful people. I don't see how another man's culture, this is in Africa, can specifically get my people up out of their lots. Meaning that, when you go to these countries or the people I've been around, you know, they're very much into their culture, into their language, into their names, and mostly have a hustle mindset. So when I look at the lots that's been set for my people and what we need, I just don't see, you know, how those things, you know, how going to a country and indulging, you know, in those countries, how that can help us. I know that you know that it is certain things as far as, you know, going around a majority black country, going to an African country where you can more so be yourself and accept your own. But you know, we're in such a divine situation, in such a in such a condition that I just don't see that as being an answer. I think that we need certain cultural forms that the man maybe in the Congo or the man in Imo State, Nigeria just can't help us with. You know what I mean? Like if I'm a man in my country and I'm, you know, within my country, and you're a man in your country that's have went through a whole different cultural experience, you know, I just don't see that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I went with a Nigerian girl from River State, and you know, and she was, and to me, you know, and Nigerians, they have a certain attitude, but she was very clear about that's your business. You know, like that's your business. You know, like you know, I'm a different person. You know, I can't speak. You know, I can't really identify with everything that a Black American go through or whatever. You know, and you know, you have certain groups. You know what I'm saying, that are just into their thing and see what they have as the best. You know, so you know that's what I would want to ask. Like how is, you know, another person's culture to eliminate our lots and to bring us up out of our up out of our emotional, cultural, and spiritual grave. Can you answer that possibly?
Okay, that's a very, very good question, right? I appreciate the question and everything. It's something I've been mulling over for years. There's some people, part of the self-hate culture in Black America is, right, is that some Black people think that they could just erase what they're going through and just adopt somebody else's culture, you know? And their culture comes from lived experience. Igbo was an Igbo for the last 900 years, right? There's certain things he went through and everything like that, certain things that make him that. So what you're doing is you're being dismissive of everything that makes him who he is. Now you could say, hey, look, you know, I like some things of the Yoruba, I like some things of the Ashanti, I like that, and I incorporate that. But the bottom line is this: Black people in America, the problem in Black America is that, and this is what showed you how the white man actually won the race war. He won. The race war, as far as the transatlantic slavery, was a war against the entire Black race. It was a entire race. But the African mind, right? Like when we have somebody like Amara up here saying, oh, we knew about slavery, but that was somebody else. But in America, when you were brought to these shores, right, there was no somebody else. We naturally, when we see somebody Black oppressed, we identify with them. That's the difference between the African American, the diaspora, and everything like that. The Black militants, the Black conscious people, like we did a show about the Black conscious, Black consciousness and everything like that recently. And then the person who don't have a Black conscience because they always lived in their own culture, everything like that. They say, oh, colonialism came and everything. But they don't see that person. They say all the people that left in the transatlantic slave trade, that's your problem. That's your problem. That's because they don't have an African-centered worldview, a Black worldview. So that tells me that, yes, this thing that we're going through, for the most part, right, we're on our own. We're pretty much on our own. And because we don't have any, because this is why we don't have any representation in the UN. There's no African country that says, okay, these are people in America. No, not one African country basically speaks on our behalf or any international body, right? Why can't we access international institutions for credit, for anything like that goes on, human rights and stuff like that? Right now, you got all these human rights groups talking about the Palestinians. What about Black America? We're a minority group, right? Weren't we brutalized? Weren't we killed and everything like that? Weren't our cities razed and everything like that? Couldn't that happen again? Look at all the violence and the gang violence in Black America where black communities are being uprooted and unstable, the police brutality, everything like that. Nobody says anything because we're dealing with this on our own. Because this is what we are. This is why, because when we decided that we want to become Americans and everything, we have to basically have a double consciousness, right? I want to be an American, right? But when something happens to you, what do they call it, Negro wake-up call, you're reminded that you're black. When you go and say, yeah, I'm nobody walks around talking about, right? Nobody wants to be like that. You just want to be a normal human being. But when you walk into a store and a security guard follows you around, you're like, damn. You're reminded that you're black. Or you get pulled over by police. Stuff happens to you that triggers that reaction to you or reminds you that you're black. And so what happens with a lot of our people, right? They don't get mad at the system that does that to them. They get mad with themselves. And so I've even heard some black people say that I want to get a British accent or Nigerian accent so the police won't arrest me. They think I'm a foreigner or something like that. They won't bother me. See how sick that is? So self-hate is not just black people trying to be white. Self-hate could be you trying to be a British person. You trying to be a Ghanaian. You trying to be something that you're not, because you think it's going to ease the effects of racism that's still out there. That white people make sure that's still out there. That's like strangles from the roots of this country, strangles the very life out of you and everything. So when you basically say so I'm like this. I'm proud of who I am. And when I have a problem in America, why not? I'm saying I'm not going to hate myself. I'm not going to run and say, no, I'm not an American. I'm different from them. I'm just like any other black person in the hood, where like that. I come from the same culture. I come from the same everything like that. Just, yeah, okay. Some of us more educated. Some of us more successful and everything like that, right? But I came from the same circumstances that all the rest of the black blood. And the bottom line is this: white people don't make a distinction between whether you're upper class, when you live in a color like that. If you're a black person in America, they view you as a real threat. So changing your accent or eating jollof rice or eating freaking like some Negroes going over to Ghana putting on stuff like this. I'm a Ghanaian and all this kind of stupid foolishness and everything. That's not going to change your status in the world, because the white man looks at it like, look at these clowns, look at these cowards. They're running away from who they are. You never see the white man be like, oh, no, I'm not a white American. I didn't oppress you and whatnot. They'd be like, yeah, we kicked your ass. What are you going to do about it? Now, some white people are like, hey, my ancestors weren't here. We came here. No, every white person owns the slavery and racism oppression in America, because every white person came here and bought into the idea of whiteness. You see how it works? So in America, it is always race war. So white people are born into this, and black people are born into this race war. And it's never going to stop until America's the cataclysm happen, Armageddon or whatever is going to happen.
Can I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Just to answer the young brother question there too. Brother, what you have to realize too, is that we here in this part of the world, especially here in America, we are the most detribalized Africans on the planet. You see? Mm-hmm. Now, the European, actually, he made a mistake when he did that. You see, because of the brutality he dished out to the Africans here in America, he made them racially conscious. You see, that was his blunder. You see, the brutality that he dished out to us here made us. We know we are black. Nobody have to really say, hey, you're black, no, because of the condition we lived under. So when we go to Africa now, you see, we don't have a tribe. We don't have a particular tribe. You see, in Africa, they are tribalistic. You have Igbo tribe, you have, everybody have their tribe. No, ain't nothing wrong with the tribal system. The tribal system is good because it works. You see, the problem comes in where it doesn't extend to the next tribe. You see, I am Igbo, so I stay with my tribe. And this, you see, now when you come into the picture now, you say, hey, I am all the tribes. You see, you embrace all the tribe. You don't say, I am this tribe, I am that tribe. I am all the tribe. You are actually the glue. You are the glue. That's why he don't want you to go to Africa. That's why he says, you ain't left nothing in Africa, stay here. You see, because he know if you go, you are the one who gonna help all of these tribes sit down at one table. Because you're not looking to say, hey, what tribal mark you got in fit. You say, hey, I am an African, I am black. So you embrace all the tribe. And if you go with that mentality, then you can rally all the Africans together.
That's what the BAIO is all about, Jake.
Yes.
Afrikstan, black state.
Not to cut you off, but see, here's the thing about that. Now, again, you know what I'm saying? I can't speak on Jamaican culture. You know, and somebody put it in the chat because I was gonna ask the Jamaicans this, because I, you know, like I say, all the countries I done been to. Matter of fact, to me, Jamaicans, y'all got more of a worldly representation in than any group, as far as y'all number of people. Y'all, so my thing is, when you say about going to these places, like I said, the Africans that I've been around, to me, I don't see that. They're very much matter of fact, when I was in Bahrain, the Ethiopians, they didn't even mess with like the kind of like the black Africans. They kind of had their own little separate. They wasn't even really into like what's the music what's that music Afrobeat. Yeah, I went to their club and they had their own. I mean, it was nice. It was real live and nice. But they kind of was off into their own culture. Like all the African groups that I done been around. Yeah, I done been around Ugandans, Tanzanians, a bunch of Nigerians. I done been around a bunch. And to me, I don't see that whole we coming over there or going to somebody else's thing to try to unite them under no black man. Everybody, and then you got the Muslim Africans. Like everybody is off into their own language, into their own culture, and off into their own thing amongst each other. You know what I mean? Like off into their own nations and everything else. And not only that, but then you have some groups that are into the black American. You know, they be knowing about Friday, and I got, you know, the black movies and stuff like that. I'm saying that when you talk about going to Africa, to me that's kind the way you're explaining it. To me, that's kind of like something made up because again, all the groups and like I said, it was no hostilities. We went to the clubs, we partied together, went to the clubs together, went to the same restaurants, but it's like everybody is still at the end of the day, I'm off into my name. You know, I'm off into my inheritance and into my lineage, into my foods, and into my, you know, into my
and brother, I got you. Let me jump in now real quick to respond to you from the first and this comment. Yeah, I was there in Bahrain too myself, and you know, other places. I don't remember being around a bunch of different people from different parts of Africa, but the mindset then, I was 20 years old. I'm 45 now. So my mindset has evolved, and the individuals that you met, they were just young brothers and sisters, just like yourself, trying to make a living and trying to have a great time. None of us, myself or them, any of us that I was in the Navy with, represent Pan-Africanism or any vision for the future. We later on developed these things. So as I developed these things and me and Kala's working together, we traveled to different parts of Africa. The goal is to build relationships. I feel that my issue in Black America is that Black people here are looking too much at a movement that's represented by 0.1% of the Black population going to Africa. And for me personally, I'm building a business enterprise for my family and for my brothers and sisters and closest people to me. So that's a perfect opportunity for myself to do that in Africa and to create economic opportunity and work with a country and build something from the ground up. Now, the issue is the conversation should be about what are Black people working to build here in America? But what you deal with is about 100 to 1,000 different groups of people that don't agree with each other, don't want to work together with people. So me personally, I am not getting myself involved in that anymore. I was a part of several different organizations, and anyone know whatever organizations I joined or whatever I was involved with, whatever job I worked, whatever, I gave my all, 100 plus. But now we're working on something that we're doing exceptional, because this movement of Pan-Africanism has been a failure. We don't see people who call themselves Pan-Africanists that's actually about the life and work, which is more of an action-oriented thing. You're traveling. You don't always have to travel and do business and move around like us in Africa. But if you're going to be into that title or into that world, part of it is connecting to Africa and building relationships and creating economic opportunity. You and your brothers and sisters, I have Ghanaians and other African nationals here that's a part of my group. We work together. We figure things out together. Now, as I mentioned, you think about the numbers. I'm talking about 0.1%. You know, so that's basically 1 out of 1,000 people, and it's maybe even less than that. So it's nothing big or popular. What we're pushing is for those who are open to that world, for those who want to, you know, say, I'm gonna use some of my money and travel and invest in Africa. But what we're saying to everyone is not for 99% of the population. So 99% of the population should use more of their energy on building something in America, building all the things that you claim that you want in America. So that's my other issue. So this FBA, ADOS, all those movements are fake. So we're the ones that's the hero for the day, because we're doing the same thing as the Chinese are doing, or want to do the same thing as the Chinese are doing. They have a diaspora population, and that diaspora population work with China, and they work abroad also. So where is our outreach? That outreach is not to save Africa. That outreach is to secure our future and build something for our children, to work with our other children on the African continent. So everything that we're talking about here, people like yourself and other people should be talking about doing it in America, because while we're building enterprises in Africa, we are looking to still connect with our people in America. So let me know if you missed anything from that, because I'm not sure if you have listened to us over the years, because other people speak about different things in Pan-Africanism that's not really Pan-Africanism. This is dedicated to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. That's what we talk about all together.
Well, no, and like I said, I 100% support that. This is my last thing. I'm gonna step off after this.
All right.
I 100% support endeavors going to different countries, building up, connecting with Africa and building and doing something constructive and positive and being productive and building, like I said, building a legacy for your children. But I would say, and again, like I said before, I've seen Jamaicans in Marseille, France, and in many countries. Y'all live all over the world. But I would say for the Black Americans, I would say that our thing is a cultural and a moral situation. So something about economics or building something that about lineage, that's not for us. We're dealing with a divine situation, a divine moral and cultural situation that I feel only God can get us up out of this grave. So, Pan-Africanism is cool, for the groups. Like you said, you brought up the Chinese. That's not a man struggling with identity or anything that we got going on. But like I said, for those who have those pieces in place, most definitely go to Africa, go to places and build. People that are accepted. But like I said, we can't show up in numbers nowhere trying to do nothing like that. Our situation and what we need in the medicine that we need for us is something different. But I think taking me and bringing me up here.
Don't leave it, brother. Don't leave it, young brother. Let me just say this. Let me just say this to you before you leave, young brother. Divine adjudication is a fallacy, right? You got to remember, this Pan-Africanism, is not 200 years old. This ideology is not 200 years old. It's just a recent phenomenon. And I would recommend you to read this book. It's called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. Get that book and read it, and you will get a better understanding of the situation that we are in as a race of people. All right, young brother? Do that.
Most definitely. I check it out. I'm gonna check it out.
Yes. How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. It's a very good book, and it'll encapsulate all that we're talking about tonight and give you a well-rounded view of everything. Thank you. And thank you, Bomani. Thank you, Brother Carla. I'll go back to listen. Thank you.
Absolutely. Navigate freely. Did you fall asleep?
No, I did not fall asleep. I was just listening and waiting my turn. Culture is how we do things, you know, and we were and we still are systematically altered, socially engineered, dumbed down, not to function properly with each other in the USA. You know, our self-hatred, you know, dates back, you know, as far as Willie Lynch, you know, when those who took and take and lie about everything that's important to us stole everything, you know, that they have from us. They even stole our mind. So the last thing, you know, Black Americans want to do is cooperate and listen to one another. And that's not self-hate. That's recognizing the generational trauma that we've been through. It's not self-hate, you know, stating the verifiable truth. Because we can't, if we're going to be in denial, we cannot overcome our dilemma.
Well,
you know,
let me tell you something, Navigate. See where you're making a thing.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get to talk.
Well,
I didn't interrupt anybody, and everybody talked as long as they did. And then when they finish, then you can talk. See, I don't
let me
get that
interject
respect.
this while you're saying this, right? Because
you're going to interject some more.
Okay, no, I'm saying like this, right? Black people did not have this self-hate 100 years ago, and we were much poorer. We were getting lynched by the Klan and everything like that, and we pulled together. And because of that, we built strong communities and families and everything like that. So why is it that if we're saying we're not economically oppressed in America, Black people can spend money, they're well-to-do, they can do whatever they want, but everything basically, let the elders speak, stop. You know, everything we see right now is a deliberate attempt, right? Like I said, I think people are choosing self-hatred. It's not like some oppressive thing, whatever like that. People are choosing self-hatred because they just simply don't like how history turned out. They don't like themselves and everything. And so therefore, what you see right now is destructive. The violence you see in Black America is destructive, self-destructive behavior, you know, and self-hate. And also the destructive thing is the first time in anybody's history where people are trying to change a narrative. You know, when you try to change a narrative, right? You mentioned all these great scholars and everything like that. And we had all these great scholars. Why do we have Dane Calloway running around? You know, what is going on when we got somebody like Dane Calloway and you got people actually believing that they were already here before the Europeans?
How much interjection are you going to do before I get to speak?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I just want to interject that right there. You know, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, the people, the master teachers that I had mentioned, they are psychologists. You know, they the one that works on the Black mind. You know, and Black Americans, you know, we got in this. We didn't just will ourselves into the condition that we're in. It's, you know, most of the therapists call it post-traumatic slavery disorder, where we was under centuries of trauma and got absolutely no therapy, you know, at all. You know, so you know, we have to over one of the greatest, you know, teachers, you know, about generational trauma is a Black woman, Dr. Joyce DeGruy. You know, I recommend that you listen to her video called "Why Black People Act the Way That They Do." She talking about Black people in the USA. And that's the only thing that means that, you know, African descendants of slaves in the USA, you know, it just depicts a certain type of people. That's all it means, you know, because there's African descendants of slaves, you know, that spans not only the USA, but it spans the Caribbean and Brazil and everywhere that Africans were enslaved. But, you know, if you want to be more precise, African descendants of slaves in the USA, you know, it's you know, according to Kala, you know, and according to me, they are a unique group of people. And I agree with the Jamaica guy, doctor, well, I can read his name, that, we were stripped of everything. We came here and they took everything. And they even took our minds away. So the culture is how we do things. Only thing different between Black Americans, white Americans is the color of their skin. We have the same exact culture. We worship the same God. We eat the same food, watch the same shows, listen to the same music. We do everything, the culture that we have, was
I don't know where you get that from, Navigate. I was just watching.
Let me finish speaking. Let me finish speaking.
Talking nonsense.
Well, you can speak
also
when I'm finished.
Navigate, he needs to interject because you go into a lot of points, especially the point about.
I will cut it short. I'm not gonna speak forever. Nobody else got interrupted. Only person get interrupted when they're speaking is me.
No, I mean you see a lot of wild stuff, man. Like you say.
Well, the only person that get interrupted when speaking is me. You say wild stuff too, and I don't say nothing.
You say basically we're basically black white people. That's what you're saying. That's something that's worth stopping.
Basically, the culture that we have in the USA was given. So. Our African culture was stripped away from us.
No, we have a black conscious.
Our names.
No,
the guy said his name was Kunta Kinte. They beat Kunta Kinte out of it.
That's part of the self-hate thing. We have a black.
No, that's part of the verifiable truth.
Did you understand what Janker was saying? We have.
Do you understand what verifiable truth means? He said his name was Kunta Kinte. They beat the hell out of him, made him say his name was It does not matter.
We have a black.
It does matter.
Culture.
Last time I remember, that was a movie, right? It was a movie.
Well, that was a movie talking about the truth. We went through centuries of trauma.
And we have a black.
They divided. When it was dragged over to this land, if you spoke the same language, they separated you. And when you had children, they separated you. Divide and conquer. They used divide and conquer on a black descendants of slaves in the USA to the umpteenth point. They stripped everything. They stripped our language, our culture. They stripped everything from us.
They Cinder really say Europeans.
The only thing we know is what they gave.
Hold on. Let's stop right here. Navigate. Stop. I'm gonna deal with this right here. Right. I'm sick and tired of people slandering Black America. I
ain't slandering nobody. I'm telling the truth.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about this buffoon who put this comment up here. Europeans are black. If that's how you think, right?
Yeah, I mean,
black people in America is good.
Let's read a comment, Carl, before we start going off.
Okay.
Negro pins.
You say we're not the same as white Americans.
No, we're not exactly the same, but most of what we know, our culture is damn near the same.
America technically counts as America, and what else she posted. So I don't think she said anything wrong or anything bad.
No, what she said, essential Europeans with black skin. I hope she's not talking about
Europeans with black skin.
I don't know how we Europeans with black skin, but the bottom line, we are the only group of black people that have a racial conscience.
But I don't get that. So the one comment say we're not the same as white Americans, but then
I don't know. She sounds like she's
essentially Europeans with black skin. So
it makes sense to me.
Everything makes sense. See that we don't agree with.
Don't make sense to me.
And this is what I'm talking about.
That makes sense.
This is what I'm talking about. The self-hate. Navigate has
That's
a lot
not
of
self-hate. That's the verifiable truth.
Navigate, you have a lot of self-hate. I don't hate myself.
You love yourself. You love being a Negro pin. You love being an African American. You love it because you said
navigate. I have no problem with being black African American.
I know that. I didn't say I had a problem with it. I'm just stating the fact. I ain't got no problem being who I am.
You want to be
I ain't got no problem being who I am.
You say no, yeah, you
That's
did.
That's not what I said.
You said you wanted to be a Ghanaian.
That don't stop me from telling the truth.
You said you wanted to be a Ghanaian.
I'm training to be a Ghanaian. Yes.
How you gonna train to be something you're not? See what I'm talking about?
That don't make no sense. I can learn culture in Ghana. I can learn the way they do things.
That's not who you are.
Culture is how you do things.
You're a culture, something you're born.
But I'm a human being. You can't be
70. You can't at 70 years old talking about you learning new culture.
Just because you stuck on what you stuck on. Everybody ain't like you.
Navigate.
Some of us can evolve. At 70 years old, some of us can change. Some of us can do better.
Navigate. You can remember you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Well, that's your opinion.
Just say
I don't agree with you at all.
You can't be at 70 years old talking about.
I'm not 70 years old, and I can learn.
I'm saying
and I can change, and I can do better. I'm sorry, you can't.
You know what I'm saying? So this idea that Black American culture is sex of Anglo, say that's basically slander.
That's the truth
against Black America.
That ain't saying nothing. That's just telling the truth.
That's not telling the truth.
You can't accept the truth.
All right. Well, let's say like this. Okay, let's do the hallmarks of Anglo-American culture. People don't even haven't studied Anglo-American culture. Do you know African-American culture developed right alongside African, which we call that actually the first organized communities in North America?
You're not making any sense.
Yo, look.
Be a bit more coherent.
Hold on.
Be clear with what you say.
Hold up. Navigate. You gotta mute Navigate for a second because
it makes sense.
And also, let me just introduce one quick person. J. Lion Selassie, greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What's on your mind?
Yeah, how you guys doing today? Yeah, I'm just hearing some of this nonsense talking about like, Black people in America or European. It's like, or Black people in the Western hemisphere. So it's like, well, a Black person got a British accent and stuff like, oh, well, they're just Black British people with something like that. So it's kind of like so if you're Black Canadian, you speak English or something like that, or something like, oh, well, they're just like,
it's stupid. It's stupid.
I mean the type of logic that goes into
these are low IQ
people.
You guys excuse them. These are low
culturally,
IQ.
We talking.
I'm talking about culturally.
Navigate. The brother just came in. Let us talk so we can hear him out loud and clear.
I mean, yeah, culturally, I was saying so, and like, what's the John Boyega, right? Culturally, what he grew up in, like, he's British, right? He grew up in Britain, and he's not even African American, right? He speaks British, you know what I'm saying? When I heard a Black person speaks British, I was like, what the heck is this? Huh? It has a British accent, but at the end of the day, if you show up in UK, whatever, you're gonna be looked at as a Black person. Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what we're talking about.
You're gonna be seen as a Black, as Black. They're not gonna say, oh, John Boyega. They're not gonna call him a Nigerian dude, or they gonna know all they gonna see is Black. Or they're gonna say, oh, he's a West African guy.
Let me, Joe,
yeah, that's all. Let us finish complete that. Yeah, that's like so ready to jump on.
So I'm just saying, so this nonsense that's going on and stuff like that, and I think that it is self-hate. I mean, it was some Somalian dude that was in Minnesota, I think, and he was like,
"What part is self-hate? What part?"
And I think that basically, like, what you call it? He was a cop, and he got his Negro wake-up call.
Oh yeah, he shot that white lady.
Yeah, he shot.
So which part is self-hate?
Well, I'm not Black. I'm Arab.
Now let me say something about John Boyega. Forget about Navigate for a second. John Boyega, he said, "Look, I can only be with Black women." Right now, he's a Black British, and they say he's a Black British. He said, "Look, I date Black women only." Because that's race. This thing about race is real. Race trumps culture. It trumps everything. So I don't go ahead and culturally tough. You're a Black man in this world, right? If you don't see yourself as Black and your race comes first, whatnot, you are a freaking race trader talking a bunch of nonsense in the freaking chat. Black is Black. When you're conscious of your race, we have a Black conscious race culture. That's who we are. So it's nonsense about, we're culturally European. Well, maybe the white people are racist, so our culture reflects that. The white man, black people are so freaking stupid.
Yeah,
they have no idea.
I agree with you, but I
but this is stupid. This is
proactiveness. Don't allow another
when they say Black people. When they say Black people, essentially Black Anglos. Look, bottom line is this: there was a race war declared on the Black race. So our response to that was we see ourselves as Black people in this Western Hemisphere trying to survive. That's our identity.
This is I mean, it's
I understand that part. I understand that part.
That's
culturally, what we know, how we think, and how we formulate, and handle problems, was taught to us by our oppressors.
Taught by anything, buddy. That's what we developed into. Nobody taught us anything.
That's right. That's what they developed us into. They was proactive.
You know,
it's called social engineering. It's called social engineering.
When I asked them on that auctioning block, when they're on that auctioning block, they knew the situation. When there's an old African proverb, men chained together are brothers. That's how you think we were able to overthrow slave rebellions and stuff like, even on slave ships and whatnot. You know, with the whole when the Amistad was overtaken over. Why? Those are all different tribes on there that hate each other. But once they on their ships, they understood we're all black. And the enemy is white people.
That's not particularly true. A bunch of tribes that hate each other, then they forced on the boat, then they got to get together.
The bottom line is navigate.
They didn't all hate each other.
Navigate your loss. Navigate your loss.
Even on the continent today, Africans on the continent today, they accept one another a whole lot better than Black Americans accept one another.
That's a lie.
Jay, this guy don't know African.
And talk to this fool.
He never even probably stepped
in Ghana. Ghanaians don't.
Ghanaians ain't out here. He's in Africa right now, but he's a freaking fool.
Ghanaians are not here.
Africa is so tribalized. If you like,
each other and kidnapping their children.
If you don't speak,
Ghanaians are not doing that.
If you don't speak tree and stuff like that, it's so tribalized.
I don't speak tree.
If you don't, it's all tribalized. We're the only group of people that see people as black. You know what I'm saying?
It's more than one language. It's a lot of.
Give me this crap about
that's not true. They ain't got to see each other as black in
Ghana
because everybody is black.
Well, you see what's going on in Central African Republic? The whole country melted down because Christians and Muslims slaughtered each other. Whole country.
Yeah, where they get that Christianity and that Islam from? They ain't get it from Africa.
In northern Nigeria, right? Northern Nigeria. If African culture is so great, then why do people identify as Muslims or Christians in the first place?
Because it's so-called social engineering.
Oh, so they've been socially engineered to believe that crap. A moron. You know nothing. You know.
I ain't calling you no names. I disagree with you without having to call you a denigrator and call you names. That's why your point is so weak, because you got to go there.
No, the bottom line is this, right?
System of racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works. Everything you think you know is only going to confuse.
They bring that self-hatred, and they want
telling the truth is not self-hatred.
No, you ain't telling the truth. You're telling.
I'm telling the
nonsense. You're talking about the nonsense.
The only thing African about Black Americans is the color of their skin.
Bring
the only thing African about Black Americans is the color of their skin.
Go back up. And Jake, go back up.
The only thing African about Black Americans is the color of their skin.
The link has been posted. Anybody want to join, they can join. But
and this guy John Knotts said African American was matrilineal instead of patriarchal like African. That's a lie. You know,
everybody that disagree with you is a liar, according to you.
African American,
you can't even deal with somebody.
How do you say that? Whatnot? I know all my ancestries for my
you don't know all of
father. You know what I'm saying? So everybody knows their father, everything like that. So what is he talking about? All these people have these stupid cockamamie ideas about
everybody got to be stupid except you.
You know, I bet you none of these people, John, Mazola, and all these other people, are probably some African bum somewhere that doesn't have a job and stuff like that. Because see, they preach to me about my people, what I know.
Culturally, we're more like the Europeans than we are like
the Europeans. No, we're not culturally like the Europeans.
Culturally.
No, we're not culturally like the Europeans.
Yes, we are.
That's a freaking lie.
You go to church, you're gonna be worshiping Jesus.
Like, if you understand about the black church, you go to a black church when they pray.
Don't make no difference. They still gonna be worshiping
African spirituality and stuff like that.
They might do it with a different flavor.
You go to a black church. You go to a black church, they're singing, shouting. You go to a white church, they're singing the hymn.
They do the same damn thing.
You know what I'm saying? So they don't get up and shout like black churches. Have you been to a black church before?
And all black people don't go to the singing and dancing churches. Some black people are Catholic.
You don't even know the black.
Some black people are Catholic.
You don't even know your own culture.
Some are Muslims. Some are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Church, you go to a white church.
Black Americans, they expand the gamut.
And you see how the black people do church. It's two different things.
Well, they do the same thing in some white churches too.
You know?
The same damn thing.
So all these people with this self-hate, what African name
that ain't no self-hate. That's just telling the truth. It ain't hate because we don't agree with you.
Is Marcus Garvey an African name? John Nozola?
No. It's not an African name.
We don't have to speak an African language. African is a race, you freaking moron. You idiot. I'm about to block your stupid ass. Keep talking.
Well, see, there you go, being nasty again. Just because nobody agree with you.
Tyler, you're gonna have to be able to communicate, man. It's what it is. We're not here to agree with everybody. Everybody
well, why don't this guy Ja Nazola get up on here like a freaking man and come up here and
stop talking about
debate
people.
me like
Stop
a freaking
denigrating
man.
people. Stop trying to put people
You know
down.
No, I don't
you
have
act
to
like a
degrade
typical
people.
black American.
You're
You're a typical black American.
Get up here.
Typical black American.
Get up here and bring your facts.
With your funky attitude.
Give up here. Come up here with your facts.
You won't be coming in the hood talking that crap. You go to the hood talking that crap. Somebody gonna have a choice.
Did Marcus Garvey have a choice? So we're supposed to just throw all Marcus Garvey, the greatest black man to ever live, out the door because he has a so-called European name?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I'm not talking about you. Shut the heck up. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the idiot in the chat room. Oh, you just ramble so much and whatnot, and this guy could be a white man for all we know. I'm sick of these race traders and all that running their mouth with it. They got nothing to say about the white man. They got nothing to say about this. All they want to do is critique Black America and beat Black America down and whatnot, like we ain't doing nothing and whatnot, you know? Sick of this shit.
Nobody said Black America ain't doing nothing.
I'm saying
just saying we can do more.
Let me tell you something.
I'm saying we can do more in the condition. The reason we in the condition that we in.
No, you're in the condition. The bottom line is the strongest group of black people that ever lived is Black America. Nobody ever came.
And why you say that? Give me the reason. Why is you saying the Black America is the strongest group of black people? Why?
We're the strongest group of black people.
Why you say that? Give me the reason why you say it.
Color and Navigate, I'm gonna have to meet both of you. Ja is in. Greetings, Ja. Welcome to the show Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. What is on your mind?
Peace and Pan-Africanism. Nice to be here. Salute to the panel in the chat. No, I just came onto the panel because Carla pretty much called me out and told me to come up here, and he thinks that I'm like attacking my own people because I'm African American too, and I'm a Pan-Africanist too. So
you self-hating?
No, I'm not self-hating. I'm Pan-Africanist. I changed my last name. My kids, we all have.
There's a lot of self-hating Pan-Africanists, bro.
No, all right. So let me finish. Can I finish?
Everybody, please.
Because I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to hurl insults at you. For the most part, I agree with you. I stand with you. But you have to admit that the reality is, we as African Americans and a lot of diasporas in general, we have a European way of life. We have a European culture. You get what I'm saying? We speak European languages. We everything that. So like literally what Navigate was saying on that aspect, I agree with him. It's true. We have to admit it, and this is why we as Black Americans, we as African Americans, we have a lot of cultural and identity issues here in America now because we have this warped perception.
Let me ask you a question, John. What language are you speaking right now to communicate?
English.
All right then. Okay. When you go to school, what is your kids speaking?
English.
Okay. When you open up your when you drive on the highway and whatnot, you live in where? What country do you live in?
I live in America, my boy.
Okay, you live in America, right? See, the bottom line is this, right? You can be proud of what you are and whatnot, but the bottom line, you don't have to basically say, you know something, your ancestors had no choice in coming here.
Yeah, and this is why I said I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm saying this is a sad reality on our part that we're culturally bastardized at this point.
Hold on. Don't be like Navigate.
And listen, and bro, even when we go to Africa, I'm a Pan-Africanist, bro. I'm with you, bro. But even when we go to Africa, some of our African brothers and sisters, they see us as Mzungu because of how we are, how our mannerisms and we adopted a lot of the white man's culture, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's a reality. We have to accept it.
I went to Africa. Nobody ever called me Mzungu.
Your color, I mean, you gotta let the brother talk. I mean, I just know you want to respond quickly.
All right.
We're not hearing the
stuff. Is really annoying.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is, if you want to get in a conversation where everybody agrees with you,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're trying to have a dialogue.
That's the situation we're dealing with. I'm not here to agree with everyone on anything. The only thing I'm here to do is to connect us to where we can change the path of our future, because that needs to be changed. And whether we agree on everything or not, that still has to get done. But nevertheless, let me just do one quick super chat. And I'm telling people that I don't have a bunch of time to chime in every minute because so many people talking. So if you have a question, you can also join in. Other than that, post a super chat and appreciate the donation. So Diaspora Explore, thanks for the super chat. Looking forward to becoming a part of one of the many master plan communities in Liberia. Appreciate it, brother. You know, so my number is there, email address and things like that floating along. You can reach out, especially if you want to talk about the future of Liberia. So that way, me, you, and Kala can talk, and we can just work towards it, because that's what the show title is: Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. We're connecting together, and we're literally, putting our best energy together to make things work in Africa. Now, as I told one of my associates today about the world that we've been building, I was like, we basically started from nothing. Kala always explained that when we start from certain things, we start with an ideology, we start with conversation, we start with networking and things like that. So we spend a lot of time building that energy, because that's what had to be built before we could make the moves in Africa. So now we're up on the rise. I mean, we're figuring a lot of things out. Our community is growing. We have more homes being built. We have more people that want to move. And then we have more people interested in a fresh new country. We have a fresh generation of people about to retire, people looking to do early retire, people looking to work abroad on the African continent. So these are just more opportunities. So I'll tell people that I don't really know what's going on in the rest of this world of Pan-Africanism, or so-called Pan-Africanism, or so-called Black conscious. But what we're doing, I can say that's the energy that we're looking to connect with Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, where we're planning these things out and we're bringing people along as time goes along. It's like the first set of people are more of open explorer. And then the next set of people are people who have been watching and say, I like what they're doing. Let me jump on in and give my contribution so we can do this together for the future of our children and the future of our generation. So definitely, family, reach out and let's connect. And it's people like yourself who make comments like this that say that they want to work with us in the future, that we want to spend time and connect with. Because so many people have wasted me and Kala's time over the years saying that they're down with what we're doing. And we're telling them, hey, it's all for the good. We're basically building a global Black business pipeline, building business for ourselves and working with our own people so we can compete together against, the rest of the nations of the world. So definitely, family, anyone else that's out there that's looking to work with us, join us. We're on these chats and on these shows and online for that main purpose. Now, the other purpose is also to share educational information. And when people share information, the goal is always to analyze it, whether we agree or disagree. So let me get us back to our regular schedule energy. And our brother Kala, if you want to repeat what you're saying, and
okay.
Then the next.
I love that. Like that. John seems like a good young man and whatever like that. And he was like you know what he was? He was me 30 years ago. I literally changed my last name to an African name. Legally changed my name to an African name. Brother Ja, I've been there. I've been there, changed my name and adopted all this stuff like that. Then I realized, right? I was running away from. Let me put my camera on so you look at my face when I'm saying this, right? I changed my name to an African. Study West African history. Study West African history more than anybody you ever know that knows West Africa like I do, right? I changed my name to an African name. I did all the stuff like that, right? And I basically hurt my family. I said, "Why are you doing that? Our name like that?" I said, "No, I'm African. I'm African. I'm like this, right?" Something. And even though I am peace with it now, right? And then I realized, right, because I'm giving you my testimony, right? What I was doing was running away from who I was. I was running away from my family. I was running away from who I was. Yes, our ancestors took on these European last names from the slave master, everything like that, right? But that's who I am. And the bottom line is this, even though I changed my name and everything like that, it didn't make a difference. I still am who I am. And then when I try to communicate that with African brothers, I'm African, I've changed my African, they still, you don't have the African experience. You're not born here. Your culture is different. We don't see the world either. And I had to come to peace with that. Now, some people say, do you regret changing your name? No, I don't. Now I'm at peace with it. But now I look at it now, right? I could have done more. I could have been further in life, right? Because I was in this thing where I rejected America. I had opportunity that you won't believe. I had people that reached out to me that said I was a brilliant young man and everything like that. No, I was in the Pan-African world. we're gonna do this black thing. I'm gonna move to Africa. We're gonna build it, stuff like that, you know. And I missed opportunity that was right in front of me, right? I missed working with black people in America that love me. I missed working with other people that said like this because I was into the pattern. That's what I'm saying. Don't get so blinded by sits like that, by the whole, oh yeah, I gotta change, I gotta do this stuff like this. Accept yourself for what you are. Improve who you are on the inside. Improve your character. Improve your heart. You know, I want to see more people come to the Pan-African world with a good, clean heart. I'm seeing more people call themselves Pan-African, nothing but liars, deceivers, grifters, hustlers, cheaters, everything. But they put on the dashiki. They put on the outward displays of everything like that. And African culture and Pan is so full of vanity and so vain and so fake that I want to throw this stuff away and never talk about it again. That's where we're at right now. The whole thing is in jeopardy because people take outward displays of stuff. I changed my name. I did this. I did that and whatnot. And you haven't changed who you are on the inside. You haven't learned to love yourself or who you are on the inside. You haven't changed your character. Are you a good person? Are you a good human being? What do you are to your fellow man? So that's what I'll talk about. That all these outward displays. I changed this. I changed that. All superficial. It's fake,
phony, and false.
Let me say something there. Hold on. Let me say something before, because y'all keeping me up. Y'all keeping me up.
Drunk, go ahead, brother.
Let me just say something here. We kind of agree with what Navigate said, you know, because we got to remember, you know, language is a part of culture, you know, because it's through the language you get into the culture, the people. So we here living in this this European setup with this Englishman, you know, we speak English. You see, I found black people that some black people speak French and they have more allegiance to France than to Africa. I have met black people who speak Spanish. You know, Dominicans are black people, and they have more allegiance to Spain. Me no African, me no black. You know, so language is a part, you know, of culture. So him kind of right, you know, he's kind of right, because we have been living in this society for what, 400 or 500 years. So all we really know is these people culture. You see, they have reorientated our minds. So we are black, white people. We are right. We are roast breadfruit or coconut or Oreo cookie. You know, we have white thoughts in our black heads. You know, and that's what has to be erased. Now, yeah, Carla, at one time you were like that too, but you came into the Enlightenment. A lot of our people didn't still trapped in that, you know, white psychology, because that's what it is. It's white psychology. You know, Dr. Jerome Fox had that book, Addicted to White. You know, so yes, you know, language is a part of culture. You know, so we have to take what he said here. It kind of make a little sense. You know, a lot of our people are trapped psychologically, and that's why when you see they take over our country, the first place we take over is the radio station and the TV, because they get straight to your mind. See,
Jack, bro, let me ask you a question then, right? If that's the case, then why is it that every African country, right, what's stopping them from using local language as a national language?
Because they were colonized too.
No, I don't buy that, right?
They were colonized too. Come on, they were colonized too. I mean,
tomorrow, every last single people. Matter of fact, they said the most spoken language in South Africa is Zulu. Zulu is not the official language, right? You know, more people in Ghana speak.
It's not the official language for trading, but they still speak Zulu.
But the bottom line is, so if you live in an African country, right, and you have the majority of people can speak the local language, everything like that, and you have a government, you have the educational system, right? You have all that stuff at your disposal, right? Why is it that you haven't changed the language of your native
Because
language.
they were colonized too. Kyla,
No,
they
I
are
don't buy that.
colonized too.
I
Oh,
don't buy
come
that.
on, Kyla.
Hold up, they were
Look,
Carla, you're
colonized.
kind
look,
of turning this
Kyla,
into a
Kyla,
Black American
Hold
versus
up.
African thing.
Hold
Kyla,
up.
hold
What I'm
on.
saying
All
is
right,
this.
Hold on,
Though.
Kyla.
we have to go one at a time on this. Kala, finish up and let the brothers
Okay, what I'm
make their
saying is
point.
this though. There's a difference between being colonized and first of all, Africa wasn't colonized until like the early 20th century. You know?
No,
Yes, it was.
Kyla,
After
no.
Europeans, the
Hold on.
1884, Berlin Conference, 1884, Europeans didn't
Exactly.
start occupying Africa for the most part until the early 20th century. The French and the British and all these people in the Belgium and whatnot in the Congo and everything to the early 20th century. You know? So you're telling me thousands of years of history were just erased
Hold
by
on.
Europeans?
After 1865, when they freed black people here, they turned around and went into Africa. Let us, take that into consideration. Remember, after slavery ended here, they turned around and they even used Africans to help them penetrate Africa again. You see what I'm saying? So remember, South Africa just came out of colonialism in 1990.
I hear a lot of
1990.
explaining.
No, in 1990, didn't Namibia and South Africa get independence from those people?
I know that. What I'm trying to say is, if language is your line in the sand, right? If you say, "Oh, we're a culture," why is it that Africa's in the courts they still wear European wigs on their head?
Because they have white thoughts in their black head.
We've been compromised. All of our people, even in the diaspora and in the continent, bro, we've been compromised, bro.
Yeah, they have white thoughts in their black heads.
When I hear people talk about start addressing the fact that you got President Ruto as being used as a puppet to send his troops into Haiti right now, and because the United States and Britain and France don't want to get their hands dirty, they have nothing to say about that, right? But yet they got Black America under a friggin' microscope, every little friggin' thing we do. And we got self-hating Black Americans.
But that's not what this is about, bro.
It is about. It's about
yeah, but I'm African American, but I'm not making this about Africa.
Everybody that calls
I'm not putting a finger like, oh,
they have a lot of self-hate. The Pan-Africans are the biggest self-haters because they think there's something wrong with Black America. They see there's something wrong with themselves.
Can I give you like a back story?
There is something wrong with Black America.
Listen. Can I give you my backstory real quick?
Something right quick. It's not just. I mean, it's not just. It's a Western culture thing, man. Like, look, there's a lot. Now I know a lot of African immigrants that come, right? And I think that you got people here. You'll see the same dysfunction, right? You'll see like a whole bunch of people. What do you call it? Black, guys, in prison. We call it locked up. Is whether you're in Canada, whether it's in the UK, it's the same dysfunction as just the Black American culture, right? And I think that it's the same dysfunction all over the diaspora thing. I'm saying so, and you got people here, African immigrant girls, right? You know what I'm saying? Even though they're not LGBT, they're using pronouns and stuff like that. Huh? Using, well, I'm she, her, I'm this and all this type of stuff. It's the Western culture system, man. I'm saying so, and I think that you have somebody that can come here from East Africa, West Africa, right? You know what I'm saying? But they come up and they start getting caught up in all the same stuff, right? The same dysfunction as Black Americans, all this other type of stuff.
You know how dangerous Trinidad and Tobago is?
And I'm talking about, or you see the same problems in the UK too. So it's like, it's what you call it? It's the Western culture is a problem. I mean, the Western culture is not working for Black folks in the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? So, and me visiting Africa, experience from a Canadian, I've seen the pattern. I studied this stuff, and the pattern is similar. And I think that what do you call it? And first, second generations and stuff, these people forget the culture. They completely westernized. Huh? And I think that so it's the problem. I mean, the problem is that the thing is that it is a culture problem, and I think that we being in these like white dominated places has not done no good. Huh? You know what I'm saying? So
let me
basically,
what y'all preach,
basically you outnumbered, right? You outnumbered, right? You're a minority in a white Western power structure.
Let me respond to that. Give me 1 minute response to that.
Yeah, Kala, you have to hold on because we're here to have other people talking. Like people,
I just want to respond to what he just said. Yeah.
Go ahead, and then
my point. Just like let me say this. He's absolutely 100% right. Right. When you see Africans, when right now, we played the video. African lives one generation in Ireland. He's an Irishman. They live in Germany. They're German. My kids are German. Completely like this. You have Chinese and Japanese who live here for 300 something years, and they still never lose their culture. So what is about? So it's not just Black America that have a cultural thing. Maybe African culture can't survive against other cultures. Other cultures, the problem I see is this, and I'm going to end this right here, let the other person speak, is that African culture lost because of the transatlantic slave trade, and we didn't have a middle age. In the middle age, the world became smaller, and communication, Africa lost out in those 400 years from 1600 until the 20th century, right? 400 years of just backwardness, degradation, everything like that. So when we go to the modern world, right, like Jao was saying, that he thinks modern means Western or white. We're living in a modern world, and we always equate the modern world with the Western world, you know, because we missed out on the Industrial Revolution and all those, the age of the Renaissance, the age of reason and logic, all those things like the great philosophers that shaped the modern world that we live in and everything like that. We missed out on because of the transatlantic slave trade and the Holocaust. You know, the mafia. And don't ever let people equate the transatlantic slave trade with colonial. Two different things. You know, the transatlantic slave trade is the reason why we're in the situation right now, not colonialism.
But you have to remember.
Hold that thought right there. Janko, you can respond after this. Ja, give me a minute. Let me just do this super chat real quick. All right, Diaspora Explorer. Question for Kala. At this stage in your life, would you ever be a part of a movement if you were not dominant leader? Could you settle for being the brains of an organization instead of the face of the organization?
Well, that's a good question, right? At this point in time, right, in the movement, I started moving the BAO. You know, all the people I have to do is join. You know, I never said I was I am the lightning rod, and whatnot. I'm a strong. I say what I say and everything like that. And I do this stuff. I'm the only person that has a voice like this, the influential people. I go on TikTok when I say hello, what's College Genesis in here? I'm known everywhere, right? And you know something? And I never basically did this as a job or movement. I don't set super chats. I don't set donations like that. I did all this out of a love for what I'm doing. That means I'm real. You know, I'm real. You know, I do this because I believe in what I'm doing. You know, I'm not trying to blow up on YouTube and all stuff like this, right? So if somebody want to choose somebody else as a leader, hey, this is what you're going to get. It's all about the ego. They're going to be the prince of Pan-Africanism. They're going to be this, that, the other thing. You know, Vine knows what I'm talking about, right? They're going to be all these things, and they're all over like, what the hell is moving? I'm focused on what we're doing with Ghana, Liberia, and the other countries I'm not going to name, you know? And we build this movement right here, our race has a chance. You know, if we don't, we're finished. You know, I'm not going to mince words with you. We have to build infrastructure. We have to focus on science, technology. We need to build the Black family back up again. We need to build unity and everything. That's what's important. You want to talk about culture? Why don't we have the culture of personal responsibility? Why don't we have the culture of ethics? Why don't we have the culture of nation building? Why don't we have the culture of family building? Why don't we have the culture of brotherhood? Why don't we put all those things together and call it culture, right? Instead of superficial stuff about what jollof rice you're eating or what's some freaking dance you know. If you really want to know. I've been around a long time, and I've been in this movement a long time, and I'm sick of seeing fools come and go. You know, a bunch of freaking idiots, and I'm not going to, let me stop right there. You know, I'm going to say something I really mean, but I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings.
Well, appreciate you responding to the brother's comment. Let me respond to it also. The way I look at it, like I'm always reaching out to people to work with people to literally where, you know, together, we get everything done. And I'm always willing to do the hard work, and I'm willing to just do the things to make it work. And so if we have people that's down to build something, I feel better being the administrative or business or technical assistant, honestly, than anything else. But unfortunately, sometimes you're in a situation where you have to take charge and you have to be the vanguard, and you have to just hold a movement together. It's something that people like myself, that's not what you work towards. But most of our elders and most of the people that are effective, are gone. So we have to build something from the ground up and make it work. So that's what we're doing. So we're always looking for people to reach out to us. That's why I make my number, my information public, because I really believe, people listen to what I'm saying out there. I'm not saying anything hurtful or crazy to where people just, want to just call me and just be crazy with me. So information is out there for anyone who want to connect with us. We're already been building what we've been building as far as our connection in Africa, building our community, building networks with people, taking people, transforming their lives, getting people set up and organized in the continent, building a relationship back and forth, having your meetings, out here recruiting, out here learning new skills and talents and new business to make it work back and forth to Africa. So it's an ongoing movement and energy. And for those who talk about the world of Pan-Africanism, talk about the world of nation or anything like that, you got to show us where, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and then you have to show and prove what you're really building. And that's the issue I have with folks. They use these titles based on studying, reading books and things like that. So, but the only thing I have to tell everyone is that as time go along, just like a lot of these things that we had in place, we didn't have, and me and Kala was around working together on the Liberia project for repatriation and investment. But as time go along, we get better and better. But the way we actually grow stronger is if we have other people working with us to where, whoever needs to take lead or whatever, that's not something that I even think about. So appreciate anyone that want to take leadership. If you don't, then by default, me and Kala, we have to do what we have to do. So appreciate your brother, appreciate the question. So we want to make sure that we answer any great question in detail and provide feedback. And from other two brothers, see y'all, Ja right off. Ja, if you're back, come back on. And I know you want to respond to the many things that Kala was saying. And then when Ja do come back on, if he comes back on, let him just talk about it. But let me say this. And Ja, let me know if you want to give a feedback on the last.
On the little feedback. Based on what Carla said. Carla, what you have to remember, is that Africa was erased from our hard drive, in America. You see, they scrub everything about Africa from your mind here in America. You see, so. And I show you a little point. Okay, in Jamaica you have English, and then you have Patois, right? Patois is what they call broken English. And if you speak Patois in Jamaica, the people will look at you and say, "Oh, you're not educated. You don't speak proper English. You don't speak proper." But my answer to them is, hey, my intelligence is not based on how well I have a command of the English language. You see? So it's psychological. It's all psychological warfare these people play with our minds, But I love the thing, but I have to lock off tonight. But I'll keep listening. Keep on keeping on. Thanks.
Yes, my brother, Uncle. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jankro.
And that's for Explore. Appreciate the energy. That should be your pitch, Kala. Everything is sales. So Kala, this is another comment for you.
Here we go. Look, the bottom line is, look, we put it out there, and Black people say, well, we talk about Afrikstan. Yeah, I believe in a Black state and a new culture, new civilization, which gradually African languages that, first of all, you can't just, I ain't talking about mumble. I'm talking about real scholarship, building and integrating African words and phrases into thing. That's not going to happen in our lifetime. That's people want instant gratification. changing a language over and stuff like that is something that's going to take hundreds of years. In the meantime, we got to eat and we got to build. We got to use the tools that we have right now. Right now, we have English. We speak English, so we have to build on what we have right now. You know, all that stuff like that. Oh, we got to speak another language. That says super. So everybody who thought like that, when they go to Africa, they built absolutely nothing. You know, they built absolutely nothing. We had nothing. Bomani and I, we go to African continent. There's nothing established for us, right? Bomani, as a young man, started from scratch. You know, started from scratch. There was no foundation laid for him in Ghana and everything. There was nothing. You know, each African country, they don't know who the hell we are. Everything. We thought there was some big Pan-African revival and all that because we didn't understand who the hell we were and everything like that. You know, so the bottom line, miss me with all that. We need to. What we need, the black man needs, is this. Do you want to let other races of people produce all your goods, services, everything? Africa produced less than 0.5% of the world's GDP in anything. No cars, no electronics, nothing. But yet we consume all this stuff. You know, Black America has $1.5 trillion worth of income. We hold trillions of dollars worth of equity in our home ownership and everything. We have 401ks, we have pensions, we have life insurance. We have tremendous wealth in Black America that's not tapped into, right? Do we coordinate that? If somebody coordinate that, do we have one African American bank on the African continent? No. These are the things I want to talk about. And you talk about African Pan-Africanism. Do we have a Pan-African industrial zone where you could basically build an industrial zone and you can invest in building a manufacturing plant and everything on the continent where now we could create jobs and a future for our people? No. But you want to talk to me about language. You want to have a culture? Let's talk about the culture of hard work. Let's talk about the culture of doing real business. Let's talk about the culture of accountability and being businessmen and a culture of acting like adults. You know, instead of acting like a freaking bunch of fools on the world stage. You want that? If that's a culture you're talking about, we can build on that. But I'm sick and tired of talking to fools and whatnot, you know, and foolish people that keep talking about the same old. They ain't gonna do a damn thing to us. The Lebanese, Chinese, everybody's cleaning our clocks, and we're talking about mediocrity. So,
Jessica, I appreciate the feedback. I was looking for our brother Ja, but he disappeared. He had a few things that he wanted to respond back to you.
Ja, don't be scared, Ja. Come on back up here, bro.
Yes, so
I'm gonna mute myself. I'll mute myself. Won't say a word.
Just need to hear what he has to say and clear. But go ahead, Ja Lion.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that like we become too much consumers and stuff, and I think the African continent, like raw material, you know, manufacturing, producing your own stuff, and getting control of your own resources, mismanagement, and also I think too, a lot of Black people or the diaspora buy too much into this Western exceptionalism, and this whole thing basically like, oh well, this materialism, right? You know, and I think that like oh man, if I don't have a Lamborghini, I ain't nothing, or this individualistic type of mindset, right? You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's the problem. And I think that you know, with the diaspora, right, when you grow up in these Western countries and stuff, right? And I think that you get a mindset where basically everything is all about desire, and I mean feeling out every type of fantasy, excitement, and individualism and stuff like that, and like where we have a distorted view of things. You know, we have a distorted view of what of masculinity, you know, femininity, you know, all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you know, in the West, right? You know, there's no right of manhood, no right of womanhood, and all this type of stuff. You know, we get too caught. You know, these ideas where basically like in here in this culture right here now you have this stuff where the Western society is telling, oh, there's no such thing as gender, you know, it's all just culture, this structure, you know, it's just, you know, interchangeable, you know what I'm saying? So you got confusion about, you know, what the hell masculinity is, what the hell femininity, so we have distorted view of that. then like then dysfunctional culture is promoted, right? Being a criminal, being a what I'm saying, that's promoted. It's being, what I'm saying, all that is considered. Oh, I'm a man because I committed this kind of crimes and all this. It's dysfunctional as hell, man. You know what I'm saying? It's so far gone. I think the West, what other guys said, well, Africa can't happen. I'm saying, well, I don't see, how this is going to work. Man. If you have, you got, self-hate, race thing, people don't know what the hell they want to be, a man or woman, all this other type of nonsense. You can't build no culture with no nonsense like that. You can't build a society like that.
I think the people, when they have all these things, is like, okay, so what do? We just give up and do nothing. The thing, what you do is, outside of all of the garbage, you find something good and find one or two good people and work with. That's the best I can tell people. And then, so we can only do so much, but it's like, that's what we're doing. So that's why you see me and Kala here working on, making our connection to Liberia, and we have our other people with us.
That's what I'm saying. A Pan-African mindset.
So we're trying to get more people to connect with us. So, when you say you don't see it working, we're telling you what we're doing to make it work, and we tell you.
I'm not talking about you guys specifically. I was just saying you guys have a different mindset when you have like a Pan-African mindset, right? You're trying to connect with this, but some people are just so caught up in this Western system, they're not seeing that, no? All they seeing is like that, and basically it comes down to, what do you call it, the mind, no? It comes down to the mindset, and I think, and once you see that, because you guys, the reason why you guys thinking that, because you guys had to cultivate your mind, these ideas and stuff like that, because some people don't have the insight, right? You know what I'm saying? They just think like, oh, well, I grew up in the West and this is how it is, and Africa.
Lion, let me ask you a question, right? Me personally, I'm gonna tell you something right now, right? It's not even a Pan-African. I had a good family. I had my core values, everything like that. My Pan-African beliefs, my Black nationalist beliefs coalesced with everything I did, whether I was in the church one time, I was in the Nation of Islam, everything. If you don't have those core values and everything like that, I'm seeing people, right? When people start talking about what Black America, I have not once time heard anybody in the chat room when they talk about Black American culture, they have not mentioned all the degradation, the violence that you see, the promotion of violence, all this kind of stuff. They're not talking about that, and they're not talking about that aspect. That's destructive. Yes, in America right now, right, you had the Ketanji Jackson, whatever her name is, Supreme Court, right, couldn't answer a question, what is a woman? A whole ass Black woman up there talking about you were a woman, or basically you got to call somebody by their pronouns and all the stuff like this, right? And people aren't freaking running down the streets going mad and whatnot, And so this is what I'm talking about when we say Western culture. The fact that you voted a man in office that wants to put sanctions and destroy countries like Uganda because they don't want to legalize gay marriage and stuff like this, No one's talking about that. When I thought people would come up here like John and talk about that aspects of degradation. He didn't mention that part, He wants to talk about language. What about sexuality? What about all the stuff like that we've known for thousands of years? A man's a man, a woman's a freaking woman. And if that's not the first thing that bothers you about what's going on in the world, we can't have a conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The family structure, if the family structure is all messed up, how are you gonna think? And I think
you got a lesbian. Well, let me tell you something. In Atlanta right now, it's so the single Black motherhood thing is to the point where I was watching this thing where this lady, she was talking to a kid. These young boys are out of control because there's no male figures, no father figures in the home. So the women are out there actually turning a blind eye to their sons committing crimes. That's what you see doing, the looting in the stores, everything.
But those are Black Americans. Those are Black Americans.
Shut up. No, that's a certain segment of Black America.
Yes, a certain segment.
It's a certain segment. Correct. The segment you come from,
So let's hear from Navigate. Navigate. There's a comment here posted. You're talking about some of the ratchetness. This is what this person posted. Sexy Red and Moneybag Yo represent Black American culture. Do they? I mean, it's a part of Black American culture, right? That's a way of life, right? For some people. So
some
that's culture,
people,
right?
yes, not everybody, not us Pan-Africans. Us Pan-Africans, we know we took the red pill. We didn't swallow the blue pill.
So please try to explain the difference. The difference. Very interesting comment.
The difference is, that a complete paradigm shift is not easy for everybody. Everybody can't go through a paradigm shift and move forward and improve. It ain't nobody saying that you're going to change who you are. It's just that you're going to improve who you are.
Well, I never went
let
down.
Let me finish
I'm
talking, please.
My whole life.
I didn't ask you. Let me finish saying what I got to say, please. Thank you. So we have to improve who we are. Because we have been systematically altered. Even when you changes the environment, you change. DNA changes with the environment, and we've been socially engineered. We've been plotted against each other, left and right, divide and conquer. You think it's bad on the continent of Africa? There's even worse in the USA because they had us right there, under their thumb in close proximity. But I do agree with the one brother, that we can be the glue for one another. The Black Americans and the Black Africans, we can be each other's glue, but we got to respect one another. And we got to take, from each other, the good and spit out the bad. We can't just roll into, a European cultural dynamics, without scrutinizing, because some of the cultural dynamics of Europeans is not conducive to our well-being, like LGBTQ plus bang, bang, bang. That's not conducive to a healthy, civilization.
Good job, Navigate. Good job, man. I didn't know you was a philosopher. What do you think about that, Kala?
Yes, I agree with it, and I think, like, let's say, like, with marriage, right? When somebody married, you marry somebody, you married a family. Like here, the nuclear family, like this is a Western thing, right? This whole thing, like like having extended families, doing all that stuff, like I married this person, you live far away, and all this type of stuff. This individualistic type of culture, man. So, and I think it's just not working, man. And I think that what you call it, it's just not working. And I think that you're trying to be accepted by the dominant white society, and
narcissistic society.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like black folks, they love to,
they can't handle being incorrect.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, they love that, and they love to getting approval by white folks, white people, and they're like, oh well, the white people ain't doing that, and they what you call it, they associate like Kali was saying, modernism with whiteness, with all these different types of stuff, and I think it's not working. Shoot, it's not even working for the white folks, man. Look at the Western society. Look, the white dudes are going to Asia, getting a woman. Their birth rate is falling, is out of the hand and stuff like that. You got what do you call it? That white manosphere, talk, and what do you call it? MGTOW and all that type of stuff. It's not even working for the white folks. So how the hell is it gonna work for us? It's not even working for them. So I mean, the culture, even the white culture, is not even working for them. So how is this nonsense going to work for people of African descent or melanated people, whatever you want to call it? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's not even working for them. So
well, appreciate that. Let me just get someone else to answer what you mentioned. G-Star, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. What's on your mind? And let me know if you want to respond to Jay Lion.
Well, what's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? I'll respond real quick, and after I respond, I'll probably open up with another point. I think that the gender problems that the United States are having, it isn't just exclusive to white people. It isn't just a Western phenomenon. It's a phenomenon that happens in developed countries, period, all over this globe. Look at you have declining birth rates in Japan. You have declining birth rates in China. China's pop increase dramatically over the next couple of generations. They won't have enough young people, to keep the country going. So it isn't just a problem that white people or Westerners are facing. The feminism, the gender wars, the lack of young people getting together, wanting to start families, wanting to get married. That's just something that happens after
Well, yeah, because Japanese, the Japanese after the 1940s and after that war, they adopted a lot of certain things of the West and stuff like that. Like same way with China is like dealing with the whole economic system is consume and this we call it this hyper capitalism that they have that's going on and stuff like that. So it's kind of like they have so many people, billions of people, and then they had the one child policy, and with the girl thing and stuff. So the Chinese dudes are trying to go to other Asian places, going and stuff like that. So, and I think that and what you call it, this whole industrial, this type of way that they have adopted it is just not working. And so it's like that structure, you can still adopt a Western structure and still be another place, still be outside the West. And what I'm saying, if you adopt it, because the Western structure thing is about, man against nature, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's separating the man against, So it's like, it comes down to like a very mechanical view of the world, no spirit, so it becomes like, that view, doing the enlightenment, all the different views, they disconnect the spirituality from science and do all that type of stuff, basically just go and just consume resource and consume, where it's out of touch with the the balance of nature. The European society has been, so, and when you become out of touch and where it's not a balance with nature, where it's basically just, consume and take and grab, and where it's not a balance, hell yeah, it's gonna create. And if the world creates adopts that same mentality, it destroy. I mean, if cultures outside the West accept the same mentality of that, then the whole world is doomed. Right? So a lot of it's a mindset, huh? You know what I'm saying? There's a you can be a black person and be a white supremacist and stuff like that, like because you adopted that same mindset, huh? So
yeah, I like African American music. I like African American dance, and I like African American way of dressing and swag, and I like Black American food. We should not just throw off everything that we are, that they created us to be, because they created us to be the way we are by infusing us with their culture and taking away our culture. But we can't just be limited to that. In order to get in tune to to what we were, at least get close to what we were, we have to engage the African continent, and infuse ourselves with some of that as well. So we should not just hate ourselves, because we can't change, what happened to us, but we should not just swallow everything that was forced upon us, hook, line, and sinker. They forced our foreparents, to become Negro-European Christians. They forced our foreparents, to worship, a dead white man on a cross as God. So we ain't gotta, we have minds, and we have intelligent minds. Black African Americans are just as intelligent as anybody else, once they, free their minds and navigate freely.
We appreciate navigate that. We hear you loud and clear. And I just want to get a response from College Genesis. I'm sure you agree with him, right?
No, I don't agree with nothing.
Of course not. He don't agree with nothing I say, no matter how right I might be.
No, nothing Navigate says. He babbles. Anyway, but the bottom line is this: you are what you are. right? If you start talking about like this now, and when you know yourself, right? You believe in yourself, right? You believe in your people. You know all the stuff that they throw at you, right? And this is a problem I went through when I was younger, and I wanted to be a Pan-Africanist and everything like that. I was hurt to the fact that I was like a 5%er and stuff like that, right? And I was into I thought that that we would have this revolution in our music and everything. And then in around 95, right, it seemed like everybody was embracing the thug culture, the Big Willie culture, and everything. So I divorced myself from my own community.
You.
Are you going to interrupt me? So therefore, I basically got into the Pan-African world, the pro-Black world. And I know when I'm hearing people, when they talk like that, there's a lot of self-hate in the Pan-African world, right? They want to flee from what they are. Then I realized years later, right, that all this stuff was contrived just for that purpose, to turn us against ourselves. They invest, like Kumo D said this, right? Recently, not too long ago. He said, look, hey, I wish you would just come out and say it, but I apologize. He goes, are you going to let me talk? You know, keep interrupting. You know? I sat there and let you babble for a minute. I didn't say anything.
No, I got cut off.
This is Bomani mute him. You know, he can't stop himself. Mute this fool, you know?
Calling me names. Calling me names. I didn't never call you.
You don't want me to start filibustering you when you start talking.
It doesn't bother. I know who I am.
So no, you don't. You're a Ghanaian.
Only makes you look ridiculous.
You want to be a Ghanaian, you know?
I'm training to be a Ghanaian.
You're 70 years old. You're trying to be a Ghanaian. But
that's me. I can change.
So
just like you are rigid and wrong.
You're a lost cause.
Man, you're a lost cause.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. The whole thing is that I see a lot of people are going down the same road I went down, right? You hate Black America, or you hate everything. You see all the negative stuff. And Kumo D said this, right? He said, look, all the negativity stuff. He said, look, we had X-Clan, we had poor righteous teachers, we had brand new, all our culture, everything like that. He said the powers that be, right, did an investment in P. Diddy. You see, P. Diddy, he's about to go down for the murder of Tupac, you know? They put money behind all these people, Suge Knight and all these people, to flood our culture with this negativity and all this stuff like this. And so basically, those of us who were conscious back then rejected our culture. There's no way, even I listened to some of the gangster stuff like that, I said, that's not who we are. And when I saw that our people were listening to that more than listening to stuff that what I had to say, right? I turned against my own people. I said, fuck Black people in America. Fuck Black America. You know? And so I wanted to be a Pan-Africanist. I wanted to change my name. I want to change my identity. So this is what I'm talking about. And so there's a lot of people in the so-called Pan-African who suffer from a lot of self-hate too. You know,
the Pan-African world that don't suffer from it as well.
Most do suffer from self-hate.
But I think the problem is, I think for an African American to embrace African culture doesn't mean you have to hate being African American. And so I think
there's a lot of people that hate being African American.
The thing is, I would say, is that just because the guy want to embrace, Ghanaian culture doesn't mean he hate being African American. And so,
he said it.
But my thing,
Navigate. Navigate literally said that he wants to be Ghanaian.
I'm training to be a Ghanaian. I'm training.
He's 70 years old. And he's gonna become a new Ghanaian. He's gonna be born again.
That's what I tell the Ghanaians.
The problem.
How can I be born again? He's gonna be a born again Ghanaian.
Ghanaians that because that shows them respect. That shows them respect. There's too many Black Americans.
You get respect when you go into Africa as yourself. You don't get respect, just going on your hands and knees.
I am myself.
Being a grown-ass man begging to be adopted into an ethnic group. Listen, listen, bro. That's not respect. That's denigrating yourself to gain acceptance. That's
No,
that's
my
my
thing
behavior.
is,
That's
my
my
thing
language.
is, the thing is, when a lot of diaspora, when they go to Africa, they try to make it become. They don't adopt to the culture. They try to turn it into the UK, turn it into a Canada, US. It's not. Africa is not the UK or the Canada. That's the problem. And I think that some people. That's why you see a lot of people that's in the diaspora, run back to the West, right? Run back to White Daddy, the mayonnaise man, and all that type of stuff. So, and I think that, and the fact of the matter is that, like, whether the guy being African, he's African, not liking the culture. What happened in the '80s? That culture don't exist no more. The '90s don't, and in 2023, Cardi B, that's the culture, here in America. You know what I'm saying? So that stuff don't exist no more. You know what I'm saying? So that thing is that um old school, all that stuff, that stuff is gone. You know what I'm saying? Right now is um the alphabet agenda. You know what I'm saying? Cardi B and all these other what do you call it? What do you call it? Mumble rap and all this other type of nonsense. That mess is gone, man. It's not coming back. And I think that right now, and I think that right now, you have all this gender stuff that's going on, so that all that mess don't matter. So my thing is that I think that either what Malcolm X was saying, like when integration, he said when integration happens, right? You can't have a forced integration. So and when that happens, is that basically it's just there's no structure. Huh? So there's no structure in the West. You know what I'm saying? And if you go to Canada, right? You go to Canada, all they doing is copying Black American culture. You go to UK, they copying it. You know what I'm saying? Hip hop is what do you call it, global now. You know what I'm saying? So that don't even belong to Black Americans. Not even jazz. Jazz don't even do all that type of stuff. So it's been commercialized. All that stuff has been commercialized. So all that don't matter at the end. I mean, and I think that stuff don't even, I mean, even the family structure, I mean, that don't exist no more. So you have all that type of stuff. So either you're gonna have to a culture is going to either have to change or it's going to have to be destroyed, or you're going to have to either get what you call it, get a new land or something like that, or become like the Amish or something like that. You separate from the society, or other than that, it's over. You either if you don't make those changes, it's done. It's a wrap.
It's a lot of African culture, that's still thousands of years old. They have been indoctrinated and infiltrated, with European cultural dynamics, yes, but not as bad. So you see, the Black Americans, they totally whitewash with European cultural dynamics. At least in Africa, there is some genuine African culture that still exists. And for an intelligent person that cares about that loves being black, they're gonna want to go.
Hold on, why is so many of them flooding across the Mediterranean Sea, bum rushing Italy and Spain right now? The culture
for money.
Yeah, culture
for money.
Let me tell you something how culture works, navigate.
And when they get here,
culture allowed you to figure out problems like building infrastructure, building cities, building stuff like that, electing the right people.
That culture is not what you need to do that. You need security to do that.
Oh Lord, culture will give you.
Don't have security. If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours.
Culture will give you security. Culture, if you act real culture, it'll solve all those problems.
Well, Black Americans got European culture. They haven't solved it. That's all.
Black Americans have Black American culture. It has European influence, and it has some African retention in it. But ultimately, it also, I don't know why this idea is so hard to fathom that Black American culture can have African retention culture. Stuff that we retain from the continent that wasn't taken out of us, and we also have some European culture due to living in proximity amongst white people. But the vast majority of Black American culture is uniquely Black American. You shouldn't
uniquely Black American. The language is not unique.
You shouldn't tie it to any other continent. You should only tie Black American culture to Black Americans.
Well, it's right in the USA. That's where it was developed. you know, and that's where it is. You know, I tie it to where it is. You know, and according to Kala, culture is the one that's supposed to solve all of these damn problems.
Oh yeah, Kala. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Navigate. Kala was right. Culture is essentially what a group of people develop to help them solve problems in their environment. You know, that's how culture
there's
develops.
something wrong. There's something flawed about the Black American culture in the USA.
Our culture was created to help us survive, you know, chattel slavery and Jim Crow racism. That's how Black American culture emerged.
We didn't create our own culture. Our culture was given to us and forced upon us and manipulated.
We created no. That's not true. And
that is true.
Listen, you make the claim. You're making the claim that
psychologists will tell you that.
You're making the claim that Black Americans are just chocolate dipped Anglo-Saxons. But if you go to Mississippi, if you go to any state in the Deep South and go into a white Baptist Protestant Anglo-Saxon church, and then 5 minutes later walk into a Black American Protestant church, you will see the difference.
Well, there's different flavors. We Black, they ain't. It's different flavors, but culturally it's all the same. We stopped at the same grocery store.
Let me give you an example.
We want to live in the same areas with one another. We watch the same programs on TV. We speak the same language. We worship the same God. You know,
you see a white kid. You see a white kid will be in public. Fuck you, mom. Bye, bye, bye. You bought me something like that. You know, it's Billy. Let's go home on that. Black culture, right?
Created equal. Some are more
Black culture. What happened right there? You know, they did a skit. Next thing you know, that kid, he'll be up there talking to God like, "How'd you get up here?" Well, my parents said this, and you know, I said this. Right. Next thing you know, I'm dead. That's Black people, man. You understand what you talking about? Navigate. We're the same.
That's Black people in the USA.
Are you crazy?
That's not African. You know? That's not Africans.
Yeah, who cares?
That's not African.
That's an African. That's an African. That's an African.
When you say you're an African American, you know what part of you is African?
Bottom line,
that's the color of your skin.
What part of you is African? I know the African American culture is what made me.
What makes you an African?
Oh, I'm African American. I can say it like that.
What makes you an African?
I'm African American. Yeah, I'm African American. I'm not African. I'm African American.
What's the African part?
I'm African American. That's my roots. I
well, you're not making no sense. I'm African American. I can understand the American part.
You know,
you can't explain it. Only thing African about you is the color of your skin.
I'm a new people.
That's it.
Right here.
You love everything else about the American, and only thing African about you is your skin color. Period.
Yeah, I'll say Navigate. You are an ignoramus, you know.
You don't want to explain yourself.
I got a comment up. I ain't
got to call you names.
All right, I got a comment up, and I'm just trying to get someone to read it. So, Kyle, let me.
African culture has not progressed Africa at all, or they would be begging U.S. now rush for infrastructure. So I'm saying African culture hasn't developed Africa. So what is Navigate talking about?
So I want to Navigate. What's your response to this comment? There you go.
The comment, it says the African culture has not progressed Africa at all, or they wouldn't be begging USA and now Russia or China for infrastructure. And well, you know, that's because culture is not what's necessary. What's necessary is security. If you can't have security, you can't have freedom or justice. You know, so yes, security comes first. Now, USA, you know, and Great Britain and all of them, they can justify anything they can do under one umbrella: national security. And if we can't secure what is ours, if we can't protect what is ours, it ain't ours. And there are no superpowers in Africa, you know, because the Europeans made sure of that. They don't even want no superpowers in the Middle East. So, you know, it's not about culture, it's about security. You got to be able to protect what is yours, otherwise you ain't gonna have nothing. That's why, you know, Africa can't secure nothing and develop infrastructure like but Africa is growing though, and the world is changing. You know, because you know everybody is not going along with the It's staying in the matrix. Some nations are leaving the matrix as we speak.
Navigate contradicts himself a lot. He plays both sides of the fence.
Yeah, he talks out his ass.
Well, be specific. What both sides of the fence am I? I'm just stating the verifiable truth. You know, I don't hate being an African American. I don't like some of the aspects of being an African American that was forced upon us.
Just be specific, please.
It's just saying, just because you married a Chinese, you gotta love all Chinese. Just because you married a white person, you gotta love all white person. Just because I'm a Black American, don't mean I gotta love everything, you know, that was forced upon us.
I don't know. From what I gathered, he essentially agrees that African culture hasn't progressed Africa. But then at the same time,
I agree that African culture has not progressed because of security.
But then 5 minutes later, you're talking about how Africa is growing, though. So
yeah,
it's
not growing as fast as it should. No.
But is it growing? Is it growing because African culture is making it grow?
No, it's growing because it's getting more secure. You know, but Burkina Faso right now is making a deal with Russia.
Define security. Define security. What do you mean by
security? Is to protect what is yours. When can't nobody just come and take it. That's what security is. Do you understand?
No.
Yeah, but
protect
I mean,
what is yours.
I mean, like, but these countries have militaries though, so don't they have security?
They're not superpowers. I just told you that. The army of Burkina Faso, they cannot throw France out of. They cannot throw France out because they don't have the power.
France isn't a superpower. France is a
France is a superpower.
The only superpower on this globe is the United States.
France compared to Burkina Faso, France is a superpower.
So there's no comparison. It's either you're a superpower or you're not. You just can't
define superpower. You define superpower. Define superpower.
I define superpower as a country. As a country that can essentially be the policeman of the world. That's how I would define a superpower. If you can police the affairs of other countries and construct the globe into your likeness or influence the globe towards your likeness, that is what I would consider to be a superpower.
So
right now, I think the United States is probably the only country that can do that. China is an emerging superpower. You know, it's kind of trying to play policeman. You know, by making peace by trying to make peace deals between Ukraine and Russia. It's been speaking up about issues that's been happening around the globe. I expect the CCP to say something about Israel and Palestine right now, and they might try to step in and try to broker a peace deal. Not saying it'll be successful, but they at least try, you know.
Well, my definition of superpower is a nation that has weapons of mass destruction that can deter other nations from invading and attacking them. That's my definition of superpower: is a nation that has weapons of mass destruction that can deter other nations from hurting them.
Okay, no matter what definition.
So what about all the Venezuelans, millions that flooded across the border, and the United States is helping us to stop the invasion right now? So that makes America not a superpower.
I didn't say America was not a superpower.
What about all the people that's flooding into Italy right now? Italy can't do nothing about bum rushing this country. That's
a whole different story. That's people rushing the southern border of the United States. What about the people who are rioting in France right now, wrecking havoc in France? What about the people that's coming over the southern border of the United States? Well, you said France was a superpower, and I'm saying France is a superpower. United States is a superpower too. I said France is not a superpower. You know? United States is a superpower. You said your definition of you can stop anybody from invading. That's your definition, right? Well, but they can if that's what they wanted to do. Obviously, the United States don't want to stop people from pouring over the southern border. Obviously, that's not what they want to do. These people are being invaded, and you call them. They don't want to stop them. They can, but they don't want to. Obviously, you see, like I said, navigate.
You say one thing, you change
No,
up.
you know, you just don't have no logic. You think the United States can't stop people from pouring over the southern border if they wanted to?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Of course
No.
they can.
So what are what's the
stop
United States going to do besides shoot them? Right? It was up to me. You know, we'll try to go to Poland right now. Poland's not superpower. Poland said if anybody tries to barricade and do the thing, we're going to shoot them. You know, try to go into North Korea, right? Bum rush North Korea. See what happens to you.
North Korea is a superpower. North Korea got weapons of mass destruction.
His definition of a superpower is just nuclear weapons.
It changes.
My definition of superpower is a nation that can defend its territory and its resources.
You earlier you defined superpower as a nation that has weapons of mass destruction.
They can defend their territory and their resources.
I'm talking about what you said earlier.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
if you don't have weapons of mass destruction in this world
today, you don't have to reiterate yourself every 5 minutes. I heard you the first time.
Well,
but the phrase "weapons of mass destruction" literally refers to nuclear weapons. You know, so you're defining super.
Some weapons of mass destruction are not
okay. You think a pistol is a weapon of mass destruction?
I didn't say that.
Is that what a weapon? Okay, the only thing that the phrase "weapons of mass destruction" has ever referred to was nuclear weapons. That's the only thing that's ever referred to. And if you're disagreeing with that, you're being disingenuous.
I'm disagreeing with that.
Okay,
ask the question if you want to know the answer. What other weapons of mass destruction are there besides nuclear weapons? That's the question you refuse to ask.
Hey, let me answer a question from Frank. He said America has a European. That's somebody that's never studied history, right? American culture is not European. It's also African. It's also indigenous American. It's also Chinese. It's also like that basically contributes to this culture. People don't understand it. Europeans, the music, everything that you see in America comes from Black America, right? So in other words, basically everything from Europe, these Europeans were not using instruments and stuff like that in Europe. The first Europeans, like I was trying to say before I got interrupted, right? The first organized communities in America were actually African Americans, you know?
Sound like Sly Stone. Sly Stone saying that song, dancing and singing. That's all I ever.
Oh no, I don't go back that far, bro. I'm not that old.
Black people are more than just dancing.
I'm not that old. We're not that old. Navigate.
Hey, navigate.
That's why I'm saying it. You old enough. You look older than I do.
No.
Hey,
you're old.
Navigate is a question for you on the panel on the screen. Bantu Mandinka.
Superpower is self-love and not self-hate. How about that? Y'all motherfuckers, talk about war, don't worry. It's coming to you fools soon enough. I don't really understand that. Maybe
that's your boy, man. That's your boy, Bantu Mandinka. That's your boy.
Well,
man.
That don't mean I gotta understand everything he's saying. Superpower, is self-love and not self-hate.
Y'all speak the same gibberish and nonsense and everything.
Well, defending yourself is self-love. I agree. If you can defending your territory and your resources and your people, that's self-love. Just everybody off for themselves trying to get money, who can get the most money. That ain't self-love. That's chaos.
Why do I get a headache every time I hear Navigate talk?
Because you can't handle the verifiable truth.
You talking.
You cannot handle the verifiable truth. You're a narcissist that can't handle being incorrect.
You talking riddles.
You can't handle being incorrect.
You talking riddles. You talking conundrum.
No, I'm not talking in no riddles.
It's a perfect time for a video break. So Navigate.
Let's some videos. Let's play some videos, man.
So Navigate. I'm gonna play one of my latest film. This is in reference to one of Marcus Garvey great speech, and then I just want to get your feedback on the repeat that.
I listened to that already.
You listened already? Well, we're playing it for the first time. We're playing for the first time on the show. Thank you for being a great fan. The next thing that we need you to start doing is whenever you come on the show, you give a nice super chat. You know what I mean? Contribute to the to the movement. You know what I mean? Look for me in the whirlwind. So fam, I'm about to start this video, and we're gonna get some feedback from Navigate and the rest of our crew.
Greetings everyone. Welcome to another educational video from the studios of Bomani Technology. Today we are here to share with you another presentation on the philosophies and vision of the great Pan-African legend and organizer Marcus Garvey. Please comment, like, share and subscribe for more videos from Bomani Tyehimba. Let's get started with our topic. Marcus Garvey's letter from the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925, is an exceptional vision for nation building. These are excerpts from the actual letter written by Marcus Garvey while in the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925. This reference comes from the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, compiled by Amy Jacques Garvey, from page 237 to 239. Fellow men of the Negro race, greetings. I am delighted to inform you that your humble servant is as happy in suffering for you and our cause as is possible under the circumstances. I have been viciously outraged by a group of plotters who have connived to do their worst to humiliate you through me. But I fight for real emancipation and African redemption. I do not want to write anything at this time that would make it difficult for you to meet the opposition of your enemy without my assistance. Suffice to say that the history of this outrage shall form a splendid chapter in the history of Africa redeemed. A time when the black man will no longer be under the heels of others, but have a civilization and culture of their own. The whole affair is a disgrace, and the whole black world knows it. We shall not forget. Our day may be 50, 100, or 200 years ahead, but let us watch, work, and pray. For the civilization of injustice is bound to crumble and bring destruction down upon the heads of the unjust. My work is just begun, and when the history of my suffering is complete, then the future generations of the Negro will have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. I, and I know you too, believe in time, and we shall wait patiently for 200 years if need be, to face our enemies through our prosperity. All I have given you. I have sacrificed my home and my loving wife for you. I entrust her to your charge, to protect and defend her in my absence. She is the bravest little woman I know. She has suffered and sacrificed with me for you. Therefore, please do not desert her at this dismal hour when she stands alone. I left her penniless and helpless to face the world because I gave you all. But her courage is great, and I know she will hold up for you and me. After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death, I shall come back to you to serve even as I have served before. In life, I shall be the same. In death, I shall be a terror to the foes of Negro liberty. If death has power, then count on me in death to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake, or a cyclone, or a plague, or pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I would never desert you, and make your enemies triumph over you. Would I not go to hell 1,000,000 times for you? Would I not, like Macbeth's ghost, walk the earth forever for you? Would I not lose the whole world and eternity for you? Would I not cry forever before the footstool of the Lord Omnipotent for you? Would I not die 1,000,000 deaths for you? Then why be sad? Cheer up and be assured that if it takes 1,000,000 years, the sins of our enemies shall visit the 1,000,000th generation of those that hinder and oppress us. If I die in Atlanta, my work shall then only begin, but I shall live, in the physical or spiritual, to see the day of Africa's glory. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, black, and green around me, for in the new life I shall rise with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions up the heights of triumph with the colors that you well know. Look for me in the whirlwind or the storm. Look for me all around you, for with God's grace I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies and the millions in Africa, to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. The civilization of today has gone drunk and crazy with its power, and by such it seeks through injustice, fraud, and lies to crush the unfortunate. But if I am apparently crushed by the system of influence and misdirected power, my cause shall rise again to plague the conscience of the corrupt. For this again I am satisfied, and for you I repeat, I am glad to suffer and even die. Again I say cheer up, for better days are ahead. I shall write the history that will inspire the millions that are coming, and leave the posterity of our enemies to reckon with the host for the deeds of their fathers. With God's dearest blessings, I leave you for a while. These are excerpts from the actual letter written by Marcus Garvey while in the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925. This reference comes from the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, compiled by Amy Jacques Garvey from page 237 to 239. Thanks for joining another presentation on the philosophies and vision of Marcus Garvey, the great Pan-African legend and organizer. Please comment, like, share and subscribe for more videos from Bomani Tyehimba. Join Bomani on the upcoming Africa tours to Liberia, Egypt, Tanzania, Senegal, the Gambia, Ghana, and South Africa. Visit his website for more details on Africa tours and investments at www.africa4theafricans.org. The journey continues.
Yes, family, the journey continues. Appreciate you checking that out. I'm always creating new productions to share with us, Black empowerment, and literally an energy of just that, we have to continue. That's been going on for the last few hundred years. So that is the words of Marcus Garvey, poetically spoken. Look for me in the whirlwind, so that's what we're talking about. A great visionary and philosopher that understood what we as a people needed to do. Unfortunately, we don't follow wise counsel at times, but we're here to build onto that movement. But navigate freely. Let me know what your response to as far as that letter that Marcus Garvey wrote to his people.
Marcus Garvey, he spoke with great humility, and his words were not ones of seeking his own validation. And he used words like liberty, fight, protect, he used those type of words, that, you gotta, he although he figured it's gonna be hundreds of years before we can have our, the culture, the way we want it to, because the fight is going to be a long, hard fight, according to him, which I totally agree, but it don't have to be that long and that hard. I think Black Americans and Africans, they have the brain power, to overcome these Europeans. They can outthink them, if the Europeans, if we would get rid of all the garbage that they put in our minds. So we got to unlearn a lot of stuff that we have previously learned. It's like a John said, it's a psychological thing, really. They mind fucked us. So we're caught up into the matrix is real. The matrix is real, and plenty of us, we love being in the matrix. We're house Negroes. The only thing we looking for is is a few extra dollars, to find a little bit more comfort on the plantation, and we have it.
Can you give us a model example or your life in America? Have you ever?
What do you want to know about my life? My life, I know how to navigate. I was able to navigate in the USA just as well as any Black American.
Well, you never told us what you did for a living. You never told us this.
Well, I did a number of things.
What kind of example did you set forward?
I did a number of things, but I got an honorable discharge. I got a college degree. I paid for a house, and I raised a child. That's all you need.
How did you end up on a piece of dusty
continent of Africa? Because there's someplace I always wanted to go. I always, I always heard the calling of my ancestors.
Oh, okay. Hey, Maya, I sent you some videos.
All right, let me play one of them real quick.
What's your degree in navigate?
None.
None of what? None. You don't have
your business. You don't need to know. But Marcus Garvey in the video, he was talking about, all the sacrifice, that he had made, and his family suffered, but most most people like Marshall Garvey is out there, you know, doing some serious work. They make sacrifices, you know, for the love of their people.
Well, appreciate it, Navigate. Appreciate it, Dad. Continue to respond to the video, and then when you finish, we'll get started with the next video.
Well, I'm almost finished. You know, they make sacrifices for the love of their people, like Marcus Garvey, like Malcolm X, like Martin Luther King. All these great leaders, they sacrificed everything. You know, one of my great teachers is Steve Coakley Sr. You know, his son lived right across the street from me here in Ghana. You know, and he sacrificed too. You know, it's hard to be, you know, a son or a daughter or a spouse of one of these leaders, because, you know, they're gonna make sacrifices for their people. You know, and you know, but you know, we in that me culture in the USA, where, you know, where most of the people, you know, they got most of the money, they just want 20 or 30 Lamborghinis, you know, parked in a garage that's bigger than most people's house, you know, and stuff like that. You know, they want to be like Oprah, you know, buy up a whole damn island, you know, and by hook or by crook, you know, and we have been trained, you know, to respect and love that kind of stuff.
Man, I personally, I thought the video was nice. I just make my point quick. I'm not a Pan-Africanist, but you know, one of my you know, Black American ancestors that I really look up to, Elijah Muhammad, he respected Marcus Garvey, you know. So that says a lot, you know. If Elijah respected Marcus Garvey, then to some extent I gotta respect Marcus Garvey as well. But yo, Navigate, you know, you can praise the video without trying to disparage African Americans. That's the second shot you took, and
where did I disparage African Americans? Don't accuse me of something.
Well, for one, you acting like everybody that gets money they go out and buy Lamborghinis.
I didn't say that. I didn't say everybody that gets money.
You implied it. You know.
I didn't imply everybody to get money. I just said many people that get money.
You can't tell me what you implied. I tell you what you implied. You can tell me what you said. I know what I can tell.
Let me correct myself.
Listen. No, you don't. There's nothing to be corrected. There's nothing to be corrected.
Well, I can correct myself.
The moral of the story is.
I can correct myself.
Black Americans who gain wealth. Most Black Americans who gain wealth, who actually make it who actually become millionaires, they're honestly minimal. They're honestly minimalistic. You know, most millionaires that I've met, they may have things to show off their wealth, but they really aren't super flashy with it. You know, and when you're flashy with it, you get robbed. You become a target. We don't like becoming targets.
That's not what the point is. The point is, you know, that most leaders sacrifice. Muhammad Ali sacrificed 3 years of his life, you know, for not going over to Vietnam, killing Vietnamese that didn't call him no nigga.
I'm with you on that, man. I'm with you on that, Navigate. Just like our good brother, College Genesis, his commitment to this Pan-Africanism, making himself available, and just leading us towards Liberia. Yeah, so
well, you can see a sacrifice. I don't see it. Well, that's just the truth. I don't see it. I'm not, you know, he might be making serious sacrifices, but I don't see it.
Hey, the title of the video is "Racism Breeds Jealousy and Self-Hatred." So is that what's going on with you? Because I gave Carla a compliment and you just like crushed him.
Well, I just said, I agree with you. I said, you may see it. I just don't see it. I said, it may be true. They ain't crushing nothing. I don't see it. That's not crushing nobody. That's just telling me what I see. Nothing.
All right. So Navigate, let's be honest with us while we're here live. What did Carla really do to you?
He did nothing to me. I just, you know, you made your statement that Carla is making all these sacrifices for the movement. He's doing all of this. And I'm saying, well, you may see that because you're closer to him. I don't see it. So point it out to me.
Well, I mean, realistically, Navigate, you and him talk more. You and him talk a lot, and you have explained, and you always say, I. He's telling you these things also.
Well, he's telling me all, how he was raised and how he grew up and how he thinks, and he everybody should
we know nothing about
like
you
him.
or not.
He's a narcissist. You know, he think he's right about everything.
We know nothing about Navigate. We don't know your name. We don't know nothing. You know.
Well, you know my name. I told you my name. You just said my name.
Navigate. That's not your real name. Your mother.
Well, how you know?
Your mama didn't call you Navigate. Mama didn't Navigate.
Collagenesis. That's what you said your name is, and that's what I'm going to call.
Everybody knows my real name.
You don't know what my mama called me. And you ain't my mama.
Everybody knows
my mama. So you call me what I asked you to call.
Everybody knows my real name. I'm a public, you know.
I don't. All I know is collagenesis.
Well, you got.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
You go to our website.
You're not offended by being called that. That's all I need to know.
You go to our website. You see my government name. Everything.
I don't need to go to your website because that ain't important to me.
Yeah, so
you told me what your name was.
You don't want to know. But where's
I see your name right here.
Where's Navigate's website?
None of your business.
I'm saying, come on, Navigate. You know.
Well, there you go, trying to get some validation. You're trying to one up a brother. That's all you're doing. Oh, I'm doing more than you. I'm better than you. I got this and I got that. You know, that's the problem with Negro pens. You know, they always got to compete with each other instead of working with each other and listening to each other.
Navigate. I wanted to show you. I mean, I was talking about what Kala was doing. This is his connection with Liberia and us doing the tours and the whole movement to Liberia. So I'm saying that
from what I've been listening to you guys for a while. From I heard, Kyle only been to Liberia like once or twice for a short period of time. He don't live there.
But I got family in Liberia.
I mean, Navigate. But what do you think about the book that he wrote? The book right here that's available.
Well, I don't know. I ain't read it.
Well, you should.
If the book is anything like what it comes out of his mouth, I shouldn't read it.
There's
an old saying, right? If you want to keep something from a Negro, put it in the book, right? For enough.
Yeah, I heard that before.
Like I said, if you have a bunch of Negroes in your house or whatnot, you think they'll steal your money, put it in the book. I guarantee you that money will still be there. If they ain't Negroes, they ain't going nowhere near that book. A book.
Not my house.
That's an old Black American proverb right there. But hey, yo, speaking of books, real quick, Kala, I just a few streams ago when you was talking about Liberia, you always gave some book recommendations. One of the book recommendations you gave was, I think it was "Behold the Promised Land."
Yeah.
So I just got that book. It finally came in the mail.
You like it? You like it?
I've only read the first page today, but I wanted to ask you: is it really worth getting into? Should I really embark on this journey and give me a quick summary of what the book is about?
Well, the book is a good book because it ties Black America to Liberia. It ties Black America. What I like about the book was it'll talk about the Civil War. It'll talk about Lincoln. It'll talk about what's going on in Black America and tie Liberian history to the thing. And right now, the African American Updated Encyclopedia, right, now has Liberia as a real chapter. So in other words, each year as the encyclopedia, African American Encyclopedia grows, right, the Liberia's section keeps growing. In other words, Liberia is becoming more and more of an interest to Black America. Like, this is a part of our culture. Why don't we know about this, right? Before, Liberia was not mentioned in Black America. Our history only extended to America, and the 50s states. Now they're talking about little Liberia in Baja California and the Liberian settlement in Panama and stuff like this, and the Black community that migrated to Russia, during Lenin's time, So
I got family in Liberia too.
Oh Lord. They'll say anyway.
My first cousin married a Liberian in 2019, 2020. He's building in Liberia as we speak. What kind of family do you have?
Just don't you go there.
What kind of family do you have in Liberia?
Well, if you don't know, you don't know.
Well, I asked the question. You ain't got to answer if you don't want to.
You tell me what you did for a living, right? And
I did a number of things for a living.
Okay, what'd you do for a living?
None of your business. I don't want to tell you.
I'm gonna tell you. I was in. What you?
I don't have to validate myself to you.
Right, I don't have to.
I don't need your validation. I do not need your validation.
You don't tell me what. So we're supposed to
judge me on the merits of my comments. That's all. That's all you need to do is judge me on the merits of my comments. You don't have to agree with me.
We asked you simple money.
And I chose not to answer it. That's my right.
I'm choosing not to answer you. So because of that, I'm choosing not to answer you.
Well, you don't have to.
Navigate.
I ain't got no
You too
problem with
old.
that.
Navigate. You too old to be envious, man.
I'm
You
not
gotta let
envious.
that envy go, bro. Like
I'm not envious.
listen, out of the blue, out of the blue, you
Why should I
started
be
talking
envious?
about
What am I
you out of the
envious of?
out of
I'm
the
in
blue. You
Africa.
started listen. Out of
I'm
the
not
blue,
in
you
the
started
USA
talking
doing
about
nothing. I'm in Africa.
your Liberian family. Like 5 minutes
I got
after
one
Kala said he
cousin
had
in
family in
Liberia. He
Liberia.
said he got family in Liberia.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
I
part of
got
yeah,
family in
Liberia?
Liberia
yeah.
too.
What part of Liberia?
You only
I
brought that
know
up because
everybody
Kala
there.
brought that up.
I got family in Liberia too. One cousin, one
Yeah,
male
well,
cousin.
everybody say they got family in Liberia. I like to see it.
Well, you know, they can date. Some of us is lying and some of us not. I don't care what you think.
You know what I'm saying?
I
So,
chose to give you that information. You do with it what you
but
will.
back to the books. Back to the books. What G-Star? So what else?
Nah, man. Shoot, I already read This Our Dark Country. That book was it was a little bit lightweight, but it was a good introduction to it.
Right.
I am noticing the more that I read about Liberia, good thing I started listening to Liberia from like people like you and other and other people who aren't just
Did you get
full on.
that book? Did you order that book? R.L. Anderson's Liberia, America's Africa Friend.
That's gonna be my next book.
That's like this is expensive. It's like $50-something on Barnes and Noble, but it's worth it. That
Sheesh.
Liberia is a good place for Black Americans to go,
definitely be.
you know, to help, you know, build a infrastructure and build something constructive on the continent of Africa. Liberia is a good place to go. You know,
real quick. I'm noticing as I'm reading these books, even the books that I have read about Liberia that you didn't recommend, but this one, you know, behold our promised land. This is one you recommend. I'm noticing that you got to kind of discern, you know, because the authors of these books they be writing it from like an anti-Black
I know, but
American
sometimes you
Liberian
can't lie to it.
perspective.
But check this out. The next book, that the R.L. Anderson's book, Liberia, that's completely unbiased, right? That's the most scholarly work on Liberia. That's the book that brought it home to me, you know. And it basically they talked about the British, the French were trying to destroy Liberia. The whole idea because Liberia was causing problems in the colonial world because they said the black people were hundreds of years behind having their own republic, and they would say, well, isn't Liberia a black republic? And so what the British would try to do was get Liberia to be listed as a protectorate, you know? The United
what
States.
about today?
What?
Today is more important than yesterday.
No, we're talking about the history because people are going around rewriting Liberia's history. You know,
well, today is more important than yesterday. Current events. Today, Liberia is just one small poor country in Africa.
We gotta watch that video.
Today, Liberia is nothing but one of the poor countries in Africa. It's
but it's the only poor country in Africa that basically has a constitution that basically Black America.
They ain't the only one that got a constitution. There's other countries in Africa got constitutions.
You're never gonna be a Ghanaian.
Well, I never said I'm gonna be a Ghanaian. I might get Ghanaian citizenship.
Say you're gonna be a Ghanaian. You're training.
I said I'm training to be a Ghanaian.
You're training to be a Ghanaian.
That's what I tell the Ghanaians. I tell them I'm training to be a Ghanaian, and they like that. That shows respect to them of their culture. And I tell them you just can't come to Africa and be a Ghanaian just like that.
Bottom line, it's like
I show them respect.
It's like me moving down to New Orleans, right? I'm a trained to be a New Orleans. No, I'm from New York. I'm not from New Orleans. I don't know your slang, whatever like that.
We can learn.
We can learn.
You can learn.
But I'm not gonna become. You know the difference. Okay, we gotta watch the video.
I didn't say become. I said training. How many times I gotta say the same damn word without you putting your words?
Okay, Navi, can you mute yourself, bro?
All right.
My son, John Christian, otherwise known as J.C. Webster, he was murdered July 19th, 2017 in a home invasion. The ones that did this crime, they were all Black, as my son is Black. Sometimes it appears that our own seem to be jealous of when we try to do better, when we try to make something of ourselves. Sometimes it's our own that will come after us. Sometimes there's the jealousy of if you're in a poor neighborhood, or a neighborhood that you have to struggle, a neighborhood that is not like a suburban neighborhood. There's the jealousy of, oh, you think you know more than I do, or I want what you have. People were jealous of my son because of what he had, because of the neighborhood that we lived in, because of the lifestyle where he was able to go to college. We're from the Virgin Islands. He's able to go to the islands and come back. That's also where scripture comes into play. We still want what somebody else has. Some don't want to work as hard for it. Some, they don't have the opportunity or the skills to be able to work for it. Sometimes people think that taking is of the easy way of getting instead of earning it.
Navigate freely, brother. Can I get a good response from you on that video?
Well, basically she was telling the truth. Some people feel like, taking, is the way to get what you want. And who taught Black people that? Because, according to Dr. Amos Wilson, the USA is a crimogenic society. It was started on crime. It was built on crime. It's sustained on crime, and it makes criminals of its people. So that's been ingrained in American culture in the USA.
So are you calling Bomani and I and G-Star criminals?
Don't put your words in my mouth.
You just said that's what you said.
I'm from the USA too.
You know what I'm saying? You just call us all criminals.
I did not call you.
Are you a member of the Ku Klux Klan?
Can you understand English? I didn't say that.
You know what I'm saying? You just call us all criminals.
I did not say that.
Because that's what I heard.
Well, that's what you heard, but you ain't listening. You hear what you want to hear. I said, like Dr. Amos Wilson said, the USA is a crimogenic society. Because I was agreeing with the lady. She's saying that some people, think about, they should take stuff. Taking is the right way. And who taught them how to take what they want? The Europeans, the white Americans, because they took everything they had from Black
let me
people.
ask you a question, right?
Even our minds.
At this point in our history, right? Most Black people, like you go to places like DC and everything like that. They said, this was back in the 90s, right? I did the study, right? Black people in DC, maybe it's different now, right? They said you could live your whole life and not know or come across a white person because all Black. More Black people, poor Black people are crowded areas where they have no contact with white people whatsoever. This, that, and the other thing, right? And so 80% of the influences that kids are doing comes from Black-owned media and Black-owned platforms and stuff like this, So at one point in time, do Black people start taking responsibility and saying, we got to put our foot down and say, look, this is not who we are as a people. Are we capable of doing that, Navigate?
I surely hope so. And when should we start doing it? When should we start doing it? We should do it as soon as possible.
Now, let me ask you a question, Navigate, and I'm not trying to be funny, right? When you was growing up, did you believe in the Wizard of Oz?
No.
Did you believe in the Tooth Fairy?
No.
Did you believe in Santa Claus?
No, and I didn't believe in no Jesus either.
I'm saying you didn't believe in Santa Claus? Okay.
No.
Okay. That's good, right? That's good. We're getting somewhere.
James Brown said Santa Claus goes straight to the ghetto, but you too young. You don't know nothing about
that. Santa Claus. So Santa Claus never brought you no present. So you mad with
hell
Santa
no,
Claus.
ain't no Santa Claus ever brought me
Right,
nothing. I ain't never believed in no Santa Claus. I knew if I got something for Christmas, my parents got it for me.
The Easter Bunny, whatever like that. You never
No, none of that
right?
crap, you know.
Right.
I've been around those. I've been around those rituals, but I didn't believe that. And I'm not a believer.
What I'm saying, navigate,
right now, I'm not a believer. I don't believe nothing right now.
Well,
I've evolved.
Yeah, you're. Well, let me stop. Don't hurt your feelings. But point I'm trying to make is,
thank you.
Black people believe in a lot of conspiracies. They believe in some. So you know what that comes from? You know what you just said. That when you just said this thing, and I'm not no this to Amos Wilson and like that. Black people, that sort of mentality, when you have a conspiracy or everything, is rooted in Anglo-Saxon culture.
Well, sometimes some conspiracies are.
Hold on. The Anglo-Saxon, right, has a conspiracy, right? He'll say, like we have the white supremacists on here, right? And the Jews, but the Anglo-Saxon takes no responsibility. You ask why the stock market crashed in 1929. Oh, the Jews, blah, 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 the common, no responsibility, right? Every time
they lie about
anything that goes wrong in his culture and his civilization, he takes no responsibility for it.
True.
And he believes there's some conspiracy out there and everything. And when you ask the white supremacists, oh man, we got to get rid of the niggers and the Jews. But it's the people that's actually running America and running the world are people look like them. But they basically always have a conspiracy theory for everything. And black people are nothing but chocolate-covered Anglo-Saxons in that regard. And that's most black radicals. Most black radicals talk about the boule. They talk about this. They talk about this. And nothing that's substantial, because all we know how to do is be black versions of the white man. So if you really want to talk about a black Anglo-Saxon, that's the black Anglo-Saxon. Somebody who always.
That's the ones I'm talking about. That's the ones I'm talking about. I agree.
All due respect to Steve Coakley, he was a king of that shit, you know?
Well, he was the king of educating us, letting us know what's up.
But he was a king of conspiracy theories because he was,
you know,
Steve Coakley was a good brother, but
one person's conspiracy theory is another person's conspiracy fact.
He was
all theories, all conspiracy is not just a theory.
All these people are black Anglo-Saxons. You know, all these people.
That's true. All black Anglo-Saxons are not the same.
Well, the bottom line, when you look at some of these people, whatnot, and when they start talking about the Jews, the small hats, and everything, all they're doing is imitating, like Farrakhan, all these people, all they do is imitating the white man.
Well, that don't mean they're incorrect.
See, that's what I'm talking about, right?
So I'm about verifiable truth. I'm about verifiable truth. I'm not about
black people.
I'm not about
black people have no proof. First of all, black people don't have the type of money where they're in the circles where they even know who's controlling the money. You got black people.
That's not true.
The Federal Reserve. And Negroes can't get nowhere near the Federal Reserve because nobody got that type of money.
The Federal Reserve is not federal.
You know what I'm saying? See, that's what I'm saying. You believe in all these conspiracy theories. That's
the Federal Reserve
you're a black.
Well, you don't believe it. You don't. I don't believe nothing. I don't believe nothing. All I do is see how the Federal Reserve functions. The Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve print money until they run out of paper.
Living in Ghana. That's all you are, as a black Anglo-Saxon living in Ghana. All the respect, you know.
That's training to be a Ghanaian.
You know, trying to be a Ghanaian.
That's trying to move forward. That's trying to learn about African culture.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question for our Pan-Africanist brothers. This is a genuine question. I hope you can just answer it quick and you can get back on the conversation with you and Navigate was having. I'm gonna just throw this in there real quick. So if Pan-Africanists, like what do Pan-Africanists believe should be done with the black countries that are in the Caribbean? You know, like if everyone goes to build up Africa, then what about the nations that y'all have in the Western Hemisphere? I'm not a Pan-Africanist, but I just it's a genuine question out of curiosity.
So my whole thing is, I'll tell you. Yeah, look, my whole thing is this: when everybody has their own version of Pan-Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism is just a means. Nationhood is the end game. That's what we said. Pan-Africanism, nationhood. If Pan-Africanism means just sitting around with a bunch of conspiracy theories, blowing smoke up our ass, not building anything, it means it's absolutely useless. Means nothing. And that's what we're saying with the Pan-African movement right now. It does absolutely nothing but sit around blaming and all. And we said this years ago. If we don't start building and get serious about this movement, about nation building and the end game Afrikstan, building Africa, and get rid of these European borders that were created in Africa. One thing Africans talk about European, the borders in Africa only serves Europeans, you know, because all these countries are nothing but European districts, you know. So you first thing you got to do is get rid of all these European created borders and capitals and everything, and redraw the whole map of Africa, to include a state for the diaspora to return. So if that doesn't happen, you don't have no real Pan-Africanism. Then secondly, what we have is people who talk Pan-Africanism, right? They talk other stuff, and they'll give you speech after speech and everything like that. You look up 30 years, 40 years on 125th Street, nothing, right? You'll never see the Black Star Line appear again. You'll never see massive investments in black banks and everything. You'll never see a global trade and pipeline between the continent of Africa and everything. And then all you'll hear is conspiracy theories, pointing the finger, pointing the blame, and everybody coming at each other about who's the most African and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. That's Pan-Africanism 2023.
That's your opinion of Pan-Africanism.
No, that is the truth, you know.
That's not the truth. That's not how I see Pan-Africanism.
People living on dusty land.
Pan-Africanism is not about, everybody in the diaspora going to Africa.
You got people living on dusty land in Ghana with no electricity.
You got people living on dusty land in the USA too.
Navigate. G sir also on this one. Let navigate this. Give him a few minutes so he can explain what he's talking about, so we can clearly understand.
Okay, I'll give him more. He ain't gonna stop though.
Okay, I'm saying that people think Pan-Africanism.
No, I mean, navigate. You explain the point, and Kala was talking at the same time. So if you can just repeat your point and go in detail with your point.
Who are you talking to?
You
navigate yourself.
Okay. Well,
you're saying that
Pan-Africanism is not the diaspora, black diaspora, all coming to Africa. And it's not about it's not about just creating a nation of diasporans. It's primarily Black Americans. There are Black nations. There's many Black nations. We just got to build up what we got. We don't have to create a new nation, of Black Americans. That's really not necessary, and there's Black nations in the Caribbean. There's Black nations around the world. Most Black nations are on the continent of Africa, and that's the jewel, that's the prize. So we can be glue for one another. And move forward with one another, without trying to dominate one another. We should respect the African culture. I try to respect, the culture that's here because it's older than Black American culture. Black American culture, it's older than Black American culture.
Can you verify that?
Black American culture is Black a culture started.
A lot of cultures you see. A lot of cultures like that. I was talking about my Guinean brother the other day. And he was talking about the Barracuda people that came from Brazil that live in Ghana, and they back in the 1700s, 1800s. They're returning.
Africa is a huge continent. Africa is a huge continent. Hold on.
You got Creole people that live in Sierra Leone and whatnot. They're not old African American. The Zulus are relatively a new tribe. They didn't appear to like the 1800s. And then also a lot of these groups were named by Europeans. There's no real group called the Igbos or the Yorubas. That's what Europeans named them. And it's sort of stuck.
There you go. There you go again. African American culture, like the brother said, it changes every 2 decades.
The country of Benin right now was actually Dahomey, and the real Benin was somewhere in Nigeria, in central Nigeria. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that the African, there's hundreds of languages in Africa, and they
that's because there's no education system.
Let me speak.
There used to be hundreds of languages in Italy, but guess what? They created Latin.
You're killing me.
But they still got hundreds of languages in Africa, and these languages they're old. And only language Black Americans speak is English. The language that they did have when they was in Africa, they don't have them anymore.
So
therefore, just pure simple logic. Black American culture is much younger than African culture.
G-Star, I know you was holding for a while. Go ahead, G-Star.
Nah, I was just listening to the dialogue. I believe honestly I picked up a lot of good answers from both. Navigate surprisingly, he said some good stuff. Surprisingly, Kala, obviously always come through with some good wisdom. But I'm noticing two different types of Pan Africanists here, and I think Kala and Navigate both represent them very well. One type of Pan Africanist is the Pan Africanist that idolizes Africa, and Africa can do no wrong. Pan Africanism
That's not
becomes
me.
a it becomes a religion in, in these types of Pan Africanist eyes. Africa can do no wrong. Like I would challenge Navigate to say one negative thing about Africa, just one.
One
Now,
negative thing about Africa.
well, I'm sure you can, but let me just go. Let me just go to what I'm seeing right here. Kala, obviously, he takes the good with the bad, and I think I would just refer to that as being realistic. Africa is not perfect, and that's why he believes Africa would benefit from Pan Africanism.
That's what I
It's
see.
not a perfect place. I don't know, man.
I
I
said
don't
we
know.
should be the glue for
I
one
think.
another. We should enhance one another. You wasn't
Yeah,
listening.
Oh no, I was listening. You did say that
I
earlier,
did
but
not say
I was,
Africa was perfect and
I
in
of course you didn't say that, and I didn't say you said that either. That's just what I picked up. I
that's
do
what you
think
picked up. So you're
you
not
have an
listening.
over. I do. All right, man. Maybe
I said
maybe
Africa is the prize, and if we're
okay.
gonna keep this prize, Black
Hey,
Americans and
Okay,
Africans on the
what
continent
prize?
have to get
Navigate,
together.
navigate. What
What?
prize is that? What prize is that?
Yeah,
It's the most. It's the most wealthy piece of real
We're
estate
the
on the
poorest
planet.
continent on the planet.
navigate. I mean, you gotta let
That's
G
because
step
that's
in.
for a reason. That's for a reason. We got to, it's poor because for a reason. It ain't
I
poor
was coming.
because Africa.
I was coming to an end anyway, and it'll be real quick. Then you can go on. You can go on. You can go on a tangent. Navigate. One, I was not trying to put words in your mouth. I was not trying to make a straw man argument. I'm coming into this conversation genuinely. I was not trying to say you said this, you said that. I was just saying things that I've picked up and things that I've observed. I'm not saying that you said those things, but basically, and I'll end with this. I don't think you should try to over romanticize Africa. Africa, if you like Africa, that's cool. But at the same time, you have to take the good with the bad. And if you wanna work on the bad to make things better, then definitely do it. But don't think like Africa is like, don't make it your god. It's not a perfect place. No place is perfect. Nobody is
No
perfect.
place is perfect. I agree. I want to make things better. I accept the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful. Because I just told you I deal in verifiable truth, no matter where it lies.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't believe nothing. I don't believe Africa is don't have any issues, because Africa has issues, and there's reasons for such issues. Black Americans have issues, and there's reasons for those issues too. But if you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think is only going to confuse you.
I thought you said you didn't believe in like the tooth
I don't
fairy
believe nothing.
or something
Yeah,
like
but
that.
yeah,
I
but
don't believe
Kala,
nothing.
he got to. Hey, navigate. You can't just say a general statement like that and then just move on. You got to expand
Well,
on that
he
statement
interrupted me. He
about
interrupted.
expand on racism and white supremacy and explain.
If you don't understand this system of racism, white
Oh yeah,
supremacy,
that's a straw man.
there you
That's
go
vague.
again.
That's a
He
vague and
interrupted me
abstract.
again.
That's an
Here I am
vague and
trying
abstract.
to elaborate and
Kala,
expound on what I'm
we're
saying.
trying to hold him.
And
We're
he
trying
don't
to hold
stop.
him to explain it. So let's give him a minute. Go ahead, navigate.
Yeah, give me a minute. We have a system. It's just like the Jim Crow. It was a system. How to create a slave. And Jim Willie Lynch said, if you apply these methods that I give you, properly, you will create a slave that will last 1,000 years.
Willie Lynch didn't exist.
In the number one premise for
Willie Lynch never existed.
Stop interrupting me, please. The number one premises for the Willie Lynch issues is divide and conquer. Anything and everything. Oppose each other with anything and everything. That started the Black American cultural and social engineering.
You're
as
finished?
far
Are you
as my
finished?
history is concerned, that started it. That didn't end it.
All right, let me ask you a question, Navigate. Do you know that Willie Lynch letter was false and never existed?
Yeah, Kala,
do you know, Kala, that
Kala,
the science of the Willie Lynch letter is sound?
We gotta hear its fullness, because as far as the letter, since you have intervened,
the science is sound.
The reality of it is, whether some people believe it or not, he's talking about the science.
I don't believe nothing. The science is sound. If the science was not sound, I wouldn't adhere to it. The science is sound.
Continue with that point, and also finish explaining to us about.
And like the other brother said, he said, the old school, that's gone.
Yeah, navigate, stay focused. What we're talking about,
we're talking about, the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works.
And also that point that we just brought up about the Willie Lynch science.
Well, the science is sound. Divide and conquer is one of the number one tools in the armory of racism, white supremacy. They use that one all over the world.
Who uses it?
The system of racism, white supremacy.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Navigate. Where are they headquartered at?
Where the headquarters at? The system of racism, white supremacy is a global,
where are the headquarters at? Is somewhere in the Antarctic or the Arctic Ocean? Where's this global?
Their headquarters is anywhere they want the headquarters to be.
Do they got a building like the Pentagon?
Well, I didn't say that. Their headquarters is anywhere they want it to be, because they control most.
So you telling me you didn't believe in Santa Claus? You didn't believe in the Tooth Fairy?
No, I didn't.
I didn't believe in it. No. It sounds like you sound like you believe in Santa Claus till you was like 30 years
old. It sounds like that to you. I'm telling you, I don't.
You sound like the old dudes that when they were talking when you were 35.
That's what it sounds like to you. But I'm telling you, I don't.
You sound like a grown man that believes in Santa Claus till you was like in your 30s.
Well, that's what it sounds like to you. But I'm telling you, I don't.
Yeah, you believe it's nonsense.
I don't believe nothing.
You believe all this
How many times I gotta
nonsense.
say that?
You believe all this
I believe
nonsense.
absolutely nothing.
You believe
I contend. To believe by definition means you don't even know.
I contend. You believe in all this
I contend due to the preponderance of the verifiable evidence. If it ain't no verifiable evidence to back it up, I'm not gonna contend with it.
You know what I'm saying?
But you can't, that's over your head. You can't even understand a word I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, it's babble. Yeah,
you don't act like you understand it.
But Bonnie, you'll play
because you're a hypersensitive narcissist that can't handle being incorrect.
Bomani, you'll play a video, bro.
Quale bambola è bianca? Quale bambola è nera? Quale delle due è bella?
Questa.
Qual è quella bella? Qual è quella brutta? E qual è quella buona? Quale è cattiva? Qual è buona?
Lei.
Perché è buona?
Perché ha gli occhi celesti.
Quale è cattiva? Perché è cattiva?
Perché è tutto nero.
E qual è la bambola che ti somiglia di più? Quale bambola è nera?
È offeso. Tu.
Yes, Navigate. Let me get your response to this one, Navigate. Give us some critical analysis.
Well, even at a young age, black people have been psychologically programmed, and thrust into the matrix of falsehood, to make them look at themselves, as something that's not worthy of love and respect, so it's still going on today, but all of us is not. I'm not saying all black people hate each other in the USA. It's just that, a critical mass does, because 75% of black people in the USA is not even married, back in the day, like before the 60s, black people had a high marriage rate, even though they was going through lynching and Jim Crow, but, even during that time, we still had, was being indoctrinated, with stuff, and they divide and conquer, they brought the welfare system and they divided up, they divided the family up and conquered it, so, that and all the other stuff been piled on us, over the decades. So, if we don't defeat these evil white people, the next generation is going to be a whole different thing. Pedophiles will be legal then.
It's a nice topic. Navigate is about me. I'm going after the purveyors of black self-hate. White people are going to be white people. They're going to do what the hell they always do. I'm talking about people who basically, if you look at that video right now and everything like that, I would love to see what Dane Calloway has to say about that. And
I don't care what he got to say.
Well, I do, because we're doing the show tonight, and that's the topic of the show tonight. You
can ask him.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're talking about tonight. You can't just come here and just do your own thing. My whole thing is black people
care about what I want to care about.
Oh, black people. It's black people that promote self-hate and degradation and whatnot. To the point where it carries on forever, where it's part of our natural culture to hate ourselves, where people are denying their own racial identity.
I didn't even understand that. Say that again, because that didn't make no sense.
Where were you at, man? You don't understand the topic of the show tonight?
Well, say that again. That statement you made was incoherent. It was incoherent.
Let's put the topic back up.
You just repeat what you just said.
Bomani, can you put the topic up? He gets off on these tangents.
I just asked you to repeat what you said. What's so hard about that? You said it.
Navigate has a special white people. This is in-house. This is
now
black
you finna attack me. I just asked you to repeat what came out of your mouth.
I'm just saying that everything is not about white people. This is us cleaning in-house. It says topic: self-hatred and anti-black identity and destroying black American culture. That's basically, no white people can come in with a magic wand make you love yourself. That's something that has to come inside for you.
That's true.
And so that's what we're talking about tonight.
Well, I agree with that. We got to fix ourselves. We got to fix ourselves. We can't depend on white folks to fix it.
Why you got to even mention that?
Because if we can't bang on the beat that's outside of us and inside us, we not going to fix nothing.
You cannot navigate. You don't say so. You better get some help. You can't even have a sentence without mentioning white people. You're all the way in Ghana. You still got white people on your mind. You got the white man on your brain disease. That's a problem.
That is not a problem. You recognize the verifiable truth is not a problem.
The problem is black people right now can take responsibility for themselves and build themselves. 90% of every black people deal with other black people. We choose not to work with other black businesses. We choose not to marry in our race. We choose not to support black businesses.
There's a reason for that. There's a reason.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
I know you don't want to hear it.
But there's a
reason for it.
I don't want to hear that.
If you don't understand the reason, you ain't gonna be able to fix nothing.
It's because of self.
You don't understand the problem. The system of racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works.
I don't want to hear about your conspiracy theories.
It ain't no conspiracy. It's because it's
stop that. You're somebody that believes in Santa Claus.
I don't believe nothing.
I don't believe about conspiracy theories.
I'm not a believer.
You know what I'm saying?
Believe by definition means you don't know.
There's no white man sitting up on high. That's a scapegoat. But Negroes not to do anything.
I didn't say that.
Black people
that came out of your mouth, not mine.
But that's exactly what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you saying.
Responsibility because
that's what you saying. I'm saying. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying black folks ain't got to fix themselves. I ain't saying that.
You want white people to come down, swoop down.
I ain't say that either. I don't want white people to come down. You know, if I wanted white people to do something, I would still be in the USA with you, hanging around.
You want white people to.
I'm not trying to hang out with white folks like you.
And do a Thanos.
You want everything. You want to come over to Liberia and transform it into Virginia. You know where you live at. You want you want it to be white.
So the bottom line is this: you got white people's brain on your disease.
No, you got white people's brains. You the one that's speaking about white folks.
You cannot talk about.
I don't use white. I'm
talking about how we can build and love ourselves. He said, "See, but the Europeans."
No, you're talking. That ain't what you're talking about.
Everything out of your mouth is the Europeans.
If you don't understand how we got the way we are, you ain't gonna fix nothing.
In your lifetime, right? When you deal with white people, have you ever got into a fist fight with a white person?
What difference does that make?
It makes a lot of difference.
No, it don't.
It does. Have you ever hauled off?
No, it don't.
Have you ever hauled off and punched a white man in his mouth?
What difference does that make?
It does make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
Shows me what you are, because the bottom line, it sounds like you were basically being chased and beaten by white people your whole life and whatnot.
Well, that's not true. You know, I ain't got to validate myself to you.
You sound like you've been.
I'm not looking for your validation.
You sound like you've been whipped and chased.
Well, that's what it sounds like to you.
Like that.
Sounds like you've been taking a blue pill and swallowing a bunch of BS all your life.
You sound
you
like
know you ain't got nothing good to say about Africans. You think Africans can't do nothing without Black Americans, without you coming over there showing them the way. You know, you act like you the Wizard of Oz.
There's nothing Bomani and I.
Why don't you just stay right there where you at and fix the mess that you in?
There's nothing Bomani and I say we're gonna do that.
Hey, don't put Bomani in it. I'm talking to you.
That we need white people.
Now you trying to
Bomani and I are partners, man. Bomani and I are partners. So
well, I ain't said that. I'm talking about you though.
So the bottom line is there's not one time where we ever said, you know something, we can't do nothing. 99% of everything we do, whether we set spell, depends on other Black people. And we got Negroes waste our time talking a bunch of nonsense, don't contribute, don't
according
support
to you.
Everything.
You're the one that's talking the nonsense.
You know? And so the bottom line is
talking the nonsense. So the bottom line, you supposed to get an attaboy because you know just because you punch some white person in the nose one day. You know that
based on
that just shows you got no emotional control.
I'm not gonna give Negroes no escape or whatnot. If the movement don't,
I'm not gonna give Negro pins no escape. You know, I know what I am.
The European, what you want to do is this. If we don't succeed in what we're doing in Africa, see the Europeans, the white man. No, that's cowardly.
That's not what I said. Don't be putting your flawed words in my mouth.
Exactly what
I expect us to succeed. And I'm pushing towards success.
You know what I'm saying?
I want everybody to know what the problem is so we can move forward and succeed.
It's like you got
nothing about not succeeding and we can blame it on the white person. That's a bunch of crap. And don't even put that nonsense in my mouth. Speak for yourself. Don't speak for me. Don't speak for me.
But that's what you be saying.
Don't speak for me.
You're
speak
saying
for your own self.
You're saying all your shortcomings in life. All your shortcomings.
If you ain't gonna quote me, don't speak for me. You quote me or don't speak for me.
No, let me ask you the question, Navigate.
I probably don't want to answer. It's from some stupid question.
No, it's a good question. It's a good question, right? I'm saying like this, right? When in life, right? If you're success or failure, do you blame white people for any shortcomings in life, or do you take responsibility for yourself?
Well, I always take responsibility for myself, but I do recognize the dynamics of global society, U.S. society. I recognize the dynamics.
Hey, it's racism and white supremacy. They're responsible for your failure.
I've been able to navigate, in the USA, to a degree of success, more than many. So it all depends on how you navigate how you navigate through things.
You got to define your success.
That does not deter, the obstacles that's before you. You got to go around those obstacles or go through them.
Navigate. You got to define your success because we were told that you are a failure in America.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to validate myself to you or anyone else. All you got to do is consider the merits of my opinions. That's it. I'm not seeking your validation. I'm not seeking nobody's validation. I don't give a damn what you think. If you disagree with what I say, that's fine. If I disagree with what you say, that's fine. If I agree with you, I say so. That's all this is about. This ain't about me proving nothing to you. I don't have to validate myself to you. That's what you and Kala do, trying to validate yourself to the world like y'all the kings of Pan-Africanism or something, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Navigate, I'm referring to something based on a comment that someone mentioned.
Well, you be clear.
They mentioned that you ran to Ghana because you're a failure in America.
Well, that's not true. They didn't ask me why I came to Ghana.
Well, you gotta admit, there's a lot of black people who failed in America, and I'm seeing it now.
Well, that's not true either. You know? There's a lot of people that wanted to come back to their roots, and they wanted to be in an environment that was totally, better than the environment they were in.
How can you say you're a better environment when you're over there suffering?
Money is not everything. I'm not suffering, and people ain't here suffering. People around me is building mansions.
Oh yeah, well, anytime I see people begging for,
ain't nobody here begging. You talk about some people beg in the USA. They go to pantry begging for food. They go to the government and beg for food stamps.
Bomani,
people in the USA beg too.
Do you ever see anybody when people do YouTube channels in Africa, right? Who's their target audience? People in America. That's what they want, super chats for everything. You never see anybody say, "I'm gonna do a channel in Africa for and I want an African audience because the money's not there." So who's begging? You don't get I have never seen an African donate a super chat on anybody's platform. I never seen nobody living in Africa.
That don't mean that does not mean that all Africans are poor. That just means only thing that means is a great number of them that are poor.
Chase, the only person I've seen in Africa that actually they got together is Oche.
And there's a reason for that.
And so the bottom line. So when you talk about they're begging in America, nobody begging is begging for for what you don't have in Africa. You guys are always online, send me money, this, that, and all of you black YouTubers and whatnot. Where their money? The Bag family, whatnot. The Patreon. Well, where the
you can't just pull one group out and say everybody, all the black.
I'm saying this is a consensus.
That's ridiculous.
If you guys want to bring this nonsense up or not with these fake.
So what do you got in Liberia? What kind of money you got in Liberia? Liberia is poorer than Ghana.
These fake Pan-African movements.
Liberia is poorer than Ghana.
These fake.
If you want to, Liberia, the people in Liberia got less.
Hey, Kala, let them talk about Liberia, and so you can respond better. Navigate, explain.
The people in Liberia have less money than the people in Ghana. The annual wage in Ghana is almost triple that in Liberia. Liberia people ain't got nothing, but there's a reason for that.
Well, I don't see a lot of Liberians.
But I concentrate on the reasons for that and try to solve the cause of the problem instead of just focusing on the problem. You act like and black Americans, they beg, but they got a better infrastructure around them. So if they're hungry, they can go to the social service center and ask for some food.
Most black people in America got jobs, bro.
I ain't said most. I said most
black people right now in America right now. Not only that they got good jobs, they're also doing DoorDash, Amazon part-time, making tens of thousands.
Well, a lot of black Americans, they can take care of themselves.
So I don't know where you get this stuff.
Right.
Black Americans.
I said there are people in black America that beg too. I ain't say most. I said there are people that beg too. There's just more people in Africa that beg because they don't have as much resources. You live in the richest nation in the world, and then you gonna spit on.
Yeah, Navigate, you also have to stop too. I mean, both of y'all going on. I mean, we're trying to get the point. So when people are listening, they can hear.
He's the one that's living in the richest nation in the world, and he expects everybody.
Navigate is easy for a second. All right, you're trying to make a point, and if you can just repeat your point, so we're clear on it. And point,
people that live in the richest nation in the world, with all the resources in the world. Even when they hit rock bottom, they can beg and they can get something, should not spit on people, that don't live in the richest nations in the world. They live in some of the poorest nations in the world, and you can't compare them. They're apples and oranges. You can't compare them and say they're the same, because they're not.
No, that's my whole point. So when somebody like Bomani goes to Ghana and he's putting money
Speak for
in
yourself.
that poor country, and creating jobs and opportunity, shouldn't that country be a little more gracious about what he's doing?
Well, they should be as gracious as they want to be. You came to their country. I'm sure they gave you the accommodation. I'm sure they got everything you asked for.
This is the mentality I'm talking about, the self-hate mentality, right? People go over there with this self-hate mentality, and you wonder
what again with that crap.
So in other words,
they should be grateful that I even come over here and spend some money. That's ridiculous. You ain't got to come and spend no money in Africa.
Be taken advantage of, be robbed, be shaken down, taken advantage of, whatever like that. Loans were given
everywhere.
Whatnot, this and the other thing. But the bottom line is we get nothing in return.
But Black Americans been taken down and taken advantage of for 400 years.
So in other words,
you ain't complaining about that.
Mentality is, and you say Black people taken for 400 years. So what's another 400 years? Being taken advantage by Africans.
Africans ain't doing that.
I just told you that the bottom line is people don't respect the efforts that Black people in America.
That's your opinion. I've been in Africa. They respect anything and everything I do for them. I don't see that. I live in Africa and I don't see that.
Losing their savings and everything like that. You're
I don't see that. I live here and it ain't like that.
You're broke.
They have the utmost respect for elders. They have the utmost respect for what you do for them. They say yes, please, thank you. What God say, and they give you what you ask them for and what you pay them for.
We had a sister. We had a couple of sisters.
One. There you go with an exception to the rule.
I'm not saying like this. I'm saying the reason why they're able to there's no respect is because people like you going up there ass kissing, ass munching. And we're saying that you've been
not making no damn sense. There you go again. With these ad hominem attacks. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
But you never once say something.
All you're doing is spitting out hype. The only thing you want is emotional response.
Basically,
that's hyperbole. You just throwing hyperbole.
I'm going to be the vanguard of my people.
I didn't say that. Don't put your funky words in my mouth.
No, I'm saying
keep your words out of my mouth.
What you should be saying
don't put your words in my mouth.
No, I'm saying
what you
should be saying is that
don't be telling me what I should say. You say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. I know how to speak for myself. I know how to speak for myself. Don't create a straw horse. Don't you create a straw horse so you can beat it. You just create a straw horse so you can beat it. That ain't how you have no discussion.
You should be like I navigate freely.
I shouldn't be nothing that you say. I should be like I want to be.
I'm saying I navigate freely. I'm gonna watch over and make sure, monitor that the people, my brothers who's coming from America, get a square deal and all the stuff like that.
That ain't my job.
I'm saying like this,
That's not my job.
It is your job.
No, it ain't. It ain't your job either because you can't do it and I can't do it.
It is your job.
People are people. I can't even make sure that Black people in the USA get a square deal.
Well, the bottom line, but we're over here, right? But we're going to.
You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
You're going to a foreign land, and you telling me you can't watch out for look over somebody's shoulder.
I watch out for my Black Americans as best I can. I can't watch out for all of them. You know how many Black Americans are here? Good grief.
Navigate, man. You got to do more, bro.
Well, you got to do more. You ain't doing the damn thing. As far as I can see, I can tell. At least I'm in Africa. I'm building. I'm paying.
You live in.
I'm creating jobs. In the town of Asabo that we live near, it's grown since
do you have any pictures? Let me tell you to navigate. Do you have any pictures or videos you can share with us?
You don't need to. I ain't showing you a damn thing because it ain't your business. You ain't showing me no pictures of nothing you doing in Liberia. Where your pictures at? Where's yours?
Well, we're gonna have them up next year when we go to the
next year. Because you ain't built a damn thing. The only thing you do is run your mouth. That's all.
You've been gone for 4 years and you got no. See,
that's not true. But I ain't got to prove it to you. I ain't got to prove it. You can go on YouTube and see me. If you search, you can find it.
Yeah, I seen you sitting in a dusty ass hovel somewhere. on one
Well,
YouTube
I
video.
got 4 structures. I got a half-acre land. And I got 4 structures with roofs
Yeah,
on them.
but you live in a dog
4
kennel
of
with
them.
the dogs, man.
4 of them. I got 4
Are you
structures
living
on
in the
my
kennels
property.
there at Navigate?
4.
Yeah, so but you're gonna be like 90 years old before they're completed, man. Come on.
You don't know what I'm gonna be like. You know, you gonna be like 100 years old, and you still ain't gonna be done nothing. You ain't did a damn thing. At least I'm doing something. You ain't doing nothing but running
What
your
exactly
big
you
mouth.
doing, Navigate? Yeah.
More than you.
You know what I'm saying? That same
More
scenery,
than you.
It was that same
You
scenery
ain't doing
from 2
nothing
years
but
ago.
running your mouth.
You're like, that's my house.
If I
over
went on
here,
YouTube, I wouldn't.
And I haven't seen any progress in 2 years to that house you showed us. Hilarious, man. Hilarious.
Navigate is a simple thing. Navigate. You can turn the camera on and show them everything that you have built and show them that.
I ain't got to show them nothing. I ain't got to validate myself to nobody. You know, I ain't no mystery. You can find me on YouTube.
Oh, give me your coordinate. I'll look you on Google Earth. Where exactly you're located?
Well, I ain't giving you no coordinates. You know, because you don't. You give me what you building. The only thing you doing is running your mouth. Why don't you validate your damn self and stop trying to get me to validate myself?
Hey, Bomani, you know Sable's coordinates on Google Earth? You know, we can find out real quick. We're gonna zero right into Navigate's house.
Well, that's okay. I ain't got no problem with that.
I can watch you in real time.
And you will see that what I told you was correct. Simple as that. It's correct. I got 4 structures on my property, you know, with roofs on.
Navigate. We have a comment for you from Bobcat Traction. If you'd like to read the comment.
Bobcat Traction. Let me put my glasses on because I am more mature. It says what? It says navigate freely sounds like he has bussy stains. What's a bussy stains? Well, you know, it's I don't know what kind of English that is, but I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. How you gonna sound like you got some stains? See, it's not even logical. You can't hear stains. Makes no damn sense. But Kala does the same kind of stuff. Say nonsensical things that makes no logical sense.
Hilarious.
I'm sure that's all you can say is hilarious because you read the comment. Do it make sense to you? Of course it makes sense to you.
If you knew what bussy means, it's hilarious.
No, I don't know what it means.
It means a lot.
But you can't. I know one thing. You can't hear a stain. You cannot hear a stain. How many stains have you heard?
Yeah.
How many stains have you heard?
Put it this way: he made sure that he didn't use profanity.
Well, how many stains have you heard? That's the question. I don't give a damn if you use profanity or not. It don't make no sense. And I can't entertain people that don't make no damn sense.
Navigate does not understand your comment, so if you can just reply back something.
And tell me how he can hear a stain. Kala probably can tell me how you can hear a stain. How many stains have you heard, Kala?
No, he's talking about your voice, man.
I asked you a simple question. How many stains have you heard?
Oh, wow, man. He asked a serious question.
That's not what I asked you.
Hold on. He asked the question.
I asked you a question. I ain't talking about him. I'm talking to you. How many stains have you heard?
Oh, we're moving on from that. I don't know.
No
ain't heard now. None.
You can't hear. Navigate. You missed the joke, yo. You missed a joke.
Yeah, you're slow.
Well, you know, clowning. That's what ignorant people, they never have anything intelligent to say. They always, playing the dozens, clowning, for a laugh.
I mean, it was a funny joke. You just didn't get it, but that's fine.
I sure didn't get it because ignorant people, they never have anything intelligent to say. They always playing the dozens, clowning, and for a laugh.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you get
another one for you? Right there, right on the screen for you. Anybody have any comments for Navigate? Please share it so we can post it. Navigate, you're on the spotlight.
It's your night, Navigate.
He want to know about the house.
I want Bomani to ask Navigate about the building that was demolished. I don't know very much about that. All I know is some Black Americans, they had some land on the beach. And and they wasn't doing much of nothing with it. When I go out there on Friday, I go there to buy some cilantro, before I can make my guacamole. They had a little they sell some produce out there on Fridays, and that's about it. And we had a wellness meeting in one of the little huts that was there. And then other than that, it was been deserted, every day. So the agreement they made with the people on the lands and stuff like that, I have no idea. I don't know.
Everybody was walking off, man. It's like a grab bag. They were taking computers. Without no court order or whatever like that. They just came in there.
Not what I'm talking about. There was no computers to take, on this beach. It was the bulldozer came in and demolished the
people were taking all the equipment and stuff out of the place.
There was no equipment in the places. I've been in the places.
We talk about. I saw they didn't have time to get anything out, so people were taking out fixtures and some of everything. They're walking away.
Maybe one of the buildings had something in it because they had supposed to have had a restaurant, what you call it, a vegan restaurant, but that vegan restaurant, thing was never open. Every time I went there, it was closed. So they had three huts on the place, and one of them probably was a restaurant, and that's probably the other two had nothing in them because I've been in them. Nothing. It was empty places. I never been inside the vegan restaurant, because it never was open when I was around it.
Hey, Bomani,
why they lost the land and got the structures demolished, I don't know. I don't know what kind of.
Have you been there before?
Have you been there?
Yes, I've been there before a long time ago.
I'm talking about you, Carla. Have you ever been there?
No, I haven't been there.
But Navigate say it's a simple setup. It was nothing advanced. But that's nevertheless
advanced. It was nothing advanced at all, and it wasn't doing anything. And the agreement they had with the people, I don't know what that was.
But nevertheless, let's move on. Navigate. So another question Bobcat had for you is, there we go. He has a nice one for you.
No, he does. Oh, it's a long one, huh? Let me see. I was told that Navigate Freely was attending that building before it was demolished, and he was found in a compromising position with another nigga. See how ignorant and stupid ignorant people is. Ignorant, keep on with the funk stuff. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the funk stuff. Don't stop till you get enough, because ignorant people never have anything intelligent to say. They always
I don't know why at you, but he had another one at the beginning and talk about
it's stupid. You shouldn't even put them stupid ones up, Bomani.
I'm just showing you what trolls do, but
I know what they do. They act stupid.
Colin, you've been a victim of them.
Well, I know who I am and I know what I am. So it's redundant. I don't believe the hype. I'm not gonna lose any sleep because somebody I don't know got something stupid to say.
These people watch you and monitor you over a period of time, and they start stalking you and start getting obsessed with you.
Well, not all the people. Some people, they got good sense. It's just that only reason that criminals and people that does wrong get away with it because the good people, silent and don't say nothing and let them do it. There's a lot of good people out there that's listening to me now. They just chose not to say nothing. Only the knuckleheads, want to start, these ad hominem attacks.
Carla, do you really believe that?
Well, it's not everybody
because he's a believer.
Not everybody's a troll, and like I said, some people troll just to troll, and some people troll just to get on your nerve. But like I said, some people really have some serious. Let me tell you something, right? I get on here, I take the good with the bad. So long as somebody don't misrepresent what I'm saying. Or whatever like that. I never told anybody you need to go to Africa tomorrow to solve all your problems. I said that many times. So why do people keep coming at me like, "Oh, Africa sucks"? We're not. Yeah, it sucks. We're not saying that. We're saying that we're trying to build. We're trying to expand beyond America, and whether it's expanded to the Antarctic or Australia, whatever like that, Africa is on the agenda. So why not?
I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm on the same agenda.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, anyway, so I'm saying like this. So I'm saying we have a history with a country that's very, very significant. If you look at it, we have a history with a republic that our ancestors built. but because of self-hatred, right? We basically will take the negative narrative of Liberia. The most of the anti-Liberia stuff comes from self-hatred. We must have did something wrong.
I'm not anti-Liberia. Liberia is just another poor African country to me.
No.
Regardless of how it was founded.
You guys
and it's a good opportunity to build there as well as any other African.
Navigate. I'm not talking about you. Everything I say is not about you.
I know.
I
know that. I'm just saying that I don't think that
popular. That when you tell black people, we must have went over there and did this and whatnot. It's self-hate. We always take the negative about ourselves and whatnot. You got black.
Well, sometimes ourselves is negative. Sometimes we got to recognize our negative.
Another thing part of self-hatred is this. We have this notion that goes around saying that we got the house slaves and the field slave, even though that theory of the house slave, field slave is by our beloved Malcolm X was taught, but that was not the truth. The truth was
the truth.
No.
It's still the truth.
No. See what I'm talking about by self-hate? That's an excuse for black people.
That ain't got nothing to do with his self-hate.
Let me finish what I'm saying, Navigate, right? That's an excuse for black people to hate other black people want to hate other black people. They ain't nothing. They got nothing to do with hate. So therefore, when they hear that there's some black people that are smart. Look, let me tell you something, black folks, right? There's some people that's smarter than you. They're gonna have more money than you. Their parents make better decisions, everything like that. Their life is more together, everything like that. But what you do is say, look, I hate that person because
no.
He's bootleg.
There's some people that are snowflakes, and the slightest pushback, they're gonna melt. We can't even push back on each other without melting. And, like a snowflake.
So let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying about the house slave and the field slave, I see 3. Oh Lord, we get election.
He has a great question also for Navigate and yourself.
Okay,
let me define house slave and define field slave. Don't talk about it if you can't define them. What is a house slave? What is a field slave?
Let me finish what I'm saying, right?
Well, define it, then I know what you're talking about.
Right? But they found out that a lot of the slave rebellions and stuff like that, the house slaves would eavesdrop on things that went on and stuff like that. They knew coordinates. They were very vital, even when the Union troops were advancing and whatnot. It was the house slaves who had a lot of information about the whereabouts of people and maneuvers and stuff like this. That's the truth. And the bottom line is this. Most of the slave rebellions and everything like that were plotted when the field and the house slaves worked together. So this notion that there was this house slave that loved his master, that was a lie,
Well, that's true too. And it's still true.
It was so rare. You know why? Because I'll research this one story, right? Where this guy was a faithful servant, right? And he's still a slave, right? And he said he figured his master had promised him he was like a manservant, follow him around one night. He was a yard slave. It wasn't a house slave, it was a yard slave. So he basically was following around like that, did his master's bidding, knew how to read and write. On the master's deathbed, right? He said, I know I promised your freedom, but I'm giving you to my son. That was the reality. The reality of like black women that lived in the house, they were completely helpless against the advances of the slave master and the slave master's sons or anybody marauder that came in there. So that
got nothing to do with us hating each other. That's got nothing to do with
it was not. And there was also people to understand there was more unity among black people from the field slave than it was. There was not this hatred of house slave, field slave. That's a lie.
I didn't say it was hate. I just say it's different kinds of slave. We got house slave and field slave now.
A slave, check this out. A slave, when somebody could take you to the local auction block and strip you naked like that. A slave is a slave. It's about power. So
yes,
just
it's about power. It's about power.
When a slave owner went into debt, right, and they went to go foreclosing, they would grab all his property up, slave house, everything like that, Negro seamstress, all stuff like that. Put them on a thing. Study history, right?
I agree with that, but that still ain't got nothing to do with hate.
They were degraded like animals.
That still ain't got nothing to do with us hating each other.
So this idea that there was this special house slave versus field slave was a lie, and it's this excuse.
Well, there are some special house slaves now.
It's an excuse for black people to
No,
basically
it's not no
hate
excuse.
other
There's
black
some house slaves now. There's some everybody with black skin. Everybody with black skin is not black people friend.
Digs out.
Everyone with black skin is not black people friend.
So basically, you want an excuse to hate somebody that's black,
No,
right?
I'm just saying that everybody with black skin is not black people friend.
So therefore,
Why don't you deal with what I say? I said everybody with black skin is not black people friend.
We're all united. You know, we're all united.
Everybody with black skin is not black people friend. We were all not united.
Because you're a self-hating Negro.
No, I'm not self-hating. I'm a truthful Negro. You a lying ass Negro. Everybody with black skin is not black people friend.
I'm gonna give a black man until you prove me otherwise.
Everybody with black skin is not black people friend.
Black people like this. You going around saying, "Oh, black people this, black people that."
I'm saying everybody with black skin is not black people friend. But you ain't gonna hear it because you a hypersensitive narcissist that can't handle being incorrect.
Self-hate, bro.
Okay,
he's the one that. I'm not self-hating because I tell the truth. Everybody with black skin is not black people friend.
All right, Navigate and Color Genesis, agree to disagree. Appreciate you guys. ICP got a quick question up also, and it was about solutions. What is the best way to solve the problem of self-hatred? So that's what ICP is saying, that you have not heard any solutions, right?
That's right.
So go ahead and maybe you can share with us some solutions. That way we don't have to have Navigate.
Yeah, but I'd like to hear their position first, and then give my position afterwards.
Okay, Navigate.
I'd like to hear each of their positions, and then I'll give
Navigate. What is the best way to solve the problem of self-hatred?
I'm just saying, we gotta understand, the psychology, behind, our generational trauma in order to be able to, to reverse it, and what do psychologists do when they're trying to, heal psychological trauma? They put things in proper perspective, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful. We can't just, feed each other hype, because we've been feeding each other hype, for centuries. Like Public Enemy say, you don't believe the hype. Don't believe that crap. And right now, there's lots of hype, that the majority of Black Americans, swallow hook, line, and sinker. And I'm trying to red pill people, so they can, so I can welcome them to the real world. I'm not an idealist. Anyone can be an idealist. I'm pragmatic.
Your solution is your solution. I don't understand your solution. I understand what you're saying.
Is being more pragmatic, facing the good, the bad, and the ugly, with both eyes, with all three eyes wide open. Therefore, you move forward, and the number one thing, you got to move forward towards is security. You got to secure, what is yours in order to keep it and to develop it, into something better. If you can't secure it,
how do you do that? How?
By any means necessary.
By any means necessary.
Yes.
But, okay.
And,
right.
And the superpowers, they secure what's theirs, by means of weapons of mass destruction. It's not like Africans and Black Americans can't have weapons of mass destruction. If you don't have a deterrent, for your enemy, especially these Europeans, they're not going to be deterred. And then it'll be a dog eat dog world, where everybody's, trying to get more money than the other person, trying to get one up on them and stuff, trying to validate themselves in each other's eyes about what they got.
So your solution.
So that's your grand solution.
My solution is to move forward, and concentrate on securing what we have left. Because if we don't secure what we have left, they're going to take it. So security, national security is, in the USA and Great Britain, they can justify anything they do under the umbrella of national security.
Great job, Navigate.
They know what's most important.
Well, Navigate, we appreciate the solutions and everything. Kala, do you agree with Navigate's solution? Is that what we should do?
He's all over the place. He didn't answer the question.
Right.
I thought I did.
Self-hate. We're talking about self-hate. He's talking about national.
That's not the question Bomani asked.
No, IC3 answered your question.
Well, I answered. That's not the question he asked.
He answered
this question. Solutions.
for self-hate, you know, not national security. Nobody asked you that. We talked about solution for self-hate. How we change.
We can't save everybody. Right. We cannot save everybody.
Well, as I said, I see that on this panel right now. We can't save everybody.
That's right. We can't save everybody. You know, even the Chinese, the Chinese under Mao Zedong, you know, he killed millions of Chinese, you know, because he felt like they couldn't be.
We're not talking about killing millions of black people navigating.
Well, I'm just giving you an example. You know, that we all can't be saved. So, you know, some of us is married to the boule.
I'm not gonna be like, you know, something. I disagree with you, so I got to kill you. No, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna do that either. I'm not gonna do that either.
Why you mention Mao Zedong?
Well, I'm just giving you an example that in societies, you know, when they recognize some people can't be saved, sometimes they use extreme measures.
No, that's not exactly what happened. You know, basically, China was in a sick thing, and it was people were gonna get killed anyway. There was in a constant state of warfare, so they had re-education camps. 90% of the people Mao Zedong were sent to re-education camp because the culture was so sick, you know, that they couldn't function. You know, I don't think we've reached that level yet. But not only that, we don't have a government. We don't have the means to force black people to think a certain way. You know, what I'm trying to say is the self-hate that we black people have globally, not just Black America, but globally. Allows black people to be ruled and dominated by other people because you don't have that natural sense of survival that other groups of people have. You know, you don't care about your history. You don't care about your narrative. You'll let people. Sit in company with people who will lie about the history, say slavery never happened and everything. If you believe that, you have no business being anywhere near me. If you believe, and you don't believe in the Maafa, you don't believe in the slave holocaust and the transatlantic slave trade. If you try to deny our ancestors and everything, we have nothing to talk about. You know, that's my line in the sand. And so therefore, when you like that, we got too many people, particularly in the reparations movement, right? They hate Africa. They want reparations, but they say slavery never happened, or the translate prove that slavery never happened. We had, and I asked earlier, Bomani, I said, if we had all these scholars and doctors and everybody like that, how is it somebody like Dane Calloway could even take root? You know, IC3, do you know who Dane Calloway is?
No.
I mean, but it's simple. I mean, people are looking outside of what they've been brainwashed with, and when somebody give them this a feel-good pill, they take it.
Right. Okay. So so your solution. I didn't catch the solution. Your version of how to deal with self-hatred.
Well, self-hatred. First of all, you have to understand who you are and accept who you are. Right. Right. And then that means you take the good and the bad and the ugly with your history. Right. Mm-hmm. If you look at the history, and it goes to you got a lot of people from the islands, right? Oh, they're not trying to rewrite history. Oh, Jamaicans and all these islands contributed to hip. No, he didn't. Hip hop and that culture was in Harlem, New York City, black people, America, and the people who lived in New York and everything like that. Let's not try to rewrite history. You know, when you try to rewrite history, you try to steal other people's history. You try to encroach on other people's history because you don't accept who you are and everything, or you try to be dismissive of somebody else's history and everything like that. My whole thing is this: when you have in Black America, right? A lot of people do not accept what they are because they view themselves through the prisms of white America. If you see the world through the prisms of white America, you'll hate yourself. That's why I look at people like Thomas Sowell and everything, and Brandon from Pan Strikes Back. He loves Thomas Sowell, and Brandon. I hope Brandon can turn it around and whatnot. He's a smart brother, but when you start taking on Thomas Sowell, what you hear when you hear Brandon talk and whatnot is this friggin' disgust he has for his own race.
Right.
You know, he never talks about all the stuff. They completely exonerate white people for everything. And right like tonight, everybody kept saying, "Oh, the black people don't speak. We speak English." What the hell does that have to do with a race of people who waged war on us and everything, and caused us to hate ourselves because they destroyed everything we built in America and persecuted us? They created minstrel shows that mocked our skin, our hair, and everything to persecute us, make us hate ourselves, psychological warfare. But yet, it would be like this. Oh, let me no. And then the wrong thing you could do is, okay, the psychology of being black in America is so great, and white people are so invincible. I'm just going to move to Africa and become a Ghanaian. And then when that don't work out, those people, we know there's one sister, right, Bomani, right? When that don't work out, when they actually like, I hate America, I hate white people, and then they go to Africa and that don't work out, and they like that, they turn really, really angry. You know, it sends people over the edge, you know? So self-hate is a real thing. You know, you cannot escape yourself. You cannot keep running to Africa. I can't say most of the people who run to Africa, you know, I listen to them talk and whatnot. They always have something negative to say about Black America or America or whatnot. No, it's not even America. They don't like being around their own people in America and everything because they did not, they don't have a come up. If people who achieved in America or had good families and everything, or you were just adorned, you never see those people basically, unfortunately, in the Pan-African world, right? It's always the people that basically like, man, I was nobody in America, but let me go to Africa and see like. Then when they go to Africa and it doesn't work out like that, these people get really angry. I gave up America. Nobody asked you to go to Ghana. Nobody asked you to go to these countries. But instead of going to these countries and being yourself and loving yourself, no matter where you are, accepting yourself, and then learn the local culture, then learn some of the things that can enhance you. These people want to escape. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Actually, about self-hate. You're muted, bro.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're on a topic. You've chosen a topic about self-hate because it's very serious. You've got to deal with that, and then we're flying. So I just bought the most expensive book I've ever bought in my life, and the information in this book.
We pay like £5.
I wish it was. The information in this book, I was told, because I've been always talking about these codes and stuff. So for years, so the codes are used in America and Britain. They're international. Race, the concept of these race codes and so on, the black, white, and so on. So over 20 years ago, nearly 20 years ago, I said, I'm trying to find out who came up with these police codes. And the woman that told me that they existed, she said, you'll never find the information. They'll never tell you. But I've been fighting all these years trying to find out the source. Where did this curse of Ham come from? And just recently, look at this. Talking about self-hatred. It's written by a Jewish person. The origins and the history of the curse of Ham. So you're all talking about self-hatred, right? But that hatred has been generated by this specific curse of Ham. We know it's not true, but it's fully effective, and it's in the construction of the world that we're in, the construction of the West, and before that, it was in the East. Look at this. It says, I'll just read the back. It says there's a history of the curse of Ham. The belief that the Bible consigned blacks to everlasting servitude is a belief that, incorrect as it was, but it is, validated the enslavement of black Africans from late antiquity to modern times. This book unravels the exegetical and interpretive strands of this belief, uncovering its beginnings in the Near East and tracing its reception and dispersion in Europe and the New World. Yeah, so this hatred, this self-hatred is actually a reflection of the hatred of Black Africa. So what it is, they have projected their hatred of Black Africa and twisted it around so that Black Africa are hating themselves, but they're not seeing the source. They're not seeing the source of the hatred. It started off in the Near East, then it moved to the West, then the New World. So how did it move, and what is it? Oh man, this is serious. So addressing the question. So this is understanding the source of the hatred. Why are Black people or African people hated worldwide? What's going on there? How did that come about? And from once you start reading this, man, it's in Judaism, it's in Christianity, and it's Islam. They're all united on the fundamental hatred of Black Africa. I'm reading. I just started reading it, and the stuff that I can't believe it. They fundamentally see Black Africa. We are fundamentally seen as monsters from ancient. This is going way back. Way back, we're perceived as the monstrous and anti-righteousness.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah,
I agree.
But why for all this time, for all these centuries, why is it still functional, fully functional in the world today? Because
we haven't created a nation that could that with a value system that's Black conscious. That's why I said.
Yes, you're right.
African culture will never stand up to that.
Yes, 100%. You're 100%
never
right.
stand up to that. You'll wipe it right out.
Never. But yeah, but when you're 100% right. But what you're saying is very difficult for let's understand what Blackness is in comparison to Africanness. They won't understand how deep it goes.
That's why we say Black Africanist. You know,
yes, that's the correct language.
Black Africanist, you know.
It's all when you read all the ancient texts, I've only just started reading this book. It's all about blackness. It's blackness.
And somehow African culture right now does not emphasize Black. You got a white Miss Zimbabwe.
Exactly.
You got a white Miss. I'm sure Navigate agrees with that, right? You have a white, blonde, blue-eyed lady as a head, Miss Zimbabwe. And we say anything about it, why not? We're racist, you know. We're the racist.
Yes.
We're the target of racism.
We're
right?
racist.
We're the racist, you know.
Yeah, it's high science. But watch this. What I'm realizing is that this it's a spell, it's a curse, and you can't use the reason we haven't been able to beat this anti-Blackness, anti-Africanness, is that it cannot be defeated with logic or reason. Because there's no logical reason to it. It's
exactly racism.
Hatred.
Racism has no reason.
Of the African.
Check out racism. Check out
unbelievable.
Check out racism, and that's the thing. Like Khalid Muhammad said about Martin Luther King. He's using his Black heart and mind to. We try to respond to these people reason logically.
Yes,
the white supremacists, the racists, everything like that. They have no reason, no logic. It doesn't even make any sense. They just do it, you know?
Right.
There's
right.
no reason, no logic. So we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out how logically we're gonna get. No, it has no logic and no reason.
Right.
That's why you can't compromise with that shit.
No, that's right. There's no logic, no reason. So when you see Black people,
there's logic and there's reason. I disagree with both of you.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord!
Look, let's hear him.
I can't disagree.
No, you
Yeah.
just agree just to disagree. We had a nice flow going.
I'm not disagreeing just to
We had a
disagree.
nice flow going.
There's
Hey,
logic
come on.
to it. Because
racism and all that has no logic. Hold up. They take a slave like you and think like
there you go. I don't want to hear you denigrate me. Let me say what I gotta say.
Hold on,
you concentrate on the merits of what I got to say.
Let me say
Don't go
I'm gonna let you guys have. I'm gonna jump off.
Wait, why don't you shut up and let me say what I gotta say?
Let me say this.
I don't want to hear that crap. I ain't talking about you.
Come on,
my comment ain't about you.
Now, to a slave mind like you think
no.
There you go.
You think there's no reason to lie to
harmony and attack.
There is
nobody
no
have a
reason
conversation with
to
you.
slavery and oppression navigate. Get over it. The white man has no right to oppress you.
I didn't say that. That's coming out of your flawed mouth.
You said there's logic to it.
Oh,
I did.
Let him speak, man. Let him speak.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Navigate.
Well, there's logic, because racism is not about color. And there ain't no white people and there ain't no black people. And blackness is not about skin color either.
Oh Lord, hey, Bomani,
blackness is a political movement.
I have
blackness
to go. I have to go.
Is a world political.
You guys carry on. I might come back on.
Come on, Colin.
Colin, go ahead, brother.
He can't listen to the mayor.
I've been on for 5 hours.
If he ain't saying it,
you've got to get the point, Colin. Listen,
man.
Well, you don't have to agree with what I say. You can dispute it with logic and it makes sense. Because blackness is a world political view. That's where we fall short. We get in that even Martin Luther King said, it's not about the color of your skin, it's about the content of your character. Everybody with black skin is not black people's friend, but you ain't gonna agree with that. Everybody with white skin ain't black people's enemy either. So racism, white supremacy, those white people, they have no problem at all recruiting people with black skin that look just like me and you, to further their efforts. They do it.
Yeah,
but we,
correct.
If we want to just look at skin color, we missing the whole boat. It ain't about skin color. It's about power. And the enemy of my greater enemy is at least my temporary friend. It's called strategic.
Okay, you've raised a very good point. So let me come at you now. So it's me and you now, Navigate. Okay, right. Excellent point you've raised there, and we have to go. We have to dig into this. Let's go step by step because it's a heavy topic. It's a heavy topic. So yes. You're correct. It's not just about skin color. It's not just about the color of the skin. It's about blackness. See, that's the ness. You see the blackness and white.
Black power.
Okay. Watch this. Okay. So let's walk into this now. So. Whiteness and blackness. These are the languages. These are the ancient languages because the root of it is actually in religion. It's actually based on religion. So you're right. It's not just about looking at the skin color. It's the church fathers who constructed this. The hatred of Black Africa. I just started reading it, but what they're saying is that blackness is synonymous with sin. So that blackness, that darkness is an aspect. So skin color is an aspect of the sinfulness and darkness and evil.
Yeah, we just seen babies on the video thinking that way too.
Yes, yeah. So you can't attack that with logic or no, because its birth is in the religious realm. It's birth in the Abrahamic faith.
Well, you can attack it with logic because the religion is a bunch of BS as well. You don't teach your children that stuff.
Okay.
Who gave you the religion?
Yeah,
the people that got the agenda.
Okay, So how you're saying, okay, this is where we disagree. You're saying you can address it with logic
Yes.
and reason. And this
Yes.
is where we disagree. So I want to have this conversation, but maybe G Star wants something to say before we go into this, because this is very serious.
No, y'all go ahead, go into it. I was just trying to find my way into the conversation naturally. It seems like we're on the topic of self-hate. I was gonna chime in as soon as y'all get done, but y'all go ahead, continue.
Well, I would say that he who controls the printed page, the media, controls the thinking of the age. You know, because even today, you know, Black Americans, they believe what the news tell them. You know, they tell the news tell you know that Saddam Hussein is a bad guy, or Gaddafi, you know, is killing his own people. They believe that crap.
Okay, we'll go from the angle you just mentioned there. You said he who controls the printed
page.
All right.
The media controls the thinking of the age.
Right. Okay, so controls the thinking. Right. So in order to control the media, right, you have to have a group of people that are a part of with shared values. Yes?
Yes, shared values.
Okay, so you have to have a successful organization first in order to control the media or anything else or any other.
Well, you got to have your own media, you know, because you can have shared values, you know, and you have the shared values, and the ones in the media is lying to you. You know, they're manipulating your shared values. They know how to push your buttons. They tell you one thing and it's a lie. It's called the Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution. You know, they create the problem and then they wait till you start screaming about, you know, a solution, and they offer you the solution that they want to offer you. So they win-win.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, what you're saying is correct. But what I'm trying to move the conversation to a high level, I want to talk about the they and how the they manage, as you mentioned before, power effectively. If you are if you are a group and you're not organized effectively, you can't hold the power and you can't wield the power. Therefore, you will be abused and crushed. The group that can hold themselves together are tightly organized and can hold the power, they can wield the power, and they can take you out. So
power comes in degrees. Some people are superpowers.
Yeah. Okay, but the superpower comes from the organization. It doesn't come from the individual. It comes from a number of individuals who come together to wield power. It's an order. It's an order. It's a special order.
It comes a number of people that comes together to develop, you know, to develop means, you know, to wield power. If you don't develop the means to wield power, you're not going to wield nothing but your mouth.
Exactly. Yeah. So to develop, to develop the means, you have to develop yourself first. So when I say yourself, I mean the group. We're not talking about individuals and powerful. That's
well, you got to stop being a slave. You got to recognize that you need to protect yourself and protect what is yours. That ain't rocket science.
Yeah, but listen. Oh no, it is. Watch this. You said you're going to protect what is yours, right? That language, it tends to be. I hear that often, but it always seems to be about the individual. So you got all these individuals. Know yourself, right? But knowing yourself.
That's not what I meant, though. I meant by the group.
Exactly. That's why I want to clarify. That's why I want to. See. So yeah. So when you use the word "your,"
if you got a family, you protect your family.
Oh,
you know, if you got a community, you protect your community.
Right.
If you got a nation, you protect your nation.
100%.
You know, you gotta protect what is yours. That's what I mean. I ain't talking about no individual. You know, individual.
Clarify that. Yeah, I just needed to clarify that because that is crucial importance. Yeah, crucial importance. So, therefore, to protect the collective, right, there has to be something that keeps the group together.
Culture.
Good. So, would you agree then that a superior culture has
superior.
a more efficient way of keeping their organization, keeping themselves together? The inferior culture, they organize themselves less efficiently. Would you agree with that?
No, not necessarily. You can have a solid culture and still don't have the means, to defend yourself and the culture. It's about developing the means, to protect yourself in what is yours, the
Okay.
collective. If you don't develop the means, you just running your mouth.
Okay. So are you saying then that I think the angle you're coming at, which is a very popular angle, is that where people say, listen, it's all about the gun, because when you kept developing, you kept saying develop the means. So the develop the means would be weaponry and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, a means to protect yourself. It don't necessarily have to be a gun. There's other weapons besides guns. You got to be able to protect yourself and yours. If you don't have the means, only a slave is unarmed. Unarmed people are slaves.
Okay. Okay. So there are a number of ways. There's a number of ways that. Okay, I like the way you say it. The means. Just okay. The means. All right. So you accept that the means to protect yourself might not necessarily be the gun, correct?
Might not. Yeah. Right. Correct.
Okay. Very good. Okay, we're walking through this. Very good. The means to protect yourself. Okay, so I'm on your wavelength now. Okay, so we're going to walk through this now. So, to develop the means to protect yourself, do you accept that the means to protect a group of people could be that they've developed a magic spell? Could a magic spell be a means by which to protect?
Well, you have to define magic spell. I don't know what a magic spell is. What is a magic spell?
Okay. So, a magic spell, but let's put it in this way. Magic spell, basically, you're dealing with the untangible. So just like you actually mentioned it already, the media, yeah? The media is dealing with narratives and stories and perceived.
Well, then if that's what it is, I agree. Yes. A magic spell.
Okay.
If that's what a magic spell is, because Black people and Africans, we are just as smart as they are. We can hornswoggle them, manipulate them, BS them, and manipulate them just as well as they manipulate us, if that's what we choose to do.
Right. Okay. Very good. Okay. So, wonderful. So in which case then you should agree with me from the beginning of the argument, because remember, the difference between you and I
think there's a logical, it's rational in a logical way.
Yes, that's right. That's where we're different.
It's totally illogical.
Watch this.
But controlling the narrative of information is logical.
Ooh. Controlling the narrative of information is logical. Yes.
But Black people, in the USA, we have lots of influence on other people around the world, Black and non-Black. Hip hop is all around the world now. We influence. It's just that the record producers, they control the message that we put out.
Yes.
If we control our own message, we can probably start a revolution, just with music.
Yeah. Before we go there, let's walk there. So watch this. So the distribution is, is logic and reason, but the information is logic and reason. 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 But the music itself, it doesn't spring from logic and reason. It's in the realm of the creative, in the realm of the storyteller, in the realm of magic, yeah, in the realm of art. Then the art, I get your point. The art has to then move into, to be distributed. It has to move into the realm of the logic and reason.
But music is one of the highest forms of hyperbole that we can put out. You know, that's
exactly. Right. Yeah. Okay.
You know,
right.
So therefore, you know, you can hype up anything. It can be a bunch of BS, you know, as long as it works.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Right. Okay. So I think
this is where it can be logical as well. Because everybody is on different conscious levels. Consciousness is like water; it seeks its own level.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So it's interesting in this discussion between you and I, as we dance between these logic and reason and magic and spells. So the two worlds have to touch. Yes.
Yeah. Some people need more hype than others. Some people are more emotionally stable than others. Some people are more cerebral than others. You know, we are not all the same. So, you know, as far as, you know, defending ourselves, I say by any means necessary. You know, hype, logic, weapons, you know, whatever.
Okay. So we got to understand the relationship between the inanimate and the animate. Yeah. Between the hard and the soft, the yin and yang, and so on. Between logic and reason and the pure art, which, as you said, doesn't make sense.
Hype.
Yeah, the hype. Yeah, so you could distribute the hype effectively by logic and reason. So
we can do it.
Oh yeah, of course. That's why we're talking. So we're just lining up. We're just trying to line it up now. We're lining up the language. We're lining up the mindset. I'm beginning to understand how you're thinking, and you're understanding how I'm thinking. So in the beginning, it seemed a complete disagreement between each other, but we start to see that we're coming at the same thing from two different angles. So here's the next issue. Will you accept now that logic and reason is subject to the art?
Everything is subject to the art.
Good. Okay, very good. Okay.
Some people do things with style, and some people don't.
Okay. Right. So therefore,
some people wear cool ass hats. Some people don't.
Okay. So next level now. Would you accept that the art, the narrative, the story, if it's a good story, so it's in that realm beyond, above logic and reason, it's the hype, as you call it.
Yeah.
Good hype, good quality hype
is effective.
No, don't dump me here. Good quality hype causes logic and reason to manifest and distribute it.
It can. Yes, it can. But hype is, you know, hype functions on the emotional level, you know, not the cerebral level. Hype is, you know, the hype is for field thinkers. You know, people, you know, they say, you feel me, all they feel, you know, you know, they feel thinkers, you know, but it's impossible, you know, to have this fine reality, you know, through your feelings, you know, because everything that feels good is not good. Everything that feels bad is not good. So, you know, feelings is just one of five of the basic tools of consciousness.
Yeah. Okay.
And, you know, we in the USA, we've been pushed towards feel. You know,
Yeah.
you know, because if some our black women, if they feel like the sky is blue, it's polka dot. It's polka dot, no matter how blue it is.
Right. Okay. So this hype now, listen to what you're saying. This hype is actually the source of power, of great power. But we've got to be able to get control of the means of
correct. We have to wield it properly. Everything is power. Look at how they do it. They weaponize everything that they come in contact with. They weaponize it against us.
Yes. Okay.
Everything is a weapon. You know, they realize that everything can be wielded into a weapon. The negative and positive are just two necessary energies. Negative and positive attract, and like energies repel, and opposite energies attract. Basic science 101.
Okay, so just like in the music industry, the hype and so on, in that creative energy,
make you want to dance.
Yeah, right, which is moving people. So therefore, they set up a whole music industry through logic and reason, and then they get all the contracts. And so all these great artists,
they set up the whole music industry, and they control the narrative. You know, therefore, you know, when we start dancing, we dance into a bunch of destructive BS.
Yeah.
They control the narrative in our music.
So therefore, we've got to understand how to get control, to take control of the narrative.
Yes. True.
And to take control of the narrative, would you agree that it does not sit within the realm of logic and reason?
Well, it's logical and it's reasonable, you know, to realize that you have to take control of the narrative. That's logic and reason right there. You know, and how
to realize what you just said.
take,
you said it's logical and reasonable to realize that you have to take control of the narrative. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right. But I'm asking, do you accept what you said there is true, but how do you take control of the narrative? And do you accept the how does not lie within the realm of logic and reason?
Well, one of the ways we can take control of the musical narrative is that, you know, some of our artists, produce their music underground. You know, they just don't go to the record labels and take millions of dollars and produce what they're told. You know?
Yeah.
You know, we got to have some, you know, we got to convince our artists, and then those of us, you know, then we got to stop buying that crap. You know, we got to develop some self-control and stop buying it. You know, stop contributing to our own demise.
You said develop some self-control. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, because this is now going back to where we started about self-hatred. So the question,
or self-delusion. Self-delusion.
I was asked,
many of us are oblivious. Many of us, we don't hate ourselves. We just oblivious to reality.
Okay, so
it's not hate; it's just oblivion.
Yes. Okay. So what is this? The solution, because that was the question. What is the solution to this self-hatred, or how to counter it?
Well, we got to wake each other up. We got to beat on the beast. We got to beat on the beast outside of us. I know, but we got to beat on the beast that's inside our minds as well.
What does it actually mean? Yeah, we're going to beat on the beast.
That means we got to beat on the beast inside our mind as well. That means we cannot go tiptoeing through the tulips, you know, trying to sugarcoat it and tickle each other's ears, telling each other what we want to hear, you know, just so we can go along and get along and, you know, and validate ourselves. We got to be able to take risk and tell people what they need to know, even when it's going to piss them off. Love is not always pleasant.
Okay. Right. And then to effectively do what you just said, would you agree that the best way is through music art, word sound, you know, through art, basically.
Well, those are powerful memes. Yes, you know, those are powerful. Yes,
To get that
you know, and
message out,
they
tell
seem
the
like
truth,
some of the most
just like hip
powerful
hop.
ones. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So now, I think we're more or less come together now on how logic and reason can work with hype. So, would you agree with this? Here's the point now. Would you agree with this, that the solution is that we must blame, we must hold, so these are the words: blame, guilt, responsibility, accountability. Would you accept that we must, in order to effectively counter and move forward, we must stop blaming black people for anything?
No, I don't agree with that.
I thought he's got.
I
So
don't agree.
now
We
we're
got
going
to
to go
stop
into another
blaming
one now.
black people
So,
for
okay.
doing
So
stuff that they shouldn't be doing. You know, we supposed to adhere to the verifiable truth. We're supposed to, we're supposed to face the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful with all three eyes wide open.
Yes, but how to manage that now? Okay, how to manage the truth. So watch this. Have you heard of Neely Fuller?
Verifiable truth, not the truth, the verifiable truth.
Verifiable
there's
truth.
three kinds of truth. There's your truth, there's my truth, and there's a verifiable truth. Let's meet at verifiable truth. Because your truth and my truth, you could be nothing but mental and emotional masturbation.
Right. Good. Yeah, 100%. I like that. Your truth, my truth, and the verifiable truth. Yeah, very good. I'm going to use that actually. Your truth, my truth, and the verifiable truth. Yes. So, have you heard of Neely Fuller Jr.?
Yes, if you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you know would only confuse you. Neely Fuller Jr.
Good. All right. You're up to speed. All right. So, I agree with Neely Fuller in that he says we are in a prison system. And I see it as a global, international, financial, political, and cultural ecosystem. That's the prison that we're in. Now, protocol. It is true that whatever happens within a prison, the prison management is held ultimately responsible.
Sometimes they blame the trustees. Let them take responsibility. And they hide behind their trustees.
All right, so you say that the prison management, okay, we got, yeah, you're sharp, okay. So are you saying that the prison management sometimes blames the trustees of the prison?
Yeah, let the trustees take the blame, you know, let them you know take the heat. That's their job. You know, we got trustees in the black community in Great Britain and in the USA, you know, they're stepping in front between us and the races. That's their job. That's what they get paid for, to appease us.
Okay, this is interesting because you've taken me on another angle, because I wasn't expecting that angle actually. Right, because now we have to explore what is the relationship between the trustees and the prison management. Do the trustees
symbiotic?
Pardon?
Symbiotic.
Wow.
You know, it's quid pro quo.
Wow. Yeah, and this is actually how the system works. It's because it's interesting you brought that up, because I wasn't thinking about the trustees, but yeah, what is the relationship between the trustees and the actual management of the prison when it
Quid
comes
pro
to
quo.
responsibility, accountability, and blame? And it's funny because as you mentioning that, reading this book, I see it's the same game. It's almost like it appears to be the or in its modern manifestation, white supremacy appears to have trustees and a prison management. And when you go after the prison management, the trustees will get you. And if you go after the trustees, the prison manager will get you. So they're dancing, and that's why that system it can't be has not been dealt with, because you're saying that symbiotic relationship makes it very difficult to pin down where the criminality is, who's responsible. That's a good point you've raised there. Who's
We got it
responsible? The
pinned
prison
down. We
management.
know who's responsible. We just are powerless to do anything about it. You know, until we start developing.
Who's responsible then? Is it the prison management or the trustees?
It's the system. You know, the trustees are part of the system. They, you know, they chose to be part of the system. You know, but you got some trustees that will buck the system. You know, they are spies. They infiltrated the system as trustees. They double agents. I like double agents.
Wow.
You know, you have agents provocateurs.
We're talking CIA, MI5 level discussion, because that is really the high level. That's how the world works. It's all about secret societies and, you know, secret intelligence agencies. They run everything, because if they have the knowledge, if they know what's going on, they can counter whatever.
Well, what's going on is very sophisticated. You know, but we're smart enough to peep it. You know, we were smart enough to peep their game and counter it. I contend that black people around the world can counter it. You know, and it's not just black people that's around the world that's getting stepped on by this system. It's other people, other countries too. So you know, so we got to know who to ally. We just can't be colorblind and say if you ain't black, we can't deal with you because you know everybody with black skin is not black people friend either.
Right, strategic alliances. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so in order, so we go to another level now. In order to have strategic alliances, which we both agree is the solution, would you agree with me that in order to have strategic alliances with others, you have to clarify yourself or yourselves first?
Well, everybody is, you know, you do have to clarify. You got to know what you want and where you're going, of course, you know, but you're not going to get everybody 100% on board, you know, because, you know, not the condition we in, you know, so if you can get a good critical 25%, you know, we probably can change the world, you know, with our strategic allies, you know, and being strategic, you know, we cannot, you know, just let our allies infiltrate every nook and cranny of our leadership. You know, that's not part of it.
Yes.
You know, so
okay. Right. You're on it. You're on it. Yeah. You're
have
fully
to
up
stay independent. You know, and you know, and autonomous. You know, and we'll take help where help is given. Like Neely Fuller said, we trying to create a world of justice. And justice is, you know, those who need the most help get the most help.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So in the creation of the world of justice, there's where we are now, and then there's the world of justice. And then there's the intermediate stage, and how to manage. The question is how to manage that, or the intermediary stage, or that catalyst, how to construct or build or get that
by any means necessary, you know, because, you know, I know some of our leaders, you know, say, you know, there's no such thing as a revolution without bloodshed. So there maybe have to be some bloodshed. You know, we didn't get in this condition by tiptoeing through the tulips. We got in this condition that we in through centuries of trauma.
Yeah, that's right. So would you accept that bloodshed may be necessary?
Yes, may be necessary.
No, right, but it's not absolutely necessary. So basically,
no, it's not absolutely necessary.
Good,
you know,
good, good.
It's not absolutely.
Okay,
it's
good.
not absolutely necessary on the black people's part. You know,
right,
but these
right.
Europeans, these Caucasians, they're gonna keep killing each other. They always have killed each other, and we just got to strategically egg them on to kill each other. You know,
I don't know about that because you got to maintain the moral high ground.
The nations that's awake, you know, and they want to get away from this crap. You know, we should deal with them. You know, you know, we shouldn't be, you know, sending money, you know, to the cause. You know, let's send. I'm taking up a donation for all the little children in Ukraine. You know, shoot, and black folks just send them their money.
Right,
black folks got to be smart, you know, and oh, I'm going to take me a vacation. I'm going to Paris, you know, to see the Eiffel Tower. Good grief. Spend your money at home in Africa. You know?
Right. Interesting.
You know, we gotta learn how to be, you know, homogeneous. You know, we gotta learn how to, you know, to support one another. You know, because you know, we divided and conquered.
All right. So let me present this strategy that I'm working with others to present, and let me hear what you think of it. So it is truly inspired by what the Zionists managed to do. So the Zionists were a group of people who classified themselves as Jewish, claimed to be Jewish. Just a small group of people with a number of resources amongst themselves. And they set out to establish a homeland for the Jews, for all Jews. So the Zionists were a small group of people organized amongst themselves with a mission to establish a homeland for the Jews. Okay? So, for all Jews. So basically, the Zionists set themselves up to speak for all Jews around the world, even though the majority of Jews around the world may never even heard of them. Never even heard of them. So
even
when they
though
started,
it's a whole bunch of nonsense, you know, they lied to the world and they get people to believe it.
Okay.
You know? That's another reason why I am not a believer. I don't believe nothing. Only reason that, you know, the Zionists can get away with half the stuff they get away with because people believe that crap.
Yeah, but it goes back to what you said earlier about the hype. You see, the hype is a good story,
hype is a powerful
good narrative.
Weapon. We got to come up with our own hype.
Yeah,
we got to come up with our own
that's where I'm going.
Effective.
Yeah. So okay. So whether it's good hype or good narrative is a matter of cultural perspective. You got to build up your own hype, right? Okay. So let's walk through their hype and how they use their hype to accomplish what they wanted to do, and then I want to discuss how we can adapt the principle.
Well, their hype was backed up by some of the most powerful people in the world.
Okay, so watch this. Once you get the good quality hype, the good story, the good narrative, a quality one, that might not necessarily come from the richest person. It may just come from an ordinary person or an ordinary group of people. But then rich people, they can say, oh, I like that idea. I'd like to get behind it. That's when the money and the resources arrive. But the idea itself can come from anywhere, come from a very poor person. But if it's a good quality idea, if it's a good narrative, then it draws power, it draws resources to it.
Especially if those with the power and those with the resources are of the same ilk as you are.
That's right. Okay, so let's walk through this now. So it could be a small group of people calling themselves Zionists, calling themselves Jews, with the goal to establish a homeland for all Jews around the world. So as the Zionists had their meetings, the meetings got larger and larger, and more people attended. And then
that would be the narrative, to establish a homeland for all the Jews around the world. That's the narrative.
Right. That's the narrative. That's the hype.
That might not be the fact. That's the
right,
hype.
right. Yes, right. Okay. But that's what they're having their meetings, and they're making those presentations about the plan. But sooner or later,
another part of the narrative is that we need to return to our ancestral land.
That's right. That's what they were saying.
That's more hype. That's more BS.
Yeah, that's right. So that's right. Okay. So
but you can enforce hype and BS if you got the power to do so.
Yeah, but the power will come if it all depends on the quality of the BS, the quality.
Well, the BS ain't that good quality because half the people around the world don't believe that nonsense. But they got the power. They got the power to back it up.
Right. So the power comes with the quality is relative to the quality of the
power.
Hype
the power, the power, makes the quality of the hype effective because it's hype. If you ain't if they don't have the power, that would be a bunch of nonsense.
Exactly. That's right.
The power brings.
That's right. That's right.
A bunch of nonsense.
Yes,
but the power.
You're right.
He who has the power make the rules. He who has the goal, make the rules.
Yeah.
When you talk about Jews, they get $3 billion a year from the USA just to be their friend. And then some of the most richest people in the world, like the what's their name? I can't think of their names right now. They got all the money. They've been starting wars, ending wars, and financing wars and they say we're going to take this land, in the Middle East, the so-called Middle East, so they can have a base right in the middle of all that oil.
Right. Okay, so watch this now. So we're walking through it.
The Rothschild. That's what I was thinking about, the Rothschild.
Yeah, I know. So watch this. Here's the move, which I think was a genius move, very clever move by the Zionists. What they did, because don't forget, they got no power, and they just got some of the money starting to trickle in. So the resources that they had, they spoke to the British government and they said, we want you to view with favor the establishment of a homeland for the Jews. Very clever.
They paid for it too. They paid them.
Yeah,
you can buy anything you want.
But what's the angle? Yes, but what's the science? They're approaching the power.
Yeah,
but
they have power.
Who has power? The British government had the power. They got the army. They had the ship. They got the military. They got the guns.
Yeah, the Jewish people have infiltrated every superpower in the world. The Jewish people have infiltrated it.
Yeah, but the black people are everywhere. The black people are everywhere in the world just the same way.
That's true. But black people don't have the resources like the Rothschilds and the Jewish people have. The Jewish people, they have extended resources. I mean, they have everything.
Are you telling me that black people don't have resources?
They don't have that kind of resources, no.
But they have resources, correct?
Like they got to consolidate their resources.
Yeah,
but black people in Africa and in the USA, we've been dividing.
No, don't switch.
Well, that's why we can't do what the Jews did. If we can't, the Jewish people, they will exploit you, and they will walk 30 miles before they buy something from a black neighborhood store.
Yeah, but
they ain't gonna support us. They gonna support their own.
Yeah, no, know that, but I'm catching on this point. Resources. When you mentioned the word resources, and I'm saying the first phase, you said, oh, the Jewish people are in all powerful places all around the world, and then 2, you said the Jewish people have got huge resources. I said, yeah, okay, good. I said, is it not true that black people in all positions all around the world? You said yes. Then I said,
I didn't say they're in all positions all around the world. No, you know, black people are around the world, you know, and they have some token positions, you know, and
Yes.
most black people around the world, especially in the USA, they don't get in those critical positions unless they have proven themselves to be true boule.
Oh, right. Listen to right, but the boule are there, aren't they?
Yes, and
Okay,
they work for.
that's
They
the
don't
point.
work for
That's
us.
the point. Right. Yeah, they don't work for us yet.
Yeah. Okay, we got to convince
That's
them. We
right.
got to
See,
get
you gotta
convince
have
them.
a good plan. You gotta have
Yeah,
a
we
good
got to
plan.
convince them that
Exactly. That's the point
betray
I'm
them, to
making.
betray their master.
The boule are just sitting there and they're saying they're watching, and they will
We
switch.
want them to betray their master.
And they're not going to betray their master for some stupid plan, half-baked plan. The plan has to be tight because they will lose their life.
That's right, and their money.
Of course, they got the money and they got the position, and it's dangerous. So therefore, the plan has to be tight, and the boule can be won.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah,
You know, otherwise, you know, we don't.
But don't switch. Listen, don't forget what I'm saying is that we have the equivalent power or position as what the Zionists had before they accomplished.
We just don't have the cohesiveness. We do not have
exactly. That's the point I wanted us to get to. So we have the resources, we have everything, but we just haven't got the organization yet. Okay, so. Good. So we walked through this. So there's an immense opportunity. So here's the move. The Zionists went to the British government and they said, we want you to view with favor. So write a document. We want the government to write a document to say that yes, and sign it and give it to us and say, we view with favor the establishment of a homeland for the Jews. Yes, we endorse your plan, you Zionists. What you Zionists are attempting to do, we endorse it. We think it's a good idea. So yes, here's the document to say that we view with favor the establishment of a homeland for the Jews.
Who is we?
So what? The British government, the government.
Oh, okay. Well, they did do that already. It's already been done.
Yeah. So that's what the British, because the Zionists, the Zionists, the Jews, they wanted the British government to write that document to declare that they view with favor.
Well, that's not the only government they got to endorse their plan.
Say that again.
They got the United States to endorse it too.
Exactly. That's
finance.
Right. Very good. So watch this, because so don't forget they're showing how to deal with the power, to get the power behind them, to get the powers, the military.
Well, they're the same people. The power that's behind them, they're all in cahoots with one another. We ain't got that kind of power behind us.
No.
Africans don't have no superpower behind them that's black.
You already mentioned it. The boule are there.
But they not, the boule work for the superpower. They don't work for us.
They don't work for us yet.
No.
Yet. Okay. So they won't. They won't unless they see a good plan. That's tight. Okay.
Well, we better come up with a good one, but we better come up with a good one.
Don't worry. So watch this. So we're walking through the strategy in which the Zionists managed to.
That's apples and oranges. Goal. You cannot compare the Zionists to Africans. No, it's not the same.
Not yet. Watch this. So once the Zionists got that document, they then, with that document, they move straight into Israel and start setting up Israel.
They moved straight into Palestine and started setting it up and called it Israel.
Right. So what's the move? So once they move straight in there and start setting up shop and upsetting the Palestinians, if the Palestinians...
But Africans already have land. We already have land.
Oh, yeah. We're not talking about the Africans yet. We're just talking about the principles of how the Zionists went from having a goal and then they achieved it.
Yeah. But it's totally different. It's apples and oranges. Apples and oranges.
Yeah.
It's not nowhere near the same. Nowhere near the same.
I'm not comparing them yet. I haven't started there yet. I'm just walking with you through the Zionist process, and then I'm going to try and convince you that how it can be adapted for Black Africa.
Well, I don't see how it can be adapted. It's not the same.
You can't see. You won't see because I haven't gone there yet.
Right.
I haven't gone there yet. So don't try and jump the gun. Yeah. So the Balfour Declaration. So the British government declares, here you are. Here's the document. Here's it signed. Here, take it. We view with favor. We endorse your plan to set up a homeland for the Jews in Israel, and we're granting you that space or whatever. So when Zionists now start working, starting to try and move the Palestinians out, if you go up against the Zionists will be able to wave the piece of paper and say, listen, if you go up against us, you are going up against the people that endorsed us. You're going up against the power. You're going up against a force greater than us, because we've got the document to say what we're doing is viewed in favor by the people that are ruling, have power over this land. Yes. So that's what you see today, that they're now moved in and they're having some disagreements with the Palestinians, but they're there. The Zionist plan went from an idea on a piece of paper, and then it got endorsed. And then that endorsement was actually currency and power to arrive at
they got enforced. They got enforced with weapons of mass destruction.
Yes, which they did not have. Yes.
Well,
a group of people with no weapons.
They had state-of-the-art weapons from the beginning.
No, the Zionists had no weapons at all. They convinced the British government to back them up with the British government and American government weapons. That's the point I'm making. They did not have that hardware. All they had was the idea and the document. Would you agree with that? They did not have the hardware. They did not have the weapons. That all they had was the document and the idea.
I don't have it. Come back tomorrow.
Oh, he can't hear me.
I don't have
Let me see if anybody else is in the chat. Following along.
Well, that's apples and oranges to me.
Okay, so watch this. So here's the plan. Here's the plan. Here's a plan that will convince the boule as soon as they hear about it. They haven't heard about it yet, and I'm still got to refine it to make it a good quality presentation to the boule. But here's the plan that's going to turn the boule to our side. The plan is called Adija. What is Adija? Adija is the bringing about of an entity, an international entity, an international black African entity that will enable to wield the power to deliver justice globally for all people classified as black and mixed black. See, we're dealing with the mixed race question. Nobody's talking about the mixed race question. Where's the mixed race question in the plan?
Only Boule can't do that. The Boule don't have the power to bring about an entity, an international entity, you know, that's going to, give all black people around the world power. You know, they don't have that kind of power. You know, you're talking about creating a black superpower. You know, and it's no.
That's right.
No. So you know, in order to be a superpower, you got to have superpower things.
Right. And remember, going back to earlier, what you said. The means we discussed about the means, and the means may not necessarily be guns. We had that earlier in this conversation. Remember, you said by any means necessary.
By any means necessary.
Yes, and you also, in an earlier part of this conversation, accepted that the means could be magic.
I'm just well, you know, hype is one of the tools. You know, our enemy use hype and everything else. They use everything,
right.
You know, to weaponize against us.
Right.
So we exactly. We have to learn how to weaponize stuff, you know, to protect ourselves. I agree with that.
Right.
Which we ain't doing, which we haven't done. And as far as weapons of mass destruction, they, you know, the people that got all the nukes, they don't want nobody else to have them, but they haven't stopped people from having them. As long as they got an edge, you know, in weaponry, you know, they're gonna feel safe. They're not gonna feel safe if somebody got something better than theirs. And they sure don't want Africans to have nothing but weapons to kill each other.
Yeah, we know their plan, but we have to have. We are discussing a counter plan. So,
well, yeah, we have to have a counter plan. We gotta not follow their plan.
Yeah, okay. Is it possible that hype could have the equivalent power of an atomic bomb?
Well, hype can have the equivalent power for change. Yes, the atomic bomb, you know, it's more destructive. You know, it destroys everything. The good. It's like it's like chemotherapy when you're trying to treat cancer. You know, it kills the good cells and the bad cells.
Right. So,
you know,
would you accept?
But hype, could just move things towards in a certain direction. You know, I don't know if hype could do it alone. You know, but hype, you know, it has some effect. It can move things in a certain direction, which will allow something else to move in another direction. You know, it's strategic.
Right.
Sometimes you gotta just inch your way towards, you know, liberation. You know, and you know, so hype might even get some non-black people, you know, on our side for liberation as well. Right now, it ain't working because right now, today, you know, we got black people leading the lynch mob.
Right. Okay. Good. Okay. This is wonderful. See, we're making progress. Yeah. So we can see that the right type of hype can bring the boule onto our side.
No, it can move things in the right direction. It can move
things internationally.
And the boule ain't that. The boule only can sabotage a few things, you know, within the.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a boule alone. But I'm just saying the boule. We're accepting that the boule is just can be turned around, and there's lots of other different groups.
Well, they probably want to turn around. They just too selfish. You know, they getting paid to do what they do, and they don't see nobody else, you know, standing in their king's way. And as long as they feed us BS, they can keep getting paid. You know, and they like that. You know, they like getting paid. They might not like the way most of us getting treated, but they don't see that they can do nothing about it. And they getting paid, so they ain't worried about it. I don't think they care about a little few extra dollars, so they can have some comfort on the plantation.
Exactly.
And you can
So
be a
the
millionaire and still
Boule,
be
they're
a
like the
slave.
house. They're like in the house, and they're eating
Yes,
good
they
food and stuff.
housemen.
But yeah, but they can be turned because they understand that that house is fundamentally anti them. It's anti-African. It's anti-black. The house itself. It's a white
Yeah, they
house.
can be turned. They can be turned, but they ain't turning unless it's worth it. And then when if they do turn, that it's not going to be that significant because it's more of us than it is of them.
But
So
okay,
I will concentrate on turning the masses of black people. You know, people that's sitting in the living room. I rather put my cards on people that's sitting in the living room that can break up the furniture.
Okay, right, okay. So at least we can see the positive. It can happen. It can be possible. So it's all about the right hype, the right narrative.
It's all about the right power. You know, hype is just one aspect of power.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So we don't need the gun. We do need
the gun.
Bomb.
We need power by any means necessary. We need the gun, the hype. We need it all.
Yes, but the gun is subject to the hype because the hype decides which way the guns are pointing and when they are fired.
Yeah, the hype is subject to the gun is subject to hype. The gun is also subject to the logic as well. This is the person that's your enemy. This is the person that's hurting you. This is the person that's trying to kill you. So what are you going to do? You're going to take it or you're going to defend yourself.
Yeah, but I'm trying to express that the hype is overpowers the gun anytime because it's the hype that will decide when the planes will take off and how many bombs they'll be loaded with and where they will be dropped. That's all in the hype. It's all in the realm of the hype.
It's all in
so
the
we
logic.
don't need to
it's
talk
all
about
in the logic. You know, hype is just one small part of it, and you know, logic, you know, is more powerful than hype.
Oh, look, you're twisting now. You're twisting from the beginning of the conversation.
As far as making the strategic decisions, you know, to get something done, you use logic and reason, not just hype. You know, logic and reason. You know, this is my enemy, and this is where their naval base is. So, you know, I'm gonna load my bombs on this jet and to go destroy that damn base. Hype ain't got nothing to do with it.
Hype is in the realm of defining who the enemy is precisely.
Well, logic is finds on who the enemy is. Logically, whoever is hurting you and hurting yours, logically, they're the enemy.
No,
you know, you just can't. You can't say
no,
hype,
no.
Oh, this person make me feel bad. That's hype. Oh, they making me feel bad. They making me look bad. That's hype. You cannot. Hype is not going to give you reality. You can't feel your way to reality. That's what hype is. Feelings. Feelings is just one of the 5 basic tools of consciousness. You cannot feel yourself to reality because everything that don't feel good is not good.
But it's the hype that is shaping. The quality of the hype is shaping the reality. It's shaping that which is real.
Hype can shape the reality for those who rely on hype. I say don't believe the hype. You know, stick to the logical
relying
fact.
on hype. There's no escape.
Everybody is not relying on hype. Only weak minds rely on hype.
Well, okay, let's explore that. I could be wrong. What is not reliant on hype? Give me something.
Everyone don't rely on hype. You know, hype is used by those who manipulate. You know, people that practice mind control. They use hype.
Who doesn't rely on hype? Who or what doesn't rely on hype? Tell me.
The people that's you know who don't rely on hype is the people that wants to face reality.
No, I'm
and find out what's really going on.
No, I'm
you know,
asking
they don't
you,
just they don't follow the hype. You know,
where do you find these people? Where do they work? The people that don't follow the hype, where do they work?
They're mixed in with all the people that follow the hype. Everybody is not the same. and hype and people follow hype just like people follow logic in degrees.
Right. But okay.
You know, some people
right.
they just are slaves to the hype.
All right.
You know, that's because they're emotionally weak. And then there are some people that are more cerebral. If it don't make no damn sense, it don't make no sense.
Slave to the hype, you just said.
Yeah, slave to the hype.
Okay. Right. So if you're a slave to the hype is controlling your reality, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So that's what I'm trying
all,
to say.
All the master mind controllers
Hold it.
You know,
you just let's slow this down. Let's slow this down. If the hype can control
logic
your reality,
controls the way you think too.
Yes. So therefore, the hype is over and above the reality because it's the hype that.
No, it's not over and above the reality. It just can affect reality. You know, hype. Just feelings can affect reality. If something burns you all the time, you say that's hot. So you're gonna realize that's hot. But everything that makes you feel bad or feel good is not bad or good.
I know you said that earlier on.
You got to use logical common sense for that.
Answer the question. What reality is there without hype?
Well, there's logical and reasonable and rational reality. Just because something make you feel bad, logically in reality, is not bad. It's something good. But if you're just gonna go on believe in the hype, or believe in any damn thing, you can believe anything. It's impossible to know everything, but you can believe. You can believe anything you wish.
But society can't.
Society, you can manipulate people into believing stuff. Yes, you can, and you can also reason with people and convince them. To a point as well. Hype is not the end all be all.
Right, but would you accept that society, any state, any nation, requires hype to hold?
Yes,
together?
in today's U.S. society, hype is very much required because that's what they use on us.
I'm not.
They feed us hype.
Listen to the question. I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm saying any nation, state, society,
lots of nations. They don't rely on hype. They rely on practicality.
Name one.
There's lots of African nations that rely on practicality. Name
one. There is none.
There are
no.
The Himba people in Namibia. The ones that paint their faces red. The reality to their life is practical. You got to do certain things, to survive. That's practicality. It ain't hype.
Let's not talk about those people unless you're one of them.
Well, you asked me. You asked the question, and I gave you an answer. We talking about a lot of people that we ain't one of. I don't believe the hype. I don't live my life.
How can you talk about that? Are you specialists in their society?
Are you a specialist in this outside the people you're talking about? Are you? You must be a hype specialist. I'm not a hype specialist either because I know the setbacks in hype.
I'm saying that no society. Here's a statement. You either agree with it or don't. I'm saying that all societies, all states.
You saying that all societies BS they people. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying everything in order to hold a group of people together.
You gotta feed them a bunch of BS. That's what you saying.
No, it's not bullshit.
That's what hype is.
That's
what hype is. Hype is BS.
No, BS is bullshit. BS. I'm not saying bullshit. I'm not saying bullshit.
Don't believe the hype.
No, I'm saying
hype. Only thing hype does is trigger your emotional. Only thing hype does is anything that will trigger you emotionally. It don't go to your rational mind. That's what logic does. Hype triggers you emotionally, your feelings. Hype gets under your skin. That's all it does.
You're right.
By any means necessary.
Yes, and
if somebody if you're beautiful and somebody can call you ugly, and you let that get under your skin, you fell for the hype.
Right. I'm saying I don't like the term bullshit. I'd like to associate hype with a good story or a good narrative.
I'm not saying that hype is not effective, for moving people. I'm just trying to say that, like you saying that it's the end all be all, and I don't agree with that. Hype is just one tool. One.
What's the other tool?
Well, logic and reason is another tool.
Logic and reason are subject to hype, to narrative.
Well, and hype is, logic and reason is not subject to hype. Your logic and reason is subject to facts.
What is a fact?
Facts is something that can be verifiable.
Oh,
over and
okay.
over again.
Okay. So
you get the
how?
same answer.
Okay. So the process of verification. Talk to us about how you verify facts. What is the
you
process?
Verify a fact, you know, by trying that over and over again. If you keep coming up with the same answer, that's verification. Now, hype, you know, one person, you know, may respond, you know, to some hype differently from the other person. You know, hype is not verifiable. You know, it's not stable. Hype is all over the damn place. While logic and reason is stable. Hype is not stable. Everybody,
Okay.
you know, don't react the same to everything. Hype is appealing to one's feelings, trying to trigger their emotions.
Okay, so let's talk about this stability, because it's a good conversation. Stability, because that's what they say. Oh, we don't want to invest over there. We don't want to invest in Africa because it's not stable. Yeah. So let's talk about stability.
Well, if you don't invest in Africa because it's not stable, it'll never be stable. If nobody wants to invest, you know, if nobody wants to, you know, if it got to be perfect for you to, you know, to venture in, you know, then it's not for you. Don't come to Africa. Stay in Babylon.
Right.
You know, but
okay.
some of us, you know,
So
we believe that, you know, the little bit that we do is going to be moving things forward. Where we might not have the resources or the ability to make a super significant impact, but we're gonna do what we can.
Okay. So stability. How do you achieve stability without hype? Is it possible to achieve stability without the chaos, as you put it? Well, not I'm saying as it sounds like the chaos of
without
I just want to use that. I just don't want to use the bullshit. I just don't want to use that term.
Well, that's what it is to me. Hype is just anything that's going to trigger somebody to react a certain way. Anything. That's BS.
Can you achieve stability without hype?
Yes. You achieve better stability with logic and reason. Facts. That's the best way to achieve stability.
Okay. In the process of establishing facts.
And also, while you're talking about facts, if you can start wrapping it up, it's we're well over the time, so I'll let you both wrap it up and close out.
Yes. So, I'd like to.
Thank you, Bomani. I was hoping you would end it sooner. I'm tired of talking anyway.
Yeah. Yes. Well, would you like me to send you a copy of this? And I'd like to have your critique. Tell me where you.
No, I'm in West Africa. It's very difficult to get things here.
Where are you?
I'm in West Africa. I don't have a mailbox. I don't have a mail. I get email, you know, but I would have to give you my email address, and I don't want to give you my email address.
Put your email in the chat, and then I'll email you this, and then you do give me your critique of this.
Nah. I'm not gonna do that. You can just, you know, when I get to talk to you, you can just spit out some of that stuff that's in there, you know.
All right, then. Till next time. Yeah. All right, then. Till next time. Thank you very much, Bomani. Good session. Take care.
Absolutely, brother. Appreciate it. And navigate if you want to close out beyond that. Appreciate your energy, and you take care also. And family, we're gonna close out with some music, and we'll catch you back on the next live.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey! It was a sun called for bird. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun called for bird. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and adding cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun called the bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Sun called the bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing.